like stuff processes, but I'm sure he's like, oh, I can just fed up with all the stuff going on, so he sees that and he's like, fuck this guy.
100%.
He's not really thinking about it.
It was just my issue was being misquoted. But I owned him and saying, yes, I did say something critical about you on a tiny podcast that I get. People send me shit because people send me all this shit. I don't watch T5K or whatever the show that he said I don't have any skills on recently. People send me these things to be like, whoa, you go respond, which I did on a unique channel. But Malik was upset about that in this space where he was maligned. Like,
yeah, he got shit.
Brendan, I didn't realize at the time because I just met Brendan. It was like, oh, everything he says is, why would I think that he's making up an elaborate lie to protect his ego because Malik corrected him about something?
Yeah.
But that's in fact what happened.
Malik is a very nice guy. I remember like years ago, I was talking to him and he had no idea that we did this. And he was like, I told him, he was like, oh really? You do that? And then but the only thing he knew was flappers. He was just like, I talked to him, and he was like, yeah, I see the flapper shit. I'm like, how do you see the flapper stuff, but you don't know? But it was just funny at the time.
But yeah, we hit it off. The first time we met him, we hit it off. It's great to see. The final thing we said, because we kind of went for a circle, like, look, I take accountability for, like, judging a situation without reaching out to you. But Brendan legitimately painted him as a lunatic. And I'd understand, like, if I was him, I'd be pissed too, because it was totally unfair.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. I'll let you say it.
Narcissists tend to, like, they push you and push you and push you until you're like, what the fuck, dude? And then they're like, oh, look at this crazy person. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And the same night that he's talking shit, he had me and Luana over. The same night he fired Malik, he's on his phone the whole time. We're watching MMA. He's on his phone the whole time, conferring with Chappelle, walking in and out, making this huge dramatic deal. And I'm trying to keep it light with Luana, like, oh, how much do you think this guy weighs? Oh, what do you think about that guy? Like, who's going to win? The black guy, the white guy? And then on his podcast on Monday, he was like, oh, we had Mark and his wife over. Jesus Christ, he wouldn't shut up. I was like, what? Like, that's not true at all, right? So when I go, I'm not in the room, but you're making this public to 200,000 people because of the time the views were on Netflix. But I was the first moment in retrospect, I'm like, I was almost going to text him a joke about it, but then I decided not to because I felt that it would have been uncomfortable because he makes people uncomfortable for like correcting him. Yeah, the reality was, we did not talk all that. We talked a normal amount, and you were on your phone because he said, "Oh, can we watch the fights?" Because
he's got a narrative.
Yeah, you couldn't watch the fights because me and Luana were talking so much. I'm like, no, you were on your phone. And walking in and out of what the fuck are you talking about? But how did I dismiss that? You know, it's like, oh, people show you who they are immediately. You just look like, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm going to chance that it's you do the same thing 30 times in a row. But you know, so.
Dude, which one is this? I'm sorry, which one is this? I can't. Which one is this one? When he does this? I should know, but we'll be watching it 24,000 times, so we'll catch up.
This is God in the drink.
And when you watch it, it's so funny.
He's like, imagine if God was gay.
Yeah. It's almost better when you can't hear the audio.
Yes, it is.
Like the.
But I used to know Zach by heart, and it's funny because
he's kicking things,
an hour he was
shooting stuff.
Like I would have loved to be a fly on the wall in the editing room.
Dude, he's Pagliacci, man. He's a fucking idiot. Back in here.
Cheese beans. It wasn't go viral, so it's fucked.
They're gonna go viral, man. That's crazy. I don't even remember this part now. I've watched it 1,000 times. My girl's like, go to bed. Oh, there it is. Futo run. It's crazy that you can just land on that. Taquitos, bitch. His poor mother-in-law. Maybe you mentioned that it was nice.
That's what he does to people. And like, she's the sweetest. I'm like, you're hot. You're like, you look like this, guilt goddess, like, but she's been reduced to this, like,
sees anybody who has even a hint of Mexican heritage.
He has, his ability to convey anything with nuance or originality. This is an entire special. Like everything's wrong with it, how fat he is. Like when she like, maybe I should lose 20 pounds before I shoot a special. When also his agents at CIA were like, don't shoot the special. He's had the phone too. I swear to God, he was like, man, my agents think that I've been doing this material for so long. Okay, cool. You can tell the same shitty I've had set for 10 years as many comics do, right?
Yeah.
That just means it's got better.
Yeah.
It's not good enough. Maybe listen.
Wait, who said it's not good enough?
His agents.
It's your own agent. Oh, and
like not quite ready. Yeah, they were more different.
That's crazy that he was part of that. I mean, I guess he was, and he's big, so it makes sense. But
yeah,
it's just funny that CIA, who's the agent that signed him? They picked him. Because that guy should be, or woman should be talked to.
They should be celebrated. But then he made them a lot of money. It's like, he was a cash cow. Like, it's earned a lot of money.
Let me ask you a question about that. Because I know nothing about the business, all right? So he made them a lot of money, and that's enough to be like, all right, good job, even though they're not repping him anymore, I'm assuming.
I don't know what his current representation is.
Yeah.
However, I know some of the numbers. I wouldn't know everything, but like,
what's the blowback is my question. Is there any blowback for Gringo Poppy or the Showtime thing?
That's a good question.
Showtime execs, are they in a gulag somewhere that greenlit this? What's going on?
The main thing that I remember was because cluster B types always have to look outwards to reflect, project. It's this person's fault, right?
Right.
There's no reflection, therefore no accountability, therefore no ability to shift course or change. Even get better. Like for instance, I'm good friends with Chipotle. He looks at his material every single night that it performs and scrutinizes. So that's good. He was under the impression that like his agents weren't doing a good enough job. Like I'm not getting more opportunities because my agents are pitching me for the wrong things. And it's like, well, what do you do? Are you a host? I can't even speak English, And it's seemingly a bridge. It's like if you work for Rob or whatever. And this is funny because I remember the Ariel Hawani beef started because they were like, he said something.
Oh yeah,
everyone hates
me. Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
No.
Oh, sorry. It's like speech music, but don't worry about it.
Oh,
I turned it on. Sorry.
I want speech music, because I'll give a speech.
I thought it was the hawk noise. This one's not. Yeah, that's hawk.
Yeah. He's always convinced. He's like, yeah, I just like getting arguments over like, technically look at my deals. He used the phrase, I eat what I kill, because he didn't want to give a percentage of.
Thanks, Jack.
The stand-up weekends, to the agents, when they just kind of like look at the show that he could have done on his own. So
they have a question for you, Jake, Billy Geeks.
3 to 4 30-milligram caps.
Why would I know the exact answer?
I'm like, you went through that many in this short a time,
Mark, we got some regulars here. We got Janae, Bud Deasy, Man Lehman, and Elizabeth Marson. Just myself laughing.
This is, by the way, your community is by far the most supportive community.
Oh, there you go, guys.
Like versus, I revisited some Revenge of the Sis thing before, because like from years ago when I did the AMA, and I mentioned them, and they were like, "Oh, he knows about us," and they attributed some opinion of like, they were like, "Oh, he's repeating." I'm like, no, that was just the logical conclusion of it was like anybody can have that thought or analysis. They were convinced, and I was like taking their ideas, watching their content, and also I remember being like, because in this episode they were like, "Oh, let's extend it all, Rich. Sure, you're a douche and an idiot, and blah blah." I'm like, do you think I'm the idiot? You guys took this whole clip of me like doing a bit where
because if you watch something where
often as if they're being serious.
Yeah.
Who's the idiot?
Can I be honest with you though? You fucked up. You read the comments. No. Don't ever read the comments. I've never read the comments, but let me just shut up. Two more people. Successfully, this dude goes viral in our Reddit. And so you gotta talk to Margot, go viral in his podcast. Okay, and what's up to Ryan Patreon? Shout out to the Patreon. Thank you, Ryan Hardy. Patreon. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
You should not read comments.
Has he done that? Any girlfriend's cars?
Oh, drug flynn.
I saw that video recently. Because I'm probably going to take it down because it actually affects my fucking job too. You know, that's but whatever.
Wait, what was that?
You know what it was? I was arguing with Luana about the angle, and I was like, you were backing me up into like this wall. She's like, no, we were having a logistical argument about like what position her car was in when she was backing up into me. So I was like, literally debating.
She was gonna run you over with the cars.
You can't. It's hard to see in the video, but she was reversing it.
Oh man,
but the whole thing is taken out of context.
Yeah.
She's acting. She posted it and let people believe that she's Cassie Faye from the P Diddy party. No, you have like shit. Your car was meant to leave for like a. It was a whole day of arguments, and then she has my keys in a lockdown, right? So
she asked you to wear a mask, and you were just doing what you needed to do.
Actually, during COVID, we had so many arguments because she's neurotic. I don't know how you guys feel about Germany, but the Canadian divide, just on personality, trait level is like super low neuroticism. Something falls in the ground. I'm not scared about things I don't agree. And I don't falter because the media made it seem like COVID was the most dangerous thing. But if I went to work out of the park, she'd like, sanitize my whole body. It was like, okay, COVID. She was just very concerned, but not like being me. I go, shut the fuck up. It's not a big deal. And she's like, no, it's life and death. And so we had all these conflicts already over like COVID. And like, how to properly clean yourself.
Me and Gerardo never had that issue because we both are deep into methylene blue. We both done double placebo blind tests. You better drink that scorpion venom now.
Let's fucking
put that in that fucking thing.
I like how Ryan has this gradually regained power in this dynamic. Yeah. You noticed it. Yeah. And now that he's really doesn't give a fuck. Because of the power dynamic, which Brendan exploited for many years when he knew that Ryan couldn't leave no matter how bad he could. And that's also the test of like, if you're somebody who enjoys sadistic survival, you're either a sociopath or a narcissist. I would watch him enjoy like torturing, humiliating Ryan, and I am viscerally uncomfortable with how you're treating this person. I have never been to something like this in a podcast. You take pride in putting this person down and convincing them that what they're doing is boring and unfunny. How was that?
I'm sorry, I can't multitask, but that's why I just wanted to do a poll. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit like Shaw, even more than Gerardo is. But I want to listen to everything you're saying, but I can't multitask. I just did a poll, which is best, doctor's advice, methylene blue, scorpion venom, or double blind placebo brand.
I've got a scorpion venom pills. Literally told the whole job. It's so funny. I want to also make that public because I was looking at my semesters. We had arguments over. So I'm like, hey, after like arguing about what engagement means, we feel like you get up for 3 hours. And at the end of like 11 p.m., I'm like, hey, it's weird. Can I just tell you I've been feeling increasingly disrespected over the past few months? How crazy. And you acknowledge this? Yeah. He's like, how? And I'm like, I literally listed off like 30 fucking things, and I'm like, one of those was, I've now had to hear this joke about how I sent shitty dick pics as the opening of a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Like, job that it rented. You're dealing with a sex addict who's constantly asking you to be the intermediary of arranging sex acts. And it's constant attention and validation. So this is the part of the job that made it 24/7 was he's constantly texting me any baddies. And I have to go to his Instagram and check screenshots and then messages. And then he'd type out instead of, because like, look, I can write some bitches. I can dumb it down. To sound like Brendan. Like I can chat GPT Brendan's voice easily. He says 4 things. He says thinka. Right? Is it a thinka? Thinka. Like it's a Native American term. Oh, thinka. You know, like thinka. Like got me thinking. Yeah, kind of like he says notoriously known. It's like the word notorious implies known. Yeah. He says learning lesson. The term lesson implies learning. Yeah. It's just one of these things where he picked up along the way and it's wrong. And he doesn't realize it. It makes him sound like an idiot when he says it constantly. So I would have to copy and paste these stupid things he would say, then reply to a girl, wait for a response, and reply back. So it was like move the rock over here, move over here, and move over here. So that was the stupidest use of my time ever. Yeah. But I was expecting to do that in order for him to gaslight his wife into thinking he was cheating because I don't even have Instagram on my phone. That time is wrestling work all the time. That was hours a day.
What? Oh, that's not right. That's like English money or something. But thank you.
How much is the Super Bowl commercial bit? Quite a bit so far. Probably like it's coming in. It was like for the session I flew to Madrid. It was like $10,000 for the week. But then the real page was visual, so it'll probably be like $100,000 over the course of a year and a half.
They're counting on me for English money. All right, come on. That was a joke, okay? That was a joke, okay?
Sexually. It's fun, huh?
It's live.
He's fucking ridiculous. People speak about the fact that they say like, no, yes, I do. You know, this is how I think. Take it as, I know it's wrong, take it as a sign of sincerity that I'm not trying to be charismatic. It's like my you know, I'm aware of this tick. I don't care enough to give it up. If you want to give me a speech without Mark, what's the circuit on the cheese? Poor joke writing, I would say. Yeah. As I said before, if Brendan gets a single laugh from a joke, it's cemented as a funny joke in his mind. As involved. And like I said before, there are so many different angles that you could explore with the Mexican culture that could be totally original. I had more material just growing up and working as a substitute teacher in my observations of Latino kids at Latino schools in LA. Yeah, because you go like one day you're working at some private all-girls Jewish school in Beverly Hills. The next day you're in Corona teaching a bunch of Latino kids. And they talk a certain way, right? Yeah. Like the German whatever. Right? Whatever. Like, hey, I fucking love the Gringo Pop whatever. But I love these kids. They always responded well to me, but I was like, even if you just do Mexican teenagers, you have more culture.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he knows nothing. I'm a less than
like, how do you say no mames? Like, this whole thing. I first learned working at Round Table Pizza as a teenager. You know, I hear these Mexican guys go, no mames, don't suck. What is the actual translation? Yeah. Like, dissect that. Yeah. Right. Don't suck dick. Out of nowhere. I'm like, stop sucking dick, Goody. No mames, Goody.
Pinche wey, pendejo.
I won't give it to him. Hilarious, dude. Yes. That just didn't happen. You don't have to be literal, but it's like, well, you're being not funny and not reflective of reality, and you're transgressing.
Yeah,
right. Because some people they're pushed back on me. This is in reality. I go, well, none of it is directed towards himself. It's all directed at other people, and it's like character assassinating other humans. You know, if it's stereotypes rather than exploring what they actually are. That's like their eccentricities.
That made me think of this. Okay, so Gringo Poppy. We originally met. We did the whole thing about gentrifying the language, and that was amazing. I mean, honestly, that is maybe my favorite thing that's ever happened on the show. That was amazing. You did that. That was really good, and you deserve credit for that.
No, because I was mostly colonized. Yeah. You just can't use the word like you can't put that together to work.
That's very funny.
You say colonized here, so.
Yeah, both of you then. It's a very astute observation.
Did you ever see the Crystal Days special? I fucking took 8 before I came. Oh shit! What were you? Did you ever see the Crystal Days special? The one that he dropped? Not recently. I saw this hour where he talked about being canceled when he first came back. Okay. And I'm gonna give it to Chris. Like again, I wish you all. When I saw that hour in person, I was like, he crushed it, and I was like, that's a great special. Yeah. I don't know how trans is. I didn't watch it on video because I've seen it. He has a bit where his dad's all depressed and stuff, and then he goes, oh, no, the latest one. I didn't watch that. And then he goes, I did that.
And he's slamming his chest. Yeah. But okay, my question is, the thing I thought of was, that's a whole sentence.
Okay, got me his comeback special.
Yeah. So what made me think of this. So we talked about the Gringo Poppy. That's an assault on Mexican heritage and culture. Yeah. It would be much worse, and don't conduce yourself here, fellas, Asian pop.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What if he did something like that? That would just be, wouldn't that be more racist?
Yeah, I'll cut that part out.
Alright, we don't need to go into this.
It's a world for him to do stupid stereotypes.
Yeah. He did a little bit of that.
I never saw his first special. Because you meet someone, and they're like, look, I had a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project the absolute worst interpretation of what I look like on my personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get that I'm like, and I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, you know? Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever. Sure. I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan does.
We all have flaws, maybe.
Yeah. Like, no, I'll come to everything. I'll steel man your argument. And I'm a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking accept context. So, I don't know too much more.
I want you to see this question. Mark should start a podcast about feature comedy / podcast culture. No one even semi-inward into orbit is funny. Yeah.
I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, because it's like a trend for podcasters. Is like everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Art Shaker's special.
Yeah, we like Art.
Yeah, Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
I like Mark Norman a lot. Since I didn't I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hate on Mark, but he's not for me. Yeah. I understand he's a comedian. He's a burglar, a tactician, but he's
kind of like a classic late night comedian, right?
Yeah.
His jokes, so I appreciate the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time, his web series, he's incredible.
Right.
He can give these.
You know what else is quick? Those stage 4 cancers. It's also you die right away from that.
Dude, that was. You were right there. That was more level. He said silver hack. That was one of my funniest.
Yeah, I mean, those are great clips. I'm not, listen, Mark, and in no way am I saying I'm funny or better, obviously. Yeah. He's a great, he's a very good, I like his stand-up, but I just don't, I don't enjoy it at all. Yeah. In any place.
And I also think that people don't realize, I look at comedy like genres, it's like, do you not like this song or do you not like country, you know?
Country. That's a good way of putting it.
In all comedy comedians are different styles and genres. So,
I find Mark Norman unlaughable and trite. That's what Jeff Dye said. So Jeff Dye is the worst ever. But so Mark Norman,
I'm like Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I can see he was nice to me in person, so I feel very bad about saying that.
He's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who checks up on me.
Yeah.
I miss somebody who meet up with me. So
Yes. I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give him credit for, like, before I said anything about his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people. And it was funny watching the Martin Mayor. Sorry, I got this fucking acid reflux. I was watching this Martin Mayor beef with him. And Jeff Dye's crime was like calling out the fact that Martin Mayor is an asshole. And people. Well, I was like, wait,
It helps him in the end.
huh?
Like, well, this whole thing, like, Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye. That whole thing, it's like now people talking about Jeff. He can go on the podcast. He has something to talk about.
I empathize with Jeff because I was like, Mark Mayer is mocking me. Like, oh, did your feelings get hurt? And Jeff's like, yeah, that's the whole point. My feelings got hurt. That the guy Jeff Dye, where he's like, how do you have to admit it's a big hurt my feelings? It's not a big deal, you know?
Okay, here's my thing. If we're going to talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this.
Yeah.
If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you, like, why is that a thing? Maybe you want to do some deep reflection. That's what I would say.
I consider him, he's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those, the Hodge twins who are like conservative black guys, I guess they do comedy shows. And I've watched them.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
They're funny, but like, I consider Jeff
Option 1.
Shitty stage higher for anyone.
Option 2.
If you cater to a right-wing audience,
Meet my nice Joe Scouts section logo Option 3.
Say Street Fighter to 30 years ago.
And he was like, oh, Paige Van Zandt is, she's got a kid's out.
Option 1.
Shitty stage higher for anyone.
Option 2.
I was like, hey, Jeff, you're seeing a real Christian conservative.
Option 1.
Yes, not anyone purposeful individual.
Option 2.
It's a podcast. I'm seeing him up to the fight response. Sure, to justify himself.
Option 1.
So that tends to correlate
Option
with,
2.
kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft moral, but in Jeff's case, Jeff's lighthearted anti-trans stuff. Just right, it's right in flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, that's your audience, you know, sure. But part of that is going to be like women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women.
I don't know. It's less that, like, I'm kind of being funny, but, like, even with that, he's just not funny. Like, he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism, is that the stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke where, like, fill me in on, you say, like, his issues with women? Sure. Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube, he did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny. Yeah, like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all, like, network. It was very, like, industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll give credit. He did say something. What's that? They think they are funny, but dude, would you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny? Crazy. You know, I mean, I know I'm acting insane here. Like, these women actually did make me laugh. Yeah. And I just don't know. He's like, was one of them Whitney Gunn? Because that's a crime. If it was for Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No, allegedly. Stop. We should have. I'm sorry. We shouldn't.
Jeff Dye is a super nice guy. You know, like I stand by that. Because I also, where he's leaning into as far as the anti-woman stuff, I'm very sensitive to guys who have like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff Dye's not one.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
He might hang out in comedy. It's like, oh, this kid's laugh, or he has all sisters. He grew up with like a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast.
And I think he feels like more comfortable talking about women. Kind of have, it's like, yeah,
vibe I get, but we don't need to have to exact with that.
It sucks, but I have like a medical condition in Rice, but I'm getting it checked out. So,
Well, you got a problem with the human body? Get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name? Balloon fart. That's one of our big fans.
Oh, yeah. Hating women is to male comics with pussy is to yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. And it is a little bit lame. But how do we, because I was shitting on Norman. That's how we got there. I mean,
You're Cody and Gerardo are yes. If you're gay, you're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ 27, good to see you in the chat.
There's so much angel dresses like it makes the wrong way, that is true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, like I literally just go, what's that I'm gonna sweat the beast in today? Yes, it's a trigger.
Do you ever go out of the country with Scott?
To Canada, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Because we were asking about maybe pay earlier. I remember he did 2 shows.
Yeah.
In Calgary, like $40,000.
What?
Which was maybe because it was like this nightclub that he packed it out. You know, so the thing is like, Shaw was Drolby at some point that drastically fell off because I think people would give you a chance based on celebrity.
Yeah.
But then if you don't evolve, they'll come see you twice. But according to this year, what are your favorites?
Favorite comedian?
Kevin Nealon.
Right, yeah, Kevin Nealon's great. Bargatze's great. Big Sports is great.
So you assume if I see this person once a year at a theater, they're going to have a new album.
Yeah.
Or whatever, at least new. If you watch the guy get shittier over time, when you're already spotting him, like going, oh, yeah, this guy is from another arena, we'll give him some credit. They're like, oh, yeah, that's good for a guy who's just fighting people. But then you don't evolve. Are you going to go back the third time?
No. Yeah, that's the constant criticism of McNary.
So BJL could easily be a Wally Productions. All the guys were running the block for himself. That's what we got. I definitely missed the boat with a lot of things. I should have started hitting the steroids heavy in, my early 20s and became a fucking WWE guy. Because now I'm doing like commercial run playing progressors and fucking done that.
Oh, yeah, dude. I text you about that. You're on a run, man. It's awesome.
It's been fun, yeah.
Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, did we just have statues?
Which one?
The statues commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. What, is it fun? That is a fun. Is it right? Is it how you do it?
Love commercial acting. It's like, some of the days, the first launch commercial I did where I played Macho Man, we shot in Canada before the Super Bowl, and they hired me for the Super Bowl after this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed and like, but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs. And I work so many different shitty jobs. Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, and I'm standing and it's cold outside, and each line is commercial for me perfect. So it's like that 30 seconds does take the whole day because every single second of it has to be perfect. I'm like the cinematographer, this thing had or whatever. So, but I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot, managing mine.
Lots of things the other day. There used to be a fridge and think, I fucking lived off these. I would have like 6 fucking day,
That's crazy.
Running on no sleep, fucking, batty wrangling all night and then waking up.
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna just do that without me.
Yeah, do nicotine pouches. Yeah. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch, but I don't really do nicotine, but it's kind of nice. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he loves it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was worried about getting nauseous because I'm like sensitive to it. So, people say, oh, here, take this. It's like, Sean was taking like 18 really at the time. That shit would make me nauseous. Yes, but if I take 2 back to back, I start hiccuping like crazy.
When you get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, thinking it about myself, is that I get like 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, Mark's on TV. Discord, Reddit, they
So
post
it's
you.
my breath is winning Cooney's nose. I mean, yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink?
Or just that bad breath.
Listen,
That's a third dose. If I find out you have bad breath, I'm like, oh, shit, no.
I don't know our lactose.
And Cooney won't volunteer this information, but he broke both of his wrists playing basketball once.
Oh, yeah. Do you see the scars? See the scars? Yes. Surgical scars.
He got crossed up.
Yeah.
I guess he crossed him up.
Helen Iverson?
Check this out, though. I was pulling plants the other day, and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it? Like that. See how this is kind of swollen up still? Right? No, Mark just said, yeah. Shut up, Gerard. See how it's like way bigger than the other one? Yes. Yes. You don't see it? Yes. So, I think what happens is it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Or like a cyst or something.
You're enabling him, Mark.
I got an orthopedist appointment.
It's got to be something.
All right, but I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's going to need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, he was like, "Well, go live. Listen, Cooney." No, all right. I didn't mean to do that actually. Let's just forget that I did that.
The actual is for special. And when I found out that Brendan added a stereotypical Asian voice to a handsome, professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, no one ever teach you that it's bad to be racist.
Hold on. All right, so Mark, this is my best friend back home, Oakland, Boucher. He's asking you a question.
Does Mark have any insight on Barn Door's fake BJJ black belt? Is that what it's more called for here?
Oh, yeah, he's obsessed.
I believe all the stories about him faking it, that is something Ryan would do because he fakes everything. Like, I can think of 10 different things where it's like, he wanted something, he's like, I want more followers, I buy them. I want more views, I'll bring them up, I buy them. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what the real experts consider black belt. But his story was like he didn't have it, and his son was like, "Well, where's your black belt?" It's technically, to me, it doesn't really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting people all the time, and it's like, oh, but he's only a brown belt. Like Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted.
Yeah, it's like a big
so many dudes with crazy submissions that like technically he's a brown belt, but it's like he's the best to do it. Like to incorporate BJJ into MMA. So
any belt is impressive to me. We're except for podcasting for black belts.
Yeah, I think like I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of his lack of coordination. And speed. He doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but he just got like Elliot Chaporia.
Yes.
Like so, watch him. His boxing is so crisp and precise. And then we watch Brendan strike. Like he looks like I wouldn't want to get caught with one of his haymakers. But it's sloppy. Yeah, he's a sloppy striker.
Yeah. I wonder if you were going to stick on belts, like what kind of belts, like English language for Brendan, probably white belt. Acting ability, probably a white belt. Well, actually, I want to ask you a question.
White belt for sure.
With sticking on the ear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like what guys were doing is like they cut off their ear, right? Is that what it was?
He took his off his side of the RFK. Fuck, that's accurate.
Really?
You don't want to go. If you're looking at it, we have our heart like you do. Oh, guys, get out of here.
We should do that
like a retarded.
I'm going to mess up my ear for the fight. But you don't think he did flyers?
Very accurate, too.
I'm sorry, what did they roast you on?
77 pages. Oh, you're saying RFK, which is accurate. Okay. I love accurate roast. Like, I was talking about roaches. But they're also saying, Mama Black Belt's okay. People take it too far. You're just like, you're literally just trying to be mean, but it's out of touch with reality. If you roast me accurately, I will laugh along with you. Okay?
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels, so don't believe everything they say.
I got
normal teeth, big gums, ball, and
It's like, how many things are you going to say? Do you think I don't know how I look, motherfucker? Like,
Somebody said that he broke his wrist coughing.
how ballpark? How much Bob will lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I got fired from running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months. It was posting every day. I came up with a strategy that they hated, but I'm like, this works. Which was, I came up with a little lingo where, like, let's say, like, Tiger Burger, that's like, he hated when I did this shit. I took up this second IG account and started talking to the haters in subreddit language. And it was like, oh, notice how this post has 4,000 comments now? Yeah. Because I'm trolling these people?
Yeah.
And then also making it indistinguishable between, if everyone's using this language, then nobody knows who's a hater. We're all using it. He got so freaked out, though, because I shot first and asked permission later. I didn't tell him I was going to do this, but I'm like, clearly, if you're a rational person, you go, did you notice how this post got 10 times more engagement? Yeah. On a page that's leaking followers every day? Oh, would you want to stick with exactly what you're doing? Cool. Okay, great. So, the same thing with Tiger Thick, where I was like, I came up with just catchphrases and things, and immediately was like, I'm like, this is working, because you don't know how social media engagement works. We're like, what drives engagement when we have no money is like making a community and interacting and being unpredictable, whatever. The big one is all my investors, it's me and him. Oh, yeah. Just being like, I don't like this. But he'd be like, oh, the team or the investors don't want it. I'm like, yeah, you're just a pussy. Because he was like his dread team.
It truly is like a child's empire.
What's the Rock's tequila?
The Rock has tequila in it now.
Yes, no, it's like you want to base the market.
It's called Moana or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, cool, give me $20,000 for a photo shoot.
If it was Thomas,
It's like,
I mean, Hollywood is fucked up at that point. Like, they're naming a Disney movie the tequila brand. We gotta shut this thing down until we can figure out what's going on.
That's actually Sean Logic. So remember he thought that Dana White stole fucking Friday or fucking Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he goes, Dana stole my fucking idea for this thing. I'm like, you said it 1 week and Brett didn't. Dana's been doing the show for the past 3 years. Yeah. And then you convinced yourself that he stole like the Trump to make a show out of it. It was crazy. Yeah. You just can't say anything. You're like, yeah, for sure. Dana's stealing your ideas.
I mean, podcasting is a dangerous thing. My wrist isn't working. You have hiccups. Gerardo's. But dude, honestly, you know who else had hiccups? Fucking George Carlson. Calm down, he's one of the greatest ever.
Yeah. What's funny is the only way to fix this is to throw up.
We got you covered there. The throw up thing that we do on the pod.
Drink a rain and go throw up.
If you want the most famous person on Mark's phone contacts, I don't know a guy named Antonio Banderas.
Oh, shit, dude.
I'm gonna put the hot noise for that. Antonio Banderas.
He was super cool. From the commercial FaceTime. I was a huge fan, and I was like, hey, dude, first of all, he was super gracious and complimentary, and super like amazing to work with. He's so cool. Then I was like, hey, I have a little favor. Yeah. In full Macho Man Randy Savage commentary. FaceTiming the one, I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? You know, if it's good, guess who's here? And she was like, so it's so nice of you. I like that. That shit? Yeah. He's a very cool guy.
Desperado. How would a shop say Antonio Banderas?
That's a good question. He was fucking up somehow.
Banderas.
Yeah. Antonio Banderas. Let's drop a syllable. Banderos.
Banderas is good. He was in that, the last movie that I saw that he was in was that movie Baby Girl, which kind of sounds like something that Shop would say.
His performance was amazing.
Yeah, that movie, I really liked that movie a lot.
And I was like, kind of like doing some of the shit like
oh, yeah.
Great. His performance
Never
seen
seen it.
Emotional.
Oh, we got some more English.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to, I want to chat.
No, yeah, reading you can also
chat.
Snapchat, if I'm saying that wrong, pronunciations, but
I'm a habit that runs up everything and becomes a drug addict. It's always very big.
No, it's English money.
Okay, so I'm curious too. What should we speculate on this? Like, You know, it's the slow train wreck. Yeah, because he's impervious to like. And by the way, me coming out to like talk shit about him or like my work experience there, that was not an attempt to like cancel him. That was an attempt to preempt the fact that I knew he was going to go into spear camping. Yes, which he did probably. But like I just seen him do a bunch of other things. So it's hard to like, you can't ruin his career. He's too established to be like, you know, I mean, if Chris D'Elia can sell out fucking theaters, like, after that controversy, like, there's no controversy that would like end Chop. But the trickle of like the trickle down is the funny part to me. Yeah. At what speed is this declining to? But it is not doing stand-up because it's still tickets, more right material. Yeah. Because that requires honesty and self-reflection.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good, that's really not, it's hard for a lot of the Roganverse to do that, I think, the honesty and self-reflection.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, I mean, I don't know, because I've never had a ton of money, but it may get harder as you, like, if you're able to just go buy a Rolex and fall asleep during the day, it might be harder to do self-reflection.
So, as a comic, because I consider comics under this umbrella of, like, you didn't get into comedy to be a millionaire. You're like, if that happens, great, right? But I presume that if you start out by doing open mics and working your way up, it's because you have a love for this art form, right? That supersedes any materialistic pursuits. You're like, yeah, it's an outgrowth of that, great. But Brendan had this mentality of materialism kind of validating his craft. It's like, well, I have a Ferrari, therefore I'm good at selling it. It's like, not really. Versus a guy, and I just think of him because he's a very close friend. Chappelle Lacey has an artist mentality. You know, like Chappelle Lacey couldn't give a fuck about any clothes, cars, whatever. He could live like a hermit. He cares about his stand-up.
With me, I have a very quick set, like a set of rules I live by. Okay, first of all, always diet starts with food. Second, all right, I'm up at 4:36 every morning. Before my nose. Then, yeah, exactly. I took that from him, but you got to put the extra picture of the alarm clock. Yeah, and then also like I never read the comments. No matter what happens, I've never seen anything. I like, what is this, Justin Lang? Never heard of him. Don't know who he is.
I've heard of Justin Lang.
Hey, I've never in a million years. Oh, we got to
Antonio Banderas, Antoine Jameson.
Antoine Jameson. That's a good one. See, you're thinking like a writer. That's the thing I like about some writers expected.
It's almost like I read about the John Africa thing. So many of the shoppisms I've seen, and I had no idea where they stem from. And like years later,
Anthony Hardaway. Sorry,
I would talk about that. Like John Africa is one of them. Where I'm like, oh, he said John Africa.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He said that. Oh my God, what the fuck?
John Africa, Mike Tyson.
John Africa.
Imagine Mike, not to insult Mike Tyson's intelligence, but he's the one correcting.
I think Mike Tyson is very intelligent. Seriously.
I don't know. I mean,
I think like he's so compelling.
Barry is human. Okay, you guys know more than I do about him.
It came out in 2008. I actually saw it in theaters. Yeah. And I brought my girlfriend who wasn't really familiar with his fighting. Getting to see somebody who's never seen Tyson fight, watch his highlights. It's jaw-dropping to me. Someone who's never seen Tyson fight. Like, look at this guy beat the shit out of him. In a way that humanity has never even seen. Now, he's also had this transition into becoming this extremely thoughtful, like I would consider him philosophical. Like, he reflects and he thinks, and he's just sincere and authentic at all times. And I think, that's what Brendan presents. Because Brendan, he gets insight. And because also, show, like Tyson used to do this show in Vegas, like a one-man show. It was basically comedy. Like, that's what Brendan should have done. I was always like, why don't you talk about the UFC? He's like, no, I don't want to, like, major mistake. Well, it's fine. I get it, it's like, we'll do this thing where, like, what I want to talk about, obviously, like, that is actually your best bet. To at least make one special where you're involved with it. But, Mike Tyson's show is funny as fuck.
Oh, did you go to it, or was
I
that
saw clips of it. I was like, oh, he's good. You know, it's well written. It's like a presentation, but it's very successful.
great entertainer?
That's hilarious. I think part of Brendan's resentment is that, and the fact that he's, like, at all times, for better or for worse, he's authentic. If he fucks up a word or says something silly, it's like, he's just authentic. And doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very fun to watch. What I used to do with my buddies is, like, we'd be hungover in college and we'd watch Tyson highlights of him just destroying somebody in 30 seconds. Oh, same with Fedor. We did the same.
Oh, yeah. And I recently got, like, this person, he told me, who's your favorite, like, when I got into fighting, and I kind of only, Conor McGregor got me back into fighting in 2015 watching pay-per-views. And I asked somebody, who's your favorite fighter? They're like, Fedor. I'm like, who's that? Because he wasn't in the UFC. Then you start watching his fights, you're like, holy shit, this guy's great.
Yeah, he's the best. Somebody sent me a clip of Fedor interview with Luke Thomas. Have you ever seen that? It's hilarious because it's like, Luke's like, what's your favorite book? And Fedor said something in Russian, and his translator is like, he only reads Russian. He's like, what's your favorite movie? He's like, he only reads that. You would not know that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I think Tyson's really open-minded. I don't think Tyson hates anything. Yeah. I swear to God, because, like, that's part of his journey. Like, you can just tell I don't think he holds animosity towards anybody. I think he's completely evolved as a human being.
My favorite fighter is that he's white. Fuck you, Mark.
He had a great comment. He said,
he was like, if he thought he'd fuck up Mike Tyson, I think Mike Tyson today could knock out Chop easily.
oh, yeah. Without question.
Talking like Mark's sounding like he's having a stroke. Yeah, so what if I am, bitch? So the fuck? Act like you had a stroke before.
You do a few hawk noises.
Yeah.
We were talking about, one thing we constantly talk about on the pod, because we have to address it, is the violence in my DNA.
Check out when the segment is over. Holy shit, it's boring.
Hey, what are you doing right now, dude? What are you doing? You're watching. I don't know which one that was. You're doing a little bit reading of comments. That's a dog noise. Just kidding. What do we got here?
Sean disrespected Tyson. He did. Sean disrespected him for no reason. And just kind of acted like he was an idiot. He was like, look, so he was on a no-carb diet. They were back to who gives a fuck? Mark, how has Chin not had a mental breakdown? I do believe that I think about Chin a lot. First of all, he's so much stupider than I ever imagined. Like, he doesn't know that Australia isn't in Europe. He couldn't name any countries. And he goes, Australia? He thought that Australia was in Europe.
It's a hilarious first guess.
It's a second grade, that's insulting to second graders. That's a preschool level answer, right? Sean has a bunch of issues with Shin involving what he doesn't do. He works like 3 days a week and doesn't really offer anything creative. He doesn't think that's a box. However, Korean culture.
There's a good one. I don't know if you know the bit, but there's a bit, and it's not really a bit because it's just true. Everything that Gerardo owns is kind of small. It started off with the fridge because he had a guy deliver the fridge, and the guy was like laughing to himself. And Gerardo's like, "Hey, what do you think's funny?" And he goes, "I used to have a small fridge." Oh fuck! So it is small. But then he kept doing other things that were a little small, right? Like I'm like, a single guy living by yourself, dude. What the? It was fine, and we would never have known about it had Gerardo not made a big deal about how mad he was at this guy. Like Gerardo was mad that this guy said that he has a small fridge, and it is small. So we're trying to deal with his anger.
Here's the thing, Mark. He came to do one thing and one thing only, okay? See that botched paint job in the corner up there? Yeah, thank you, dude. He had to go paint that up there, right? And then I'm like, do you need me to clear it? So like, I'm over here. I'm like, do you need me to clear anything out? And I turned to him and he's staring at my fridge and he goes, with the, with the cabrón accent type shit. He was like, oh, you got the small footage. You got to see this? This is Gerardo's deodorant. This is too small for deodorant, okay? What are you supposed to put this? I got some hard things, dude.
Eat Margo's fridge. Yes, I did. Don't touch the train.
Later, puto! What a fucking idiot.
Mark, we got the back of Gelato's fridge so that you can't shut the point.
I don't need one right now, but we also have Diet Cokes. And then if you do want food, you can also at any time.
Diet Coke make you nuts, dude.
Yeah, I will drink a Diet Coke soon.
Everything I'm going to just try to throw up later so I don't have to keep picking.
Is this your coffee drink? I wanted to know. I got you an Americano because that's what we drink. But do you drink Americanos? Yeah. Not even like literally, but is that what you drink?
Mexicano. Come on, bro. Made in America.
I love them, dude. That's I share that with Leah. Her love of coffee.
Imagine being like, I'm a white guy, and I was going to make a special about how Mexican people suck.
It's a crazy movie. It's like, it's a very funny movie.
It's crazy. This sounds fucking stupid.
We also have
Mark used the Golden Girls theme song, please. Thank you for being a friend.
Have you ever got a Portos?
No, what is it?
It's a chain here. There's a bunch of different Portos. You're not a baked goods guy, right? Are you a baked goods guy? Because like Portos is a famous chain here. It's a Cuban bakery. Very it's like not expensive. You can go yeah, I mean, I wish they sponsor. I love this place. I think it's a great.
I will try some of it.
They got potato balls there. It's a great spot. Can you imagine? We need to get a sponsor soon.
Mark, do you think Brendan offered shit anything monetarily from the move to Austin? I do not. Soon I've thought about it. I think he offered him zero. Whereas, when you work for a corporation, people will just be like, oh, here's $15,000 for your move. There's no fucking way that Brendan offered any money.
So he wait. I'm sorry. Did you say he moved on his own? He didn't have to pay.
That's my assumption.
That's great.
He almost said
he didn't have a place to live.
He would justify it as like, well, I pay you off $100,000 a year to work 3 days a week.
That's just nobody does that. He's like he's alone in that. They're like, you move and I don't give you any money because it's like
Mark, he looks like Lil Nas X on steroids. Do I look like a gay black dude? Is that what Lil Nas X is? I forget.
Yeah.
Mark, did Akash help Papa with your puppy? Well, no, I remember meeting Akash. I thought he was super cool. We had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing about helping
scoop up the bag. I was scoop up the bag. That's what Schultz and Akash say. Scoop up the bag. Get it up the road. Get it 10 toes down. I hope you're 10 toes down. Plus, if you guys got along. Because if you weren't, I mean, they would just fuck me.
I want a little bit of flavor, but that's how we do that. Because Schultz seems very arrogant to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm turned off by now.
Like the most conversation.
Seemed less so. Of course, I don't know. In the context of that show, different than how I perceive it.
Bud Deasy, Bud Deasy is one of our big fans there. He's a great guy. Never met him. He says, will you tell the Red Bat story? Red Bat?
I assume you mean Red Bar.
Oh, you spelled wrong, Bud Deasy? All right, well, you're a guy.
It is not documented. They're like, you want to come on the show? I wasn't even planning. That's the thing. It's like, again, to address Brendan recently on Patreon. I don't know about this because Unique made a video. He called me obsessed with him. If he like his employees, he goes, yeah, he's obsessed with me. He has some beer. And he goes, bad bar, because he had no skills. I was like, oh, that's the third fake reason for firing me. Yeah. As I was editing 6 clips in a night, but I have no skills. The Red Bar story, not much more to it than they just reached out. So, had people not wanted to have me on the show, it's not like I was going, I need to expose this story. People were reaching reaching out to me going, do you want to come on my podcast? And I was just like, I guess. And Red Bar, they are so scared of Red Bar that day, and I didn't know a ton about it because it was just one of these things where it's like, oh, stay away from Red Bar. It's like the forbidden closet.
Who tells you that when you start? Is that in the orientation?
Access is fine. Like, they knew of Red Bar, and it was like, kind of like the Reddit. It's like, stay away from Reddit.
Don't look at the Reddit.
But I mean, to me, Red Bar, you're finding those good content.
I know it. So with that, that's kind of funny to me because that makes me think like I was joking there, but an orientation of some kind where you start at Thick Boy Nation and they're like, here are the few things. Thanks for joining the team. It's like, here's a donut. It's like drips on your shirt. Got you. Here, I'm going to get paid.
Watch out for the different donuts. Nothing they say is true. But Red Bar was treated like the boogeyman. Yeah. I swear to God, I've never got that. I'm like,
can't even say it's
why are you guys so scared of this?
like Voldemort.
Yeah. Really? No, it's written out.
Okay.
It was like,
because we used to be like that too. Oh yeah. We love Red Bar. I mean, it's hilarious, and he's a controversial figure. But when we first started, we were just like, maybe we shouldn't even say anything.
What's funny is his fans have been really cool. Like that's one of the more supportive communities of people where I came on and a lot of people were like, oh, he was trolling me the whole time. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. What his intentions were. Mike, I know he probably wanted a little more out of me. He was trying to press the conversation, but he's being a good broadcaster. It's like Howard Stern is trying to press you to say the most controversial thing. I get that's his imperative. I didn't feel blocked or politically. But
you're in on the bit, or you're enjoying it.
Because he was like, had that FaceTime. He was like, going like, oh, this is Florida, by the way.
Great one, never mattered. Oh, yeah.
He was holding on FaceTime, and people were like, oh, didn't you see a Red Bar was trolling you? I'm like, I don't know. If he was, I didn't care.
It would be an insult almost if he didn't troll you a little bit, right? Like, who doesn't he troll?
Yeah, when he was saying complimentary things to me, I'm like, I don't know any reason to doubt he hates me. I don't know any reason to doubt that he's being sincere. Because it was just like, yeah, I used to talk shit about you, and then I kind of changed my mind. I'm like, that's okay.
Is he ever sincere? I'm not sure sincere is a part of his, thought of being. He's not
to me, and this is how I feel about it. Even where you could go from because he did make fun of me on the show. And again, if you don't know the context or you're comparing me to Brendan Schaub.
There he is. How are you, Zoo?
There are certain things that I do that are sarcastic or tongue-in-cheek that might.
Zoo, how you living, Pam? Zoo, remember that time I asked you how you're doing? And then you were just silent? Pepperidge Farm remembers. What up, big dog?
I figured out something.
What'd you figure out, big man?
The girl that was at the gangbang claimed she's autistic. I think that's where I called the autism.
Nope. That's incorrect. That's incorrect, dude. That's where you potentially were contaminated with super autism. Potentially contaminated with super autism.
Yeah, that's where I caught it. Right. So I have a feeling I gotta infect. I feel like if you infect people, autism's an STI, and you just gotta infect people with it, and then you're cured.
Like a zombie?
Yeah. So the more sex you have, the less autism you have.
Did you go back to that place today?
What part?
The adult bookstore or whatever.
Adult cinema where I called autism?
The super autism, potentially.
That's what I called autism. I called it at adult cinema.
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, I gotta go back to there But I need to organize a reverse gangbang where it's only women, and then I need to affect them with my autism, and then I'm going to have no autism. The more women I sleep with, the less autism I have. That's how it works.
Okay. Is that going to be your stand-up bit this week? This Monday?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work for you.
Well, I feel like RFK Jr. has that autism. Like, we were fucking the same escorts.
I don't think so. I don't think so. His black book is full of, like, A-list chicks.
RFK Jr.?
Yeah, dude, his black book got out, and it's filled with, like, really popular women in Hollywood and, like, socialites. And his wife, who's Chrissy Hayes or whatever her name is, she basically just goes along with it because she realizes that she married a Kennedy, and that's kind of in the Kennedy tradition to cheat on your spouse. Word, dog. So what's good with you? I don't know about that, but have you been taking your acetaminophen? Why not?
Because I don't know yet.
Okay, so why haven't you been taking your acetaminophen? What are you saying, pimp?
You want me to take acetaminophen, Ritalin, and Tylenol?
No, I want you to not take anything except anti-Tourette's medication.
Well, if I take Tylenol, right, and I want to, the Amish have Amish or Amish? Is it Amish or Amish?
Amish.
The Amish have no autism, so what I want to do is impregnate an Amish girl and give her Tylenol.
Okay, why is that?
Because there's a chance if I do that either they're going to sacrifice the child to the devil, or the child's going to build the next $1 billion AI company.
Okay.
It's a 50-50 coin flip. Either the fucking child has like super autism, or it's just gonna like be non-verbal when hitting his head against the wall. Which I think like it's funnier if he's non-verbal when hitting against the wall, but like it's also beneficial for me if he can build that next $1 billion AI startup.
Okay, why do you want your progeny to suffer?
What?
Why do you want your children to suffer?
I don't want my children to suffer.
Yeah, you do. You want to impregnate some Amish chick and have your child.
Because the Amish have no autism.
Yeah, I understand. Well, couldn't you just take an Amish person and send them to that adult video store and then have them develop super autism?
Develop autism?
Super autism. They don't even get autism. They get super autism.
I do feel like if a modern day man goes and marries an Amish woman, she's gonna have some autism. Like,
yeah, but what about mega autism?
I feel like everyone has some symptom of autism. It's just a cultural like way we brought up, like the things that they're putting on TV babies and all that. Like, all children have, like, that have been born in the last 30, 35 years have socially isolated themselves more than previous generations.
Okay. So, have you ever thought to yourself that you are absolutely obsessed with autism?
No.
Oh, come on, man. How don't you think that? Like, you...
They just diagnosed me. Fuck it is. No one fucking knows what it is. So it's funny.
It's not necessarily funny, but you're obsessed with it.
It's fucked. Well, that's one of the symptoms.
That's one of the symptoms?
Yes. That's special interest.
Okay. So...
I want to make money and my special interest would just be fucking escorts all day. That would be a good fucking special interest to have.
Okay. Well, that's cool. So what else is good? Did you go to the gym today?
Rabbi, have you ever questioned if you had autism yourself?
Never. When I was a kid,
Never?
It was not a thing. No, never. I don't know what it is, but I know I'm like as normal with the amount of people with whom I interact on the internet. I recognize that I'm like the center point of normality. Basically, like, no one is more normal than I am. I've just come to this conclusion. The only thing that I do that's different is I stream my life. That's it. Now, some people may say, well, that's super different, but I counter that by saying, aside from pressing a few buttons on a computer every time, and
Has anyone ever like told you like you should go get diagnosed or said
not in real life?
on here?
Oh, dog, people ask me all the time stuff that is irrelevant. Not in here, not in the Discord. I get people who ask. I get people who ask.
You have tried.
Dude, I do not.
That's what they told me.
No, they didn't.
I said the same thing.
No, they didn't. They didn't tell you that you had Tourette's. I'm the one who told you that you have to go tomorrow to go get diagnosed with it. Once you get diagnosed with it, you won't get diagnosed with it tomorrow. They'll give you a referral to a place in the upcoming month or so where you can get diagnosed with it. Then what's going to happen to you? You're going to be prescribed a Tourette's medication, and then that's going to change your life. And I don't think you recognize how that's going to change your life. But you're no longer going to be like obsessed, God willing, with these subjects that aren't necessarily even relevant, and you're going to have the ability to have normal conversations with people. You're not going to burst out with awkward discussions. You're going to be able to have normal interactions with people. And then I think most of all, it'll just keep your brain focused. So you won't be like your discussion of these. You discuss the same topics every night, and it's fine. But at a certain point, I recognize how it would be unattractive to be with you long term if you were just only in the discussions of like you only discuss the things that you discuss. You need to have more variety. You need to be a more well-rounded person, and you're unable to do that mentally because you are focused on these things, and I get that. But I think that these medications are going to be able to alter your behavior to the point where you are able to focus on other things. And what do I mean by that? A job.
Yeah, man, when people talk about things that just don't interest me, I'm just like, fuck this, I don't want to be here.
I understand. But like, you were trying to find a job for like 10 seconds. And then you've never been able to refocus on that again. Like, if you came in here, like when you did when you were working out, that at least showed some diversity in you. And I'm not trying to be overly critical of you. I'm just saying that, like, every single day, if you came in here 7 days a week, 5 to 7 days, the first thing out of your mouth is some kind of mental health issue. And that isn't healthy.
I'm a Canadian. I all have mental health issues.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Many comedians are just relatively normal individuals who are just talented in.
Yeah. It's funnier if you promote psychiatry and mental health conditions because the fucking mental health industry loves it, and then they put you further in the algorithm because that's the way society is built.
Okay, that's fine too.
Like,
Let's talk.
Rabbi, if you want to go viral right now, the best way to go viral is just talk about mental health issues because the fucking psychiatry and the pharmaceutical companies fucking love that shit. Unfortunately, that's the way the world is. The reason why we're having so much hypnosis of these conditions is because we have so much awareness on social media because these people are promoting it. Like, people just want to see it. And I'm just making fun of the fucking fact. Do I think I have these things? Not really, but do I think it's funny that people don't notice it? Yeah, I think people are stupid. And, like, my humor is me targeting these people.
Okay, Zoo. If that's how you feel, then no one can take that away from you. I understand.
What I want to do is I want to fucking be funny, promote all these things you're doing stand up, fucking flip the switch on the fucking mental health industry. I'm gonna fucking diagnose myself with everything and then put it into stand up, and then they're gonna boost me in the algorithm, and then I'm gonna fucking flip the switch, and then people will see the world how I see it.
Okay, Zoo.
That's how you change the world.
That's fine. Zoo, that's enough mental health discussion. Talk about something else. What else do you want to talk about? Are you gonna apply for any jobs today?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you apply for some jobs?
I'm gonna travel.
Okay, where are you gonna travel?
Melbourne, Sydney. I'm gonna do stand up in Melbourne and Sydney.
Okay. Did you talk with your cousin who is already a stand-up comedian and ask them for advice?
Not yet, but I do got some news. I talked to other people that just do like paid gigs around South Australia, in the scene, and they're just doing paid gigs, like, and they're going to help you get into these paid position roles. Like, it's not much money, but it's like $200, $300 a show.
That's really great, too. Excellent. Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
How was your day?
Next year I'll probably be a paid stand-up comedian. Hey, Miss Aquarius. Next year I'll probably be a paid stand-up comedian. Anyway, I'm going to go.
Okay, doke, Zoo. You're always welcome.
Next year I'll probably make my goal is to make $5,000 to $50,000 thing doing stand up. I know
Okay.
that's not one average.
Okay, so Mr. Chris, I'll be there in just one moment. All right.
All right. I'm ready. I'm go to sleep.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. This guy wants a shadow. No man, my fingers inside. Come on. Come on, man. There we go. Come on, Rabbi.
Not good.
When is the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through
Are you serious?
funny and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can
Wow,
lead to
Miss Aquarius,
lasting love,
we're tied.
deep-spanning friendship, and
Oh,
ultimately
no.
changing
Let's
life
go.
forever.
Hey,
Not anymore.
not
Miss
time.
Aquarius. That's right. Good job. High five.
With me, Francesca Street.
Thank you.
I tried.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Oh, come on.
Free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Dave Ramsey.
And I'm Maggie Freeland.
This is Up and Banner Street.
From the team that brought you Up and
Oh, that's a big score.
all podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests. and
Nope.
true crime
Oh, God.
experts.
It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on. Strike it.
I need a strike here.
Strike
I need a strike here.
Strike.
Are you serious?
Oh, my God. You should knock that down. You got it. Come on. Knock it down. You got it. You got it spare. There you go.
Up and Banner Street is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling Windian.
You got it. Come on, Rabbi.
Comeback time.
How I Met Your Mother.
Yep.
I'm John
Strike.
Bender, and I play Ted Mosby.
Oh, come on.
9 seasons, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas,
Yay.
co-creator of the show, along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're super
Yay.
into
Yay.
theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge, but we'll also use Indian and our relationship to it 20 years later.
I'll take it.
Love, art, and everything in between. It just hit me. Am I in love?
You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Alright, your turn.
Let's go.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all your dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist. So
Question that down there.
But I figured this script
Okay, Rabbi.
realized it, and I start recording every line.
Oh no.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640 for stimulating talk. Coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock on the John Codell Show, we're going to talk to the mayor of Santa Monica, Linda Grading. She has complained about me on social media for what I've said about the state of Santa Monica. So we invited her on the air to talk about the state of Santa Monica.
Give it to me. Oh no.
Let's go now.
We're live on YouTube, live on the iHeartRadio app. Okay, if I told you that there was a 7-Eleven which got robbed, you'd probably say, of course. Is there anything else which gets robbed?
Hey,
Big time.
You go.
That store? No, not at all. If
Yeah.
I told you that the robbery suspect was unable to escape and then barricaded himself, I presume it's him, barricaded himself in the 7-Eleven for hours.
Nope. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. Maybe tomorrow.
The same person who allegedly robbed the 7-Eleven barricaded himself. He's off now. Barricaded himself inside the 7-Eleven.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you're not out of it yet.
And somehow managed to get away. You gotta say, no way.
Yeah.
It's not possible. That's what happened. And I have questions. I have a lot of questions. Now, this 7-Eleven, which is near First Street, Broadway.
No, you got it. Out of the way.
I don't know if it's a scam.
Pardon me.
I don't know if it was a part of the strip mall.
You got it.
Other buildings. That's important. I'll tell
Yeah.
you.
That's big time.
It's okay. You went out. Let's go.
Just after 2 a.m. this morning, so it was going on for a long time. There was a robbery. The employees were able to escape. They called police, but the suspect barricaded himself inside.
Good job. You went out.
How much
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Thank you.
Still some cartons of cigarettes. Maybe there's a couple $100.
All right. Going to bed.
I don't know about the safe. They always say the safe doesn't have a lot of money. But I'm thinking it's a 7-Eleven.
Sweet dreams,
Now,
Miss
see you in the
Aquarius.
morning, okay, guys?
God willing.
The fixation with 7-Eleven, other than it's probably easier to rob than other places. Nonetheless, barricade himself.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
Refused to surrender. That's around 2 a.m. 12 hours later at 2 p.m., SWAT officers made their entrance. I don't know if they used flashbangs or whatever, but they entered the store and they found it empty. But they did look at the storage room. And according to public reports, there were missing ceiling tiles in the storage room, indicating how the suspect likely exited the 7-Eleven. Cool. Okay, so he went into the ceiling. So this is my question, and this goes back to the layout of the 7-Eleven. Is it a standalone? Because we have the video up right now on our YouTube, but I can't see the full building. If it's a standalone, he's obviously not going anywhere. Just in the ceiling. If it's like a strip mall connected to other buildings, I'm thinking like, well, does that really connect? Does that allow you a way to get into the neighboring building? Okay, I can see it now. It's a corner 7-Eleven, so it's not a standalone building. I don't know how he got it, but if he went up into the ceiling,
and waited, and the ceiling was able to make it to the roof, which they're probably not looking.
Yo, how old are you?
There's a helicopter above this. I know there's a helicopter above it.
6, 7.
How old are you?
6, 7.
How old are you?
And so there's no telling at what point in time he went up into the roof. Very slick, guys. I've been watching some movies that's learned some things straight out of the movie, went into the ceiling. They right and just probably just chill. So I'm taking the child down misdirection. He's in the roof. I'm already gone. I'm at the high gone. I'm looking at this on television. I just have to wonder, like, not to blame the police, but I have to wonder what they were looking at or what they were focusing on, because there's no way he should have gotten away. There's no way he should have gotten away unless he walked out with one of the employees. You know, in the rush, the commotion of the employees running and everything, there's only one or two employees. I don't know. It's like, where are you going to go? I mean, he's got the genie, and clearly he was able to get away. We assumed that the ceiling was the ceiling. He could have exited some other way. For all we know, he's in that ceiling right now. He can still be in there. They say that he might have gotten away, but, you know, according to Fox 11, he said it's unclear if the suspect was ever located. No, that means they haven't located him. He's gone. He's in the wind. And my thing is, if you're smart enough to evade police in this way, no, to evade SWAT, he got raptured. Oh, right in the middle of committing the crime, he was forgiven. He was raptured. Oh my gosh. That's a distinct possibility. That's real. Because that is more believable than he being able to outwit and outsmart SWAT. Now, there is a movie coming out starring Channing Tatum called Roofman, where he stars with a criminal who was able to evade the police all throughout the States or wherever he was going, and he finally, before he was caught, obviously, this guy's Brendan Schaub's friend, therefore he's as stupid and narcissistic as Brendan Schaub, and therefore if I'm doing a, you know, like doing a little act out where I'm acting more Jim Rowe douchey, then you're gonna go, oh, this guy's really, you know,
But Indian Man wants to know if, what do you think of Elephant Graveyard?
Oh, yeah, one of our guys.
Amazing, yeah.
I'm sorry for calling you the Indian Man.
Now, Josh,
Yeah,
but you never told us how to say it.
amazing because I like content like that where YouTubers like put instead of doing content. And this is, I consider you guys this too because you do custom songs. I think you put a lot of effort into podcasts and elevate it, you know, to something greater than just two people talking, right? And I think Elephant Graveyard is an example. This guy puts a lot of effort into the artistic output.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he's a legend. I mean,
Yeah.
those two are like, they're like Socrates and Plato or something like that, or we're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Oh, stop it, Alan.
What's Trump about? Over 100K.
God damn.
It's crazy.
Allegedly.
Yeah. That's true.
What did you just say?
I know.
No, it's not.
Years ago, he negotiated 100K because he found out that Jamie on Joe Rogan makes $1 million a year. But it's reasonable. Well, if your boss is making,
That's hilarious.
you know, $100 million a year,
You heard it here.
you can't throw $1 million my way.
I'm going to listen to
Jamie basically in poverty in Austin there.
Yeah, exactly.
$1 million.
What the fuck is Mark talking about? Effort? I don't know what that means. It's us was watching CBS over today.
Thank you, FB. Did you watch the latest, I forget what it's called, the latest Elephant Graveyard that blew everybody away? So funny.
I at least posted it.
Yeah. What was the title for that, chap? I have Graves. I forgot. Put the title in the chat. But yeah, I mean, that guy is just, I really, have you ever done something like that where you sat down and made like an edited thing where you're talking about something?
No, but I would like. a do-enough basic ending, or like here's the main thing that I'm looking at. Like, visuals are great, editor skills to edit and comedy, but like even just the voiceovers he does are very cinematic. So that's what I quote in. I go, I love the cinematic voiceover style that's matching then the visual qualities that are dreamlike. Yeah, the transitions.
I could never edit that shit. That's a Gerardo skill.
He makes great artistic choices. Yeah, for all. It's not literal. It's not like he's when he's voiceovering, he's like directly what's on the screen. So he's making artistic choices. What is the moment to moment visual? So you have to do that, but also have this like kind of poetic narrative for the whole thing.
Top Jimmy, I saw your question. Can you post it again? Because I don't remember what it was.
It's activated.
So Top Jimmy, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Mark says, how do all my Mark in the chat, not Mark here, but or Hank rather, how does Gerardo keep all those kids in the bedroom so quiet? Fuck you guys. They're watching the stream in the restroom right now. All the Patreon ads.
Oh, so I remember now. Top Jimmy said, have you seen all of Callan's movies?
Oh yeah. No, but I've seen him do live stand up.
Like in Cali? Yeah. I've seen him at the store. Yeah. I mean, he's terrible. Yeah, he's the worst ever I've seen him. But like that doesn't mean that he's not also like jazzing level for like. No.
Here's what I look at. I go like his act outs, his like
other
work top. Okay.
He comes out. Do you see that?
Because I'm not objective. Because I like my
you're his friend.
person.
You can't say he's bad.
And I like at least when people use different. Like I appreciate physical comedy or he's doing something. It's like he's making choices.
Yo, how are you? Living the dream, dog. How'd you find out about me? Oh, okay, very cool. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Not much. Just chilling.
How's that been? How has just chilling been?
Been good. Just been gaming a little bit. Played once human.
Okay, how's that? Okay.
And, I was gonna ask you about the Tree of Life.
Okay, from Kabbalah?
Yeah.
All right,
I was going to ask Havens it, but he didn't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best rabbi to ask that to, and the reason why is I'm not yet 40. So Kabbalah is not something that I've been fully versed on. That's something that we normally, as Orthodox Jews, wait till we're 40 years old to be able to study in depth. So I would advise you to seek your local Orthodox rabbi who's at least 40 years old and has had children.
Yeah, there's a couple around here.
Very well.
Probably talk to. I usually talk to Havens.
Okay.
He's Ashkenazi background.
Very well. What else is good in your world? What have you been up to recently?
Well, man, I've just been working and grinding.
And how is it?
Much working, grinding, investing.
Okay.
Staying focused.
All right.
Enjoying some drinks here and there.
All right.
After work.
How's that been?
Good. How you been?
I've been well, thank God. Just one moment. Gotta go to the restroom.
Still dropping links in people's touchdowns.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This was not an accident. This was pure murder. Uncover Season 2. All on board.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Yo, big dog. Apologies. Yeah, I'm still dropping links.
Still dropping links.
Yeah,
Twitch chats.
I'm doing what I can. Yeah, I'm redoing my bots to maybe see if I can improve them. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. How about you? What's new with you?
We're reading.
How's that been?
Reading through the Old Testament lately.
Okay. How have your hobbies been?
Rereading it.
Sure.
My fifth time reading it, but haven't read it in about 2-3 years, so I thought about opening it up again.
There you go.
And do a full read rather than doing like scriptures, and I'm just gonna read the full thing again.
Very well. How have your hobbies been? What have you been doing aside from reading it with your free time?
That's really much it.
Okay.
Hanging with family,
How's that been?
friends. So good.
What's your family been up to?
They're doing good.
Yeah, excellent. Apologies, I'm not more fun. I'm just focused on doing this right now.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Excellent.
Sit down.
Researchers in the Netherlands took a group of people into a 3-day experiment where they had their arms exposed to mosquitoes in a cage. Researchers found those who recently had fear were 44% more attracted to mosquitoes than people who did not.
We got a debate over Genesis.
Also more attractive.
I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you.
It's a positive visualization. Picture this. Your wallet is stuffed to the brim with big, beautiful bills. $1,000 to be yours. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're having an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800.
He said, was that in relation to Israel, or was that in relation to people?
What book of in Genesis?
Yeah.
Well, it's technically the nation of Israel hasn't been fully fully unified, but we are to assume that that is based on Israel today.
Oh, God.
Okay, I was getting up. No, yeah, the camera's following me all around. Look at that. Look at this smart camera. This is AI. It is AI, and that's part of the reason why I mentioned that, because AI cameras are everywhere. You can buy them for your home use, personal use, scene use, however. But this is something that Mark Runner probably is going to hate to hear. But there is a ingenious use of AI in the sense of preventing and identifying brush fires. It started as a small research project that was in San Diego 25 years ago. 25 years ago. That's how long it's been in the works. Now it's run into this powerful network of 1,200 cameras constructed on peaks and hilltops across the state, from north to south. Millions of dollars in state funding and oversight from CAL FIRE. So those are the folks who believe in this and are utilizing this. The cameras are built on towers, observatories, and buildings, and they're part of this system called Alert California. Check this out. Cody's trying to pay the bills. He doesn't need to talk about it.
That's right. I think Jeff Dye is probably better than Callan and stuff. I mean, Jeff Dye is fine.
But totally fair, because it's like, I watched the comedy should just be an instinctual reaction. This just made me laugh or not. That's the only thing.
Right.
Whether you like it or not.
That's the thing, though, because like now when I watch Brandon Schaub, I laugh like almost every time. But I don't laugh. I don't even laugh when Callan does the hawk duck thing, which I love it. Unironically, I love the bit, but it's not like gonna make me laugh. My son, That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. When I see clips of Brian on the podcast, as a friend of his who likes him, it makes me sad.
Charlie Kirk got taken out, man. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Brutal.
it's very sad.
Like, he doesn't understand the basics of comedy or improv or just ending, so it's like,
At a memorial.
sometimes he gets it, like,
Correct.
But it looked pretty strange.
Shoots Callan down way more than he should. Callan is very good as a comedic partner for team people up. Him and Chris D'Elia have great chemistry because he allows Chris D'Elia to make him the victim of the comedy.
Yeah.
And everybody like, wait, that's not fair. As Chris D'Elia roasting him, he knows how to keep it going. Keep it going.
You hit on two things that happen in our show. One is, okay, I'm going to start with Brian and then I'll do the D'Elia thing.
Yeah.
So Brian, when we're watching Brian and Shop, Brian will go into one of his bits, and then, granted, it's not funny. What's it?
Oh, someone says, Mark, does Bob have any incriminating info on you? Fuck no, dude. He has no idea what I have on him. He has no fucking clue. You know that movie, The Dark Knight Rises, when Catwoman, played by what's-her-face, leans into Christian Bale, it's like, there's a storm coming. That's literally what I think of when I, think of what's coming for Shab. I have to keep this under wraps because part of it is my legal case. To put it out on YouTube would be detrimental to my financial bottom line. But it's like, he doesn't even know what's coming, and he's too stupid to realize I have everything, Right. He should. He should. He hired a private investigator to go to Luana's house, and Luana, owned the private investigator. No shit. Well, I mean, she's charming enough to be like, and she knew more about, she knew money. Luana is skilled at manipulating men. So, but also, she played it very, savvy, and I applaud her for that. She was able to get the fact that Brendan Schaub was this guy's employer out of him when you're not supposed to do that. It's private detective. And I have, somewhere on my phone, but I can show the guy's card. I can show the letter he wrote and put to our apartment door, not realizing I was living there at the time, you idiot. Yeah. But he's operating under suppression. And I remember when I called me, he was like, what's this guy doing out there? Did you serve me with some papers or something? And I was like, Luana, no, because I was crazy. I said, go look at what he wrote. He wrote this note, put a number on there. If you're still in the area, so just call him up and stuff. He's a private investigator. He didn't say Shaw. If she talks to him, she knows what he's inventing. Because, are you here because she's like, who do you work for? I said, well, I can't really say. I go, oh, is it Brandon Schaub? And does it have to do with a bouquet of flowers that someone sent to his house and he's blaming it on Mark? And he's like, oh, okay, you know what this is about. And he's like, let me tell you the girl story. One of these girls that he was having a long-term affair with, who's smarter than the rest. She has an MBA, just a more accomplished professional, and just somebody who you shouldn't cross. You fuck around with the wrong girl. A lot of these girls he dates are idiots, but this girl, after he crossed the line with her, having lied to her for the last time, she sends a bouquet of flowers to Joanna, saying, just outing him for having relationships. But the note started off with, this is not Mark. So, it's true, it wasn't Mark. However, they gave them just enough of a thing to go, Joanna, obviously it's Mark because it says this is not Mark. Yeah. And then he invented an entire story whereby I somehow went to his house with a bouquet of flowers and a note and hopped over his bed. It was a whole, I'm like, you have security cam footage. I've been in your house. The whole thing is covered by, 8 different cameras. And he said, those IPs. And you talked to Mark recently. He's like, no, what's up? He came by the house. And he's like, yeah, I had to get the police involved. I'm on the phone with them right now. I'm like, okay. The police, yeah, sounds good, bro. With the security cam footage of a worker from Joanna's favorite florist delivering, you know. Oh, I just wonder how he gassed her on that, because, like, he's like, oh, he probably he haven't done anything with it since, I don't know, the Patriot Act. We still got the second one, that's all we need, right? Yeah, so, I'm just saying, we have that, like, the surveillance on wheels with Waymo. Well, that, there's surveillance in various levels and forms. Hell, you can talk about the whole Google car just going down the street, yeah, mapping for Google Maps and the street level view and everything. You think it's only being used for GPS purposes? It's for entertainment purposes. There's a lot of people who really pose for funny pictures on that. No, it is funny, but whenever you're mapping to that degree, there are alternative and other uses, yeah, for that data and information. And don't you think that law enforcement would like to have all the mapping of everyone's house, and everyone's street, and all everyone's information? I guess we just have to trust they're going to do the right thing, don't we? No, I don't think we have to trust. We say we have no choice in the matter. Oh yeah, that's right. We have to trust. We say it is going on because we know law enforcement already uses the ring camera technology, the neighbor app, and sharing all that information. Where's the rapture at? Is it here yet? Oh, it's here. Come on, rapture. Oh, I actually had some hate mail last night because someone was mad at me that I used the Blondie rapture as opposed to Anita Baker. Because Anita Baker has a song called "The Rapture of Love." Are you mother fathers happy now? Golly, they get mad about the smallest things. It's like, how did you skip over Anita Baker just to get the Blondie? I can tell you that because Blondie clearly says the word rapture by itself. For me to use Anita Baker, I had to use the whole damn phrase of caught up in the rapture of love. I couldn't even isolate it, so it didn't make sense. Y'all happy now? I'm still here. I know, still here. Yeah, my ears are sort of didn't work. We're live. Everybody, iHeartRadio app because we are unraptured now. Mark Runner has news. Here is the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD responded to what may have been a swatting call involving celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay in Bel Air last night. A staffer there told cops there was no shooting and Ramsay was out of the country. President Trump now says he believes Ukraine can win back all territory lost to Russia after he repeatedly called on Kyiv to make concessions to end that war. And a Missouri woman who tried to put Elvis Presley's Graceland estate up for auction will spend nearly 5 years in the big house since it wasn't hers. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s, 20% chance of rain later. Partly cloudy tomorrow, too, with highs from mid-70s at the beaches to 90 in the valleys and 90. This report brought to you by Rapid Radios, and there's a stall on the 10 at the moment. With the 57, it's stuck in the carpool and left lane. That's slowing down from about Kellogg Drive. And you can make your way up the 110 southbound and southbound lane. Just before Exposition, the crash there still has the left lane off, which causes some traffic backed up to about Olympic. And some good news if you're on the 101 going down in Encino, just before Balboa. The crash has been cleared out of the middle lane. Your driver's recovering from Havenhurst. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. The new season of the NFL lives on iHeartRadio. Local stations bring you the action live. Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network. Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app. Search NFL to dive in.
A frost advisory remains in effect for northern Washington and Idaho. In Colorado, up to 14 inches of snow could hit Rocky Mountain National Park. Denver could see over an inch of rain. Several southern states are facing severe thunderstorm threats due to a moving area of low pressure. Parts of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas could see large hail, damaging wind gusts, and even tornado Scattered showers from Cleveland to Chicago down through Kansas City and Little Rock. By midweek, severe thunderstorms will be moving back to the Mississippi Valley and over the plains. Storms are moving toward Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and New York. Some small hail could fall, and winds are picking up. The Storm Prediction Center estimates
He pulled out the fucking camera plugs, you know. He cut the power to the security because otherwise, we'd be like, well, watch the footage. Verify this equation. It was just one of the more hilarious things where I go. This willingness to gaslight his wife and family in the craziest way possible, and then hire an investigator. Yeah. You know, whatever. He doesn't do that. That's why he lost the unique lawsuit. Because it's like, imagine Brendan Jobs, your client, and you have to rely on him to tell you the truth about what's going on. You're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, being a lawyer is like being anything. You gotta be like, we have another one if you want another. I don't know. I bid off that. But go ahead. Dude, this shit is amazing. I just tried it for the first time having a coffee cake from Bordeaux's. Surprising enough. Cinnamon coffee cake. Wow. Listen, I would fuck my way into the room with this.
I'll eat those. Yeah. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's not good. No, that's just the rule.
Hey, if somebody runs a fucking smear campaign against me to try to ruin my life and make me unemployable or lies publicly about the reason he fired me to make it look like he wasn't a fucking idiot for a temper tantrum because I didn't text him back for 2 hours, I can do whatever the fuck I want for the rest of my life. I got enough urine to murder you. This is what the fuck I do. Mariah in it. Brendan's so funny.
Kyle Samuel wants to know, and you probably already answered this before, but how did Schaub handle the drug walk situation?
Freak out and handle it terribly. Like, it's a choose your own adventure where it's like, hey, make the worst decision possible. Yeah, the funny part is always, you know, if I'm tagged in a video of Brendan Chubb's handler, how could I be someone's handler who doesn't listen to any other human?
That's facts.
I could have given the best advice ever. It's like, hey, what you're about to do, like Joe Rogan said, he needs someone to say, what are you going to do? No, don't do that. Yeah, I would say that. They don't do it. You just replace me. Yeah. It's like, how are you going to handle this drug luck situation? Stutter on fucking, you know, like, I went through DMs. Sent a peach emoji to fucking a picture of Andy Letterman's ass. I saw that. Like, and you're like, oh, I would never hit on her. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm laughing at him on this fucking Flagrant podcast for stumbling over his words.
How do you handle the drug walk situation? Obvious. You text Rabbi, they have to kill you. But moving on. Christian L.
Literally, it's like, as ridiculous as that Mark broke into my house story, it's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem out of just being like, yeah, like, we already know you're a cheater. Just admit to it. Just be like, hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I just read the situation.
So, Christian L, we know it's just Chin chatting, and he's only giving $4.99. Does not make very much money.
Yeah.
But he said, let's see, it's probably not good. Oh. He said, Mark, what is Schaub's most redeeming quality? You must have seen something good in the beginning, hoping you answer.
I'm talking about Schaub's positive qualities, but we're still under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies in many stages of a relationship, he is going to be very generous. So, for example, like, the first time I ever traveled with him was to Austin, Texas. I asked him, I should go for my wife. She was like, why the fuck are you going with John? Like, it was actually a birthday. I was like, but I'm like, it felt like it was like, I want to go east. I haven't traveled like that much, like during COVID. Hell, like, one of those is like going with us. So she was like, not okay, we don't. So I was like, oh, so I made a lie. I was like, oh, well, Brendan, I'm done. I told Brendan that. Just being like, the end of the joke, like, oh, it's not going to do it. So I asked, I could be like, so, yeah, no, I can name many things where it's like, he'll be So maybe you could only say 20 times. That's the social strategy for trust, loyalty, and so that in the end, the next year or something.
Yo, what up, Only Solid?
Yo, Rabbi Rothschild.
How you living, pimp?
I'm doing good, dude.
How'd you find out about me, Only Solid?
Joined on Rumble a while back.
Oh yeah, that's right. How you living? Yeah, what's good?
I'm calling you to ask a question.
Go for it, big man.
What is the significance behind the number 33?
Yeah, this is a great question. At its base, it's the number of vertebrae that we have in our spine. So, if you have a body, if you have a,
that has to do with like reincarnation stuff, right?
well, there is an aspect of this, like basically in our coccyx, which some people define the spine as having 33 bones. Other people describe it as having 34 bones. And that last bone in the tail is thought when in the days of Mashiach that will be used to be able to revivify the dead. And that's just tradition. If you know the science behind it, it is something that basically is the strongest bone in our body. I shouldn't say strongest, but the one that decayed the last. So we call it the Luz bone, Luz. And just tradition says that fire can't burn it, water can't dissolve it, no hammer can crush it. That's tradition. Can it be crushed? Yeah, all of those things can. But nevertheless, that's tradition. And then it's taught that Hashem or God will use that bone as the seed from which the body will be reconstructed during the revivification of the dead. So we say it's the last bone in the spine at the coccyx. If you know where that is, it's like your tailbone. And its name comes from Luz. It means almond. It's also a city in the Bible. Basically, that's associated with continuity and immortality.
Interesting.
Yeah, now if you really do decompose a body and count the amount of bones in like vertebrae, again...
I was more thinking, I know the Freemasons do a lot with the number 33.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Freemason as well, and it's used a lot within Masonry. It's the highest level of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It symbolizes illumination. It has a lot to do with geometry as well. So most geometric patterns, at least in a simple form, use like 90 degrees, but 33 degrees is really important because it's actually 33.3333333333 in ad infinitum, but basically like forever. And so you can't ever really get there. You can attempt to, but you're never going to get the whole amount of the number. And basically when you're breaking things up in easy pieces, let's say we have just a piece of bread. It's pretty easy to cut it in half. That's generally like 180 degrees. And then a cross cut to make 90 degrees. But if we have 3 people, then we have to make it 33.33333333. and it's very difficult to do accurately. And basically, like when dealing with these types of numbers, if you have one or two people, it's pretty easy to break something up evenly. 4 people, it is, but 3 people is pretty difficult. And so there's a lot of interest in the fact that when you're separating something into threes, it's actually technically impossible to do accurately.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that with just like fractions in school.
Exactly.
Well, Rabbi Rothschild, that's my question of the day.
Excellent.
I'll see you probably tomorrow. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime, my friend. Great question.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Some workers facing elimination to other departments with some transferred to the Port of LA and the airport. A bookmark CFI News.
Placentia police have arrested the mother of a 2-year-old boy who drowned during a bath last night. And Joe Connell tells KTLA the mother was giving the boy a bath in a plastic storage bin in a walk-in shower, left to get some soap, and when she returned, found her face down.
The mother began CPR, and when she determined that her CPR was ineffective, the mother harmed herself with a sharp object.
Police say Melissa Beisel stayed with the boy for 6 hours without calling for help until a family member found him. She's been arrested on suspicion of involuntary manslaughter and child abuse. ICE is hiring, but it's slow going in SoCal.
Officials with ICE are reportedly spending tens of billions of dollars to try and recruit new members.
Join us and help us catch the worst of the worst.
Jason Litchney of All Star Talent, a recruiting firm, tells the Los Angeles Times the pay for police officers in California is just too good. An entry-level position in Los Angeles pays more than $90,000 without overtime. Law enforcement experts say in many lower-income states outside of California, where officers are paid far less, federal positions are certainly more financially attractive. Abby Trujillo, KFI News.
Home sales have dropped in LA and Orange counties.
That's according to data from the California Association of Realtors. In LA County, home sales were down 16% from July, but up more than 12% from August of last year. In Orange County, home sales were down more than 4% from July, but up about 1.5% from August of last year.
Bill Huber, KFI News. The Secret Service says it dismantled a covert operation that could have been used to take out cell towers in New York City and conduct surveillance of world leaders at the UN General Assembly. U.S. Secret Service Special Agent in charge, Matt McCool, says the operation involved complex devices planted around the New York City metro area.
These devices were concentrated within 35 miles of the global meeting of the United Nations General Assembly, now underway in New York City.
Cybersecurity experts say devices called SIM farms found in empty apartments can control thousands of cell phones at the same time. And the man accused of attempting the assassination of President Trump last year has been convicted. ABC's Alex Mallon reports the jury deliberated about 2 hours before finding Ryan Ruth guilty on all charges.
About 38 witnesses who testified that Ryan came really close to that September 2024 day to killing President Trump on his golf course in West Palm Beach. You know, he was obviously spotted by a Secret Service officer who saw him first in a collection of bushes.
Prosecutors said if he hadn't been spotted, he could have come within 140 feet of Trump. He represented himself in the trial and reportedly tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen when the verdict was read. Southline weather. KFI partly cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s, and a 20% chance of rain after midnight. Partly cloudy tomorrow as well, highs in the mid-80s in LA, OCDAB, 90 in the Valley, 90 in the mid-70s in the beaches. Right now it is 72 in Newport Beach, 77 in Orange, 76 in Sherman Oaks, 77 in Burbank. We're looking at cones on the 215 in Riverside.
Heading northbound from Central to Martin Luther King Boulevard, the 2 right lanes are coned off the road work there. That's scheduled until 5 a.m. and it's currently causing some traffic back up to Eucalyptus. Gino on the 1600 eastbound from the 71 to Gary Avenue. The right lane's coned off the road work that's scheduled until midnight.
stop taking things from him because he'd offer like when I was having issues, like me and Luana started having conflict because she was working a shit ton. She was working like 2 graphic design jobs. She was suffering from burnout. In late 2022, I'm traveling with Shop, fed up to my fucking ears with this bullshit as he's increasingly being disrespectful. So like, I got this crazy boss who's disrespecting me all the time. I'm traveling, then at home I'm working after being in the office. So we're both like high conflict because she's like mad at me about Brendan being like exploiting me and not getting paid enough, and I'm like mad at her because I'm coming in the door from traveling, and she's like give me the stink face, but I understand her perspective. And then I don't know what the fuck.
You're talking about like how he's a good guy.
Oh, okay. So
or the thing he does well.
That's the other end of it. Is what I mean. Where it's like he sets it up so that later down the road, he was making me feel like shit for whatever reason he felt.
Because you owe him, right?
Yeah, because I owed him. And I had to really be like, look, dude, like, you're not even treating me like with 100th of the respect that you treated me last year. And I'm like, putting all my time and effort into helping you. Like, you think you're doing me a favor by doing all this? Like,
yeah,
I am college educated, professional writer. I do all these things. Like, I don't need this job. Like, you're paying me, and I agreed to do the same fucking. I didn't even negotiate. It was like, what's Christian doing? I'll do the same thing. And I'll do more work for them. Just to prove to you that if you want to pay me more, like, and then I'm still being shit on, like, fuck you. So
yeah, that's so funny. The first time I've seen a guy tripping on acid, it's pretty funny.
I almost took tab acid before I came. I'm like, would that be funny if I was on acid?
Oh no.
With Shab, what I've learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is like, number one, he's helped me a lot. Like, I wasn't really that into my son's baseball team. And then, like, I listened to Shab, and I was like, I should be like a baseball dad. And
Yeah, when you got yelling at the umpire.
Yeah, my son, Denver, has gotten a lot better at the swing and the pitch, and he never, like, loses to a fat guy anymore, like a fat kid. So we got rid of that. Like, if a fat kid is playing, he's always better than a fat kid.
I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, reading the Reddit post by one of the baseball parents who was so fucking funny because now I get this constant identity shifting of like, now I'm a baseball dad. This is my kids in my life after cheating on their mother publicly for a decade. Like it's hilarious. And then hearing the other side of the story where it's like, Shop's also, as he's everything, portrays himself as like this beast of work ethic. I'm trying to pull Shop. Then you hear the other side of the coin, be like, so from a third party perspective, Shop is just like self-love to the dog. So I don't know, but and then the footage too, where he's like, throw big to
Oh, man. Fuck. Fan of baseball? I didn't see it. Yes. Oh, man.
Did you watch his highlights from Colorado?
Yeah, I mean, they
thought he was going to make it in the NFL, and I can say that I watched myself play football on video thousands of times because I played before school. Yeah. We used to love to do the difference between high school and college is watching practice film every day, one-on-one drills and scrimmage footage, and you're scrutinized one by one, right? It's humiliating when you fuck up, because like as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to play football. And the coach is ripping you, but it's a great you're learning how to humility exercise. But I look at Shop and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying I had good moments for me. I knew when I was performing well, and it gives you an appreciation for NFL caliber. But you have no idea until you see yourself play football on camera. These fucking 300-pound D linemen. It's like these humans shouldn't be able to move that fast. Watching Shop, I'm like, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? He's not good.
Yeah, I haven't seen good highlights. Jay said, thank you, Jay. Jay, how does Shop feel about earrings?
Good question, because that's another nuanced one. It falls under the umbrella of Shop hates everyone who he feels is socially beneath him. However, he did negotiate on Eric's behalf against not against, but like when he was being brought into the King of the Sting situation, apparently the corner shop, which take it with a grain of salt, but I think Theo was kind of like making it more difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that, where it's like, because they were inviting him on as a guest, kind of like, oh, we'll throw you this much change per week, and he was kind of like, hey man, like if I'm going to keep myself available, it's totally fair. It's like, am I going to call or am I going to be part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions. Sean advocated for him to be a more fairly paid kind of splitting in this kind of thing. And I think Theo was kind of going, I don't want that, but also but part of this pie was the fact that like King of the Sting is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure, Theo Vaughn is the draw. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast and gets a million hits. So like obviously, in a business sense, you can realistically go, what's your value to this? Like what you add. In a front sense or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together, and I know that I need you, let's all get paid the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like, he likes to dismiss people. I can't sell tickets. I can't do that. But Eric's been a stand-up comedian to do, Brennan, and he's been on TV. And he's I don't know. Eric again, was always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person too. He would always he was the first person at Think Boy when I was like, really like, I got depressed. Where I was like, come to work every day, and I'm like, I'm waking up early and like dealing with Brendan's bullshit until 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m. Like, I just started becoming dead at some point. Like, every moment here. And he was the only person to be like, hey man, you all right? And I was like, yeah. He said, it's okay to not be okay, or something like that.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean,
it's my lawyer, Rob Pebble.
That sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom.
I moved into a house recently. I moved into a new house in LA. Whenever people move into a new house, it's always weird. It's even weirder. Hey Rob, you're on a live stream right now. Are you okay with that? Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I'm doing a live stream. There's a lot of people watching actually. This the 10 minutes of shop thing. This is my late Richard Rob Pebble.
Hey Rob.
Who's about to destroy Brendan's shop in New York. Oh, actually no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and doesn't do anything. And
Rob, we're actually having an informal discovery conference.
I need to share a concept with you. Yes, sir. So one of the slapping things that we got going on that I want you to get for yourself, and I have another opportunity for you is the all that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. I'm good. Why not? Of course. So what I want to do that is have an example process. I want you to think about how do we scale this? Where do you see advisors, right? Yes. We throw it in and just figure out the cases in situations just like yours, and do where they get even it. Yeah. The question is, you guys are doing this because you're a creator like me, and you are going to teach this person is actually supposed to do this. I'm a lawyer, you take up those crazy Robert calls, right? But I can do guys with that, like, their seats together because I'm doing your database too. Also set. Yes. Thank you. Love you. Robert Pebble, attorney at law. All right.
Good luck, Rob.
Yes, sir. Rob is I went to college with him. He's literally one of the smartest people I know. Right. I was like, if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. But man, he's just better than Chuck Williams.
All right. Motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
I'm saying that random shit out. That's it. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, we both played football from college, but I would consider Rob, if he had 150, 160 IQ, I wouldn't be surprised if he's extremely intelligent and specifically organizational systems. I remember when he was 20 years old, he's like a gym bro, so we connected over lifting, 20 years older than him. So he was a freshman, I was a senior. We connected over just lifting, and he was because I had this policy of if you ask me if I'm on juice, I'll tell you, but if you don't, I'm not gonna talk about it. But he was like, oh, if you ever want to cycle, I'm like, yeah. And so I was like, you're the first person with the audacity to just ask me politely, Yeah. And I appreciate that. He's very direct, and
when you step into that deposition room, you want to look jacked because you're going to be like imposing your presence on people. That
Rob is really, it's deceptive because what I like about him is he's a jack, handsome gymmer, but also he's like an autistic savant with organizational systems. So remember when he was 20 years old, he was like making $100K a year running like LA fitness clubs. Like he would like train other people how to like run a more efficient like personal training like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like starting as a personal trainer, like quickly they were like, oh, you can start doing this. Like so he was still going to college, you know, but also making other investments here, like, you know, like telling people how to do their jobs.
Yeah, that's right. You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours out, 10-minute break, dude. You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses. Okay? Yeah, you worked off the clock.
Yeah. And he's also very moral, too. I don't mean a lot with lawyers, like, you know, because some of these guys, you know, whoever's representing Shop, so obviously you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. It's kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, you're like, you know this person has no case whatsoever, and then you can charge these clients millions of dollars and drop this process, but you know you're going to lose, right? With Bob Hevel is
it's a good, actually, you know what, now that is a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer doing wage and hour stuff in California,
and he'll fire clients.
Hit up Rob Hevel.
Yeah, if you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll. Up to 50,000 cars have a date on cars.com. Where to next?
He fired me the other day, trying to sue Gerardo. Not enough Diet Coke. But we fixed that problem, didn't we? You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
Be that lawyer doing whatever, what can you want? No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at a job, but it turns out
it actually helps. It helps. Muscles help everything.
Yeah. So Mark is Rob, the sharpest tool in the shed. I know literally one of the smartest people I know. He's designing a service, like an AI-based platform that he invented and like programmed that essentially does the job of paralegals. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that like automates all these different things.
Right. And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. That will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes. And Mark have you seen Brendan toss his thing on the ground? I know that's a meme. Of course, he's not conscientious, you know, so he's the type of person who would just throw trash on the ground and expect someone else to pick it up. So, of course, that's fucked up. How did you pick up your chains? I loved it. We hated it.
Yeah, that was a great one. Fired
anything else? Any other questions?
When you guys played Sega NHLPA Hockey 93, this would be the exact same perspective. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest. Oh yeah, man. I played that. Did you ever play that game, that hockey game on like was it Super Nintendo? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal and then you click and then you could get a goal every time. And then you could also fight it. It's amazing.
Super Mario was
Yes, Super Mario is on there. That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized, like, so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize, like, my place in the first intellect because, like, somebody like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is, like, an applied mathematics PhD, so, like, I've met real smart people. It's also funny when people, like, try to pass themselves off, and LA is, like, I'm smart. I'm like, have you met smart people? And go to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's where the philosopher there.
Yeah. And I'm like, honestly, you can't be really smart, but it's like, if you get a room full of PhD, like applied math and computer science PhDs in the room, it's like, it's going to be not much. You know, but their IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Cobo Diaz and Bert Kreischer, dude. Shirt off. You have a PhD? I don't have a shirt.
And you know, it's funny, Bert Kreischer, he's an interesting guy to me because he's very nice to me, so I got to say, like, I'm not going to try to trash him, but sure, he doesn't seem to be good at being funny.
Oh, no. His stand-up is
right. Also, like, he's taken Chappelle Lacey, like, to arenas with him, so it's like, I don't mean to hit on him, but
You're right. He does use people. That's true.
It is. He brings a bunch of people around.
People that can help him for a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. He does not. I'll say The Machine. I enjoyed the movie. I might watch it. Yeah, I like it.
Great movie. That exists. Never seen it. Staying on it. The guy like.
I don't know.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding. What is the estimated time of Shop's downfall?
Oh, that's what I was alluding to before. Define downfall. Define bullying. I would just, at some point, right? There must be a point where you stop podcasting. And because he says, I would do this for free. Right? There's a part where I was seeing some clip where it's like, I fucking do this for you for we're making you money. It's like, would you know? Would you know?
No, I don't think so.
I don't doubt that Brendan, I do think Brendan thrives off being on creative nuts. I don't necessarily feel the compulsion. Because whenever people call me, like I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist, I'm like, I feel like I get enough attention in life where I don't feel like there's this deficit of like, I need to post things, you know? I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera and courting attention. I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that, of like just, like even the feeling of importance when you walk into a studio, because I go like, he could be doing all this himself. There's nothing sophisticated about his production. But, like, why do you need to pay a guy $100,000?
Yeah, that's true.
You guys are the members and the producers.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't you lose $100,000 a year to yourself?
I don't know. You know,
like, why don't you?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, but it needs to production and post-production, so it's just funny. Like, you know, the shit that he wastes money on.
It's like,
there's a bunch of people here, and I'm the center of attention.
Let's check.
Do you think Brendan is a sane person? Like, hey, how did I get in the show? Did I beg you guys to come on here, or do people seem to be interested in having me talk about Brendan?
No, we begged you to come here.
If you were like, hey, come on my podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would.
I mean, I'll do 10 more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups.
Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym.
No, I don't know.
Because and I want some time to prepare. Because I think I can probably still do 2 plates maybe. Or I was able. If I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably still do. I might need it. But I would need you there to make sure I
come back quickly. But
just kidding.
You want to film it?
I was saying 1 plate. I might less than 1 plate.
Yeah.
I could probably do that. Once my wrist is better. Stop being blog posts. Yeah. I can do 2 plates 25 times.
Is Baldy a purple shirt next to Jack? What does that mean?
Oh. Or, you know what? Elizabeth Marsden said this earlier. You and me, or Gerardo too, doing a race, like, you know, to see.
Somebody said who's got Mark downtown? Is that me?
On the left.
Where Mark eat like a bigger slob. I'm doing that. If you think you're gonna bug me or telling me that I eat like a slob, good fucking luck.
I mean, if you say the words "oh, no talent," you have to be specific because look at the 3 of us. We're all like,
imagine thinking I'm insecure about my talent. I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure I could ever do 2 plates. Maybe back in the day.
I could do that good stuff.
Yeah, once I help right out. Yeah. Roided, because then the violence in my DNA with the roids, I don't know.
I like the idea of like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and be like, you're gonna be on steroids. Yeah, you bitch. What was Bob's attitude towards Rogan getting close with Shane Gillis and bringing him into the road trip? I mean, when Brendan and Shane hung out, I think we were in Philly doing shows and going to some Barstool event. And Chappelle Lacey has been Shane, so I knew about him a little bit like before the SNL thing happened. And I remember watching his. He did a really funny bit to me about being like a sucker for like Trump advertisements. He was like, I'm the guy, like I'm the target Trump voter. And he was like, I thought it was really funny, and a good angle on Trump. I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, oh, I hate Trump because he just doesn't. That's funny, but
wait, who was that? Wait, Shane, yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he does that great thing where he's like if Trump was before Trump was because Trump would like be if he could get assassinated, it would be funny.
Yeah.
Sit down, you're gay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm sure that Brendan resents the shit out of Shane Gillis. I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Brendan Schaub is, you know how Brendan Schaub's like cosplaying as like a blue collar guy, like chucks and blue collar and this and that. Like Shane Gillis is like actually that, like where he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to us, but he actually played college football, like was an O-lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of like he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of white New Balance. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, "Oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit?" I'm like, yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit and try to look like wealthy? But it was like I saw his mind spin. It was like, oh, like how God totally obsessed with material wealth.
Shop girl for sure cheats on him too. LOL. Tim. That's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile and he's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him.
Yeah. He's on your face. What is Bob into his truck? Hilarious.
I don't know. Who is
I still have Brendan's comment on my face. Remember, you keep speaking. Don't get
Voter alert.
I'm looking. I like Indian people, raping people. Hey, don't clip that. You're taking it out of context. This is a bit because I always tell people like, oh yeah, for sure. I'll like, yeah, you don't take juice. Well, if it's if I do it for you and you don't know and you're asleep, then are you taking steroids? Why do you know about it?
100% me.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're saying. Let me see here.
Mark, are you still working with Jim Stefani? Yes, I am. Dude, so Schaub and Snaz, bro. I cannot give any updates on Snaz right now, but holy fuck. Oh no, holy fuck. I've been instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Gringo Poppy?
Let me think about that for a second. I'll actually try to answer.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were making.
I don't know where the special versus I've heard it so many times, a full hour that he cut down to 26 minutes. But I thought the worst joke was he would end with the getting a rifle to kill the cougar at the end.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, as a cat lover, like, why would you just want to murder a mountain lion?
It's closer.
Yeah. I was disgusted.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of low-key, like, when people hate animals, I'm just like, yeah, I want to, get Phillies Whitmer to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my... Yeah. I get it if it attacks your animals or something, you're a farmer, it's like, I get it. But you're just, like, a guy who thinks mountain lions are just dangerous to, you're in the fucking... Yeah. This is where the cougars live, I thought it was weird. He wrote it very not funny, and he kept making that. He goes, I don't know if you've seen the joke. Yeah, the outline that keeps doing this callback. Zoom out there. What the goes on?
Big dick. Sorry about that.
I was like, this is so ridiculous and not funny. And I hate humor that involves references to having the big dick. I feel the same way, but it's like when a guy's bragging about having a big dick repeated, that's like. There's something going on there. Either you have a small dick or you like dicks or what. It makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, what is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Schaub would make it so far whether he is or not. Yes.
Oh, for sure.
He would be like a huge influencer in the gay space.
Like, here's some interesting things. Like Derek Poston and Jim Gordon, openly trans,
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so cool.
Yeah.
To be like, I'm a male comic. Yeah. When look at these guys go, oh, they're gay, or like, you never know. And they've taken their fetish and say face value because clearly it does not give a single flying fuck to the respect. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Like, so I always told or would say about Reddit, if you just were more authentic, the whole thing would work. But it's, if you have no real self and you've constructed a false facade to make up for, a wounded self, whatever the NPD is, it's like you can't be authentic, unfortunately, because it's like inward and there's always shame,
NPD was that? NPD was that?
Narcissistic personality disorder, any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, Machiavellianism. Cluster B has a lot of overlap with regards to like a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive to other people. Yeah. In various expressions, I think I have a core commonality, like something's wrong with your brain.
How did you learn about all that stuff?
I'm very interested in personality sort of down. People use these terms of like, oh, that person's bipolar, or like, I go, you don't know what bipolar means. They think people who have like mood swings, I go, no. Bipolar means extended periods of mania, extended periods of depression. So these things are fascinating to me. With narcissistic personality disorder, the moment I started to get buff, people would be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, am I a narcissist? Because I'm like,
a little bit down.
Mic check. That's good. That's fine. My cable was raised in a Deadpool costume. Oh my god, I saw that skate. The Deadpool costume was so cringy. But also representative of like he used to have a team that would do these skits for him, so it was like high production value, but terrible and then funny.
Yeah. Okay, so I like how, I don't know if you heard, but I asked him a question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So this is, we get it, Mark. You've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like, imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now he has that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe to his knowledge, but he is an expert. Like, have you listened to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate.
You've been able to get pills in the past.
I'm sorry about one look at Jim Norton that I knew. Well, good for you. I didn't. But I do. I know a girl who used to date Jim Norton. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, but they hired a male escort because he wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jim Norton. Yeah. And like, so I'm sure they get a guy with a huge compliment, and he's like facing this girl, shots of throwing up, and Jim Norton couldn't take it. Oh yeah. He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. They like stroked off and it created this huge conflict. Yeah. Because the girl's getting banged by BPD, NPD, yes, exactly.
That'd be funny.
I like Jordan Peterson. Mark, who run the 3 pages of evidence? Brendan was, I have repeated this a lot, because people keep asking him, and it's like he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this, but he literally hired hackers to try to take down the fucking subreddit for like $15,000. Right?
I mean, it'd be funny, like Jordan Peterson, if he wants someone else.
Peterson would crack. Thank you.
I like Dean PT's comment. Does BGL cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex?
Yes. I do shame and crying. Yeah, if you don't give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's, if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. Cry with sex for a week, and I might get really emotional.
Yeah, I mean,
give me sex.
Hopefully no one ever tries to Hogan you, ever like have sex with my wife. Has anyone ever tried to Hogan you? Asking for a friend, where they like, or they're like, have sex with my wife? I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Red bar, what's sword from the stone? I don't know what that means. Regional steamrolling is like, I'm sorry, if I'm steamrolling,
no, you're good.
I'm good.
We got 24 hours. It's a long time. People don't realize how long we're doing podcast. 24 hours.
I think that's going to be like, I can leave whenever I want.
Yeah.
Agreed. You know what I did take? I took took the microdose of mushrooms before I came. I had a coffee, fucking energy drink.
Yeah, I saw you drinking by the rain. Yeah, that's pretty good. Dude.
And you guys are like, okay, so the last time I went to your show, I think you guys like had a work day retired. Like I took a great workout before I came. It doesn't take much to get me going.
Yeah.
But I was, but hey, that's me. If you know I'm in a podcast talking, way too much, then find someone to talk to that.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so fucking cool. You could probably figure that out, right?
I would like to talk to him. He went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where we kind of Jim Jeffries asked him a kind of gotcha question. And normally pundits get very defensive because he made a point. He's like, so would you say that this? And Jordan Peterson goes, yeah, you're right. I was like, what?
Yeah.
And Jordan Peterson just admitted that he was wrong about something. So I respect him for that because he thought about the question.
I don't know if you know, but Goonie is known more for his Peterson impression than his shop commentary. Yeah. I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good. Oh yeah, I've been doing it.
Well, I've heard that you not good at taking pills. Is that still the case? I thought about working with the Canadian. He's pitch for sure. Let's see high pitch. Yes. My father has plastic surgery on her face. Have you seen it?
Thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. This really, it sounds too much like when I do my mom. Like an impression of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? And why do people think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't kind of shield my laughter. When something's funny, I laugh at it.
Can we get some more English money in the chat? I need English money. Snapchat. Where are you at, boo?
Do you want better using English money because it's in pounds?
I'm joking around. You fucked up. I did it on purpose. It's a funny shop. It's a joke. Now, there's a guy that gave us I'm not sure what ruble was it? Rubles? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, "Is that English money to Gerardo?" And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10?
There's a.
Because I'm confusing it right now with I'm falsely confusing it with all the songs you guys do. Give me the start of it. It says, baby, it's time we get the Papa child. Snapshot.
Yeah, thank you. Oh man, Dagestan, never heard of it.
I want to see BJ and Miguel have a race when we get the treat.
Do you know Miguel? No, probably not. Miguel, he's our friend that used to do the show, but he hates the show now.
He sounds fast. Wait, he sounds fast. Oh, he hates the show?
He hates the show. He hates our fans because they were making fun of him a lot. Probably because that's what feature says. Yeah.
What do people expect to go to live stream to actually make fun of? What?
Yeah, take that, Miguel.
If I was out here and everyone's like, look how cool Mark is. Are you guys trolling me?
No.
Did you pay much of bots to be like,
oh, no, we actually made a decision. Thanks for bringing that up, Mark. We made a decision. We don't want any more bots. Yeah, dude. I got that.
Sucks bicep.
Yeah, vote on the bicep. Damn, well, you can see a real big horn right here, dude. Look at that horn. For real, no. Wait, actually, you can see it. Is it coming back? Wait, is that one coming back? Look that one. No, too much. There, what? Just go back and forth right there. Oh, can you see it now, though? No, I have a bicep horn. Nice. Horn brother, bro. Yeah. Horn brother.
Off my shoulder. Look how cool Mark is. Thank you. Finally.
But one thing we do need to be clear about, we get a lot of bots. 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Yeah. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yep. Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We do
really things about recently.
We know it.
People are negative comments.
They're doing that to us. Go ahead and make sure they get it.
What is your favorite TV show? The 80s bots. Actually, my favorite TV show might be Barry on HBO.
Here's something funny about them. Oh, thank you, Top Jimmy. You're not a bot. You're not a bot. I can tell when someone's a bot because if they say something negative, it's a bot.
I just want to be shirtless, so you would not be roasted. Hey, Mark, what happens to his chug giveaway? I don't really know how giveaways work. Like, I've been trying to follow that story, but I'm just like, I assume whatever shop is doing is fraudulent. Like, obviously, but that's my presumption is, if you tell me that it looks fraudulent, you know more about giveaways than I do, I believe it, because why would shop do anything that doesn't benefit him financially, or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality in order to benefit him?
The only giveaways I do are facts.
Mark, I saw Brendan piss in a singer literally every day. And the creative director at the time pulled him aside. He was like, I have one request. Could you just not piss in the sink? Holy shit. And Brendan, I think, agreed. He said, oh, yeah.
What a stupid thing to ask for. I would never ask to say for that because I just assume they're going to piss in the sink. It's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, if someone comes to your house, it makes sense for them to piss in the sink if they have to piss. Dude, I piss in all my friends' sinks. Both that sink is full of piss right now. Four brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious. Ah, fuck. Really? You guys horny right now? No. I don't even have a horn. I'm rock hard. If y'all are wearing hats inside, please, it's cringe. Listen. It doesn't matter. That's a bot comment. We found a bot comment. We found a bot. We found a bot.
Mark is going to donate some cheeks. Should we call Brendan out from ripping the swords and sturdy shoes while sitting on the podcast? I noticed he had a lot of weird mannerisms. Like, he does, like, self-soothing activities. Like, he rubs his legs a lot, you know? Yeah. Like, he's very tactile. So this is a neutral observation. This is a certain personality type. Like, rubbing behaviors are like, he was always doing this and his knees. Yeah. You know, he's like, what is it called? Stimming?
Yeah. It's like self-soothing.
Yeah. Constantly.
Oh, yeah. He does that all the time. I still listen to it once a night.
Some would say the most. I've had compulsions, but then if people make you aware of them, you become self-conscious.
Yeah. I don't know if my compulsions are. Oh, I used to play with my beard all the time. I still do. Yeah, they would talk about that in the month. Like, they're like, oh, we need that beard again. Tell them to stop. Yeah. Good luck with that. Mark, what's your okay? Go down. What's that? Mark, no, you don't need to read that. No. You don't need to read that. Jamal, did Shop take his name too straight or require a rain chaser grade? That's true. Oh, shit, dude. It's called autism.
Shop's not autistic.
Yeah.
He's mentally retarded. Why won't he answer about Sinaz? So I got word that Sinaz called me deranged. But answer about Sinaz. So I got word that Sinaz called me deranged. But turns out, hopefully you'll find a better future, but she's the most deranged. So I got word that Sinaz called me deranged. But turns out, hopefully you'll find a better future, but she's the most deranged person who's ever worked for Shop. And I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
She's crazy. What's the question?
You have no fucking idea.
Y'all must have forgot. I like reading her too.
It wouldn't surprise me if she ended up in jail the next 2 years.
Whoa, that crazy?
Maybe.
Okay, allegedly. Sure, I get it.
Why would I say something that didn't come out to be true? You know what I mean?
Did you ever see, let me rephrase this question, because it is one of my questions, Mr. Mark. Yeah. What's the most creative you've seen your shop take at once? I like the...
Jesus Christ.
It wasn't happy hippo.
No limit. Like, I just... Yeah. They were making emotions. You know what I mean? I taking Guinness with the wine can be fun.
Yeah.
Using some sort of buzz.
It's a liquid.
He would get happy. There was happy hour shot.
Oh, I thought it was like in shots. It's like heroin, right?
Sure, you could do it if happy one, but battery. Tommy was talking about how he used to do like Jack Daniels actually. He said, "Oh wow,
Who did that? Oh, that's great. Who said that?
Tommy. Oh, he's already injecting a bunch of drugs in his face. But like this, I don't know. I just try to minimize this.
Yeah.
Inject things in.
Drink it. You don't even need to inject it. Why do that?
I'll tell you why. Because I love benzos. It's so funny. It's like, there are people here. Look at all the people that are excited. Here's the paper mache.
I used to inject benzos directly into my penis. Oh my God. That's not even when it was really bad. I cut pills of benzos.
That's good.
I couldn't imagine this left eyebrow like that. Christian, you're blocked.
Hey, you know what?
Comment, bot.
What do you know about cigar bots? I have bots. I actually used to rise on my bots.
Right. Allegedly.
From what I know about her now.
Yeah.
And I say that with like, I'm not slut shaming anybody, or like, I'm not one of these like, oh, of course, I go, I know enough about her to know her proclivities. That's all. What do I know? I'm just a guy.
I heard she stands 10 toes down. That's what people tell me. She stands 10 toes down.
She does stand 10 toes down.
I mean, I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo Pod Beef?
Wouldn't it be cool if I was gay? If he was like, it was just like bros, like COVID with the bros.
Yeah.
Just everyone was gay.
Yeah, that night we fought each other, yeah.
It's like, it was just for me like, it's just so happy. I don't know. It's just like,
that's your favorite bit.
I'm confusing my favorite bit with just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it and like do a twink act out. What if God had a little twinkus? It's funny how he works gayness into everything he does. Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Because look, playing high school football, whatever, it's like you're always making gay jokes. It's good, but when you see like a 40-year-old man constantly making gay jokes, you're like, what's going on there, bud?
Yeah, man.
What's going on with fascination with penis? For every single episode, you have to talk about dicks.
I don't even believe that he plays video games, right? Because you know in the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video game does he play? None. Right? So that's just like, he's like a non-human trying to relate to him. Grand Theft Podcast.
He doesn't have a fucking console.
He's too stupid to play.
It's another abstract thing where he's like, guys play video games, right? I can pass that off as something that I do that's normal.
He's probably bad at every single video game. Video games?
Yeah, because video games I gave up video games when I realized how much better my friend Jimmy is. Like, oh, you know, snacks good Tony Hawk. And it would take 3 years of playing it every day to like just get as good as you.
Yeah.
We got a guy who's good at video games.
I really just played Tony Hawk for the music, if I'm being honest. We're not doing all caps. No,
you actually like all caps?
No, because it's just like attention grabbing, and they're not. I mean, and it's also like if they're not here all the time, it's like I'm not gonna. Yeah, they're taking away time from Top Jimmy. Yeah, they tell us that jokes all the time. Brendan Schaub does.
Yeah. Someone's accusing you of making gay jokes.
Well, listen, you think I'm Antoine Jameson too? So.
Someone said hacky sugar Mark would be one of the bros in the scenario. I certainly would. They would be. Why would you expect that? Gay guys fucking love it.
Okay, so if we do any kind of gay joke, it's ironic.
Some of my biggest supporters.
I'll be back out of business. I'm just like a
I got
madman.
mad love for gay dudes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just in the same thing I do every night. Only game Papa's good at is NASCAR.
All caps, no gas.
Can you do me a favor? Adam is one of our loyal supporters, and he has a wife named Ellie. Can you say, what's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight or something like that.
What's up? Wait.
Right here in the
What's up, Adam and Ellie? Makes you cuddle.
Yeah! Dude, if Ellie's not turned on by that, then I don't know what else to do, Adam. When you tween.
Then it's the champion.
Nobody, nobody, baby, nobody.
What even happened to R&B? Back in the 90s. I'll make love when you want me to. Ain't that right?
Ellie, but you so right.
I'll sit back and watch Boys and the News sometimes. Like the whole video is like, let's go right to the sky. And like the music video is like about this like tragic radio. It's about like the incident of like the romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but he like leaves the room for a second and she's like, grab this cake. And it is. I want to see it. I want to show you Ellie, that Adam needs you. Adam, that's you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Adam needs you. Taquitos, it's keto. Yeah. My big dick is right there. Sorry about that. I just shoot up a cougar. And what if we were gay?
Oh shit, Ellie's in here, dude. What the fuck?
Well,
That was cool. I actually wanted to do that. That was great. That was great. I think you could do so many versions of that song.
Yeah.
There could be a shop version, Peterson version, Gerardo version.
Yeah. I like the part that I'm permanently part of the Thick Boy album.
Yeah.
Shop took down all the episodes where I appeared as a guest on If I Were the Kid from the video. But there's still like clips of me from the episodes on the Clips channel. Yeah. I think it's still in the audio version, but like this was like to spite me, you know? It was like even though I appeared in like 100 episodes. So it's after that, like in Cat's chair or whatever. But I'm like, oh, you got me. You got the 5 episodes, and I'm on as a guest. It's fucked up.
You said you're still on the record,
Like that
Boy music.
you can find me. He didn't take down the audio versions of my guys, and then clips where it's like, oh, Mark Crowley talks about lifting weights on this episode.
Yeah.
Didn't quite finish the job.
That's lazy.
I like that. That's pretty cool. We're trying to.
Two S words for Golas y Queso. That's pretty great.
John has gotten called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane. That is an insane lot.
Yeah. Can we just become more friends?
Like, I don't know, just because he did so far from doing that, it's like I'm not showing up and fucking like Buffalo Bills team. Like I played, but that's how close he was.
Yeah. It's like having a courtside seat at a Lakers game and saying you play with some bras.
Yeah, it's like throwing up in the press 25, 46 times. I was there when there's multiple truths of that compulsive repeats saying that because he'll say this to Rogan, for example, he's said so many times that when compulsive repeat themselves. He said he did it. Okay, in reality, we're in zoo culture when we're heavy into the deadlifting and benching and blah, blah, blah. Now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? Yeah. And doing that 33 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also have to, like, if you're a linebacker and you bench press 225, 33 times, you also have to run a 4.6. You also have to have a fucking, 38-inch vertical. You also have all of these other things that be super difficult. So bench press is really not relevant to the big picture. Yeah, you want to be strong. Right. Brendan will put this out there as if he's like, really struggling. It's like, no, first of all, the time he's performing would turn into 40 reps because he kept repeating this. And sometimes he'd say 42 or whatever. Right. I was there. We did 30 reps, which is impressive. On bench, 30 reps is very good. Right. However, no one plays and I have photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. But from, Alico or whatever. There's certain brands of powerlifting plates that are calibrated to exactly, but just regular iron plates, there's like discrepancies between each plate.
Interesting. Yeah, I would have assumed
as low as 41. So it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden you're dealing with 12 less pounds, which is significant. So that's much less than 12 pounds for 30 reps, and you're bouncing it off your chest and not knocking out, which may not count in a combine situation. And then lying about it and trying to get into 40 despite having the eyewitness here.
You were there. Why would he tell you something different?
Yeah, just classic pathological lying where he's relying on other people. I'm like, hey, I was there. I didn't do 40, I did 30. And then because he kept saying it, like, and Rogan's impressed by it because he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it? Right. You should know better. Because, again, I've seen Shop bench press 4 plates, and you don't need to lie about that. What do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then where he's posting for a while, like, these people who sent me this, they're like, oh, look, he posted himself doing the bench press. Yeah. And of course, you just post, like, a picture of the bench press, and it's like, well, anyway, I'm just doing this many. It's like, cool, but show you just doing it. Why don't you already throw? It's like, oh, yeah, just did 700 pounds. Here's a picture of 700 pounds on the deadlift. Yeah. Why don't you just focus on that? So then he posted a video, and it's like, but you did 26 reps. What happened to 40? Like, in his mind, he was like, see? Like, no, we don't. It's less. Yeah. Wait, less.
And he's like, what do you believe? Me or the guy that sent a dick pic to my stepmom?
Yeah, I can do 100 reps. I just did 20. Obviously, I did 100.
This is a great question. Do you think Brendan can do an oil change?
No.
Question.
Is there any truth?
It's so funny.
Is there any evidence of him performing an oil change?
I don't see any online. It seems like he barely put gasoline in his car. That's the Diet Coke talking about.
6'5", bench pressing 225, done count. Yeah. Okay, so what the done count then was really funny because we were looking, and I think I maybe present this video when I was doing current events, but I showed a video, and maybe it was Ryan's opener. Nick is this really rough guy.
Oh yeah, that guy.
He's a cool guy. I think because we were referencing this, I was like, dude, Shop's so ridiculous for like trying to mock you.
Yeah, he's got a short arm,
20-pound dumbbells. Which is in most commercial gyms 120 pounds, so that's a lot, right? And he shoulder presses them for range of motion like 9 times or something, which is a shit ton.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he had like, so if you do a wrist wrap, it's just for wrist support. And so your wrist doesn't like collapse.
I need that.
Doesn't help your strength, right? And if you put an elbow wrap on, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like, down.
Oh yeah.
An athlete. Definitely. This thing is just for support. Shop looks at it and goes, he's wearing wrist wraps. It doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight. It helps your wrist.
And he probably doesn't. Either is lying or he doesn't know.
But he's just his logic for everything is, what's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better?
Yeah.
So that's what we have to say. It doesn't even count. What do wrist wraps do exactly to help you lift more weights? I don't know.
He like hates anybody that does anything. When the question
it's true, actually.
can you either say can Shop do a oil change and then someone else, I think it was Mark Murray said can Shop change a tire. The real question is can Shop change a light bulb?
How many shops does it take to screw a light bulb? Shop is death washing. What's your best job? The funny thing is, Shop is just starting to watch. He's a man who's scared of, scared of comment section.
Yeah, I mean, so he really doesn't read comments?
He's scared of them.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never ever read, even if the live stream does. I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball Dead Letter. What did you guys think about what happened to Boppo's dog, Donnie? I guess
Donald Trump's dog.
Oh, is that dog off the pod now? I don't know. He's probably his own solo pod.
You know what it's been doing as I'm looking over all this
Big dog. Big dog pod.
I had this video on my phone when I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days, and like me and Luana were really torn up about it. Like, I thought the cat was dead. Like, you have to accept if a cat goes missing, you're like, you have to accept.
I remember that. Yeah,
and I sent him privately him and Chappelle video of us. We just found the cat, and you're sleepless. Like, you haven't slept. If you lose the cat, you have to stay up at night. Like, take shifts. Like, it fucks with you mentally so much. And I'm super into my animals, so it's like this is all you're thinking. Sure, like, your pet. I sent it to him going like this. Him and Chappelle, like, we found, our cat Spider, and it's a video of him coming in eating rabbits. He was eating for 8 days. It was like raining, super cold. It was like the coldest day in fucking, January, like ever. Those days got lost. We were super worried about him. And you hear like Luana's like talking to her mom, like in German in the background, and we're both kind of like crying, like, and I'm faintly, I'm like, but I was emotional. Sure. Plays it on fucking Fighter and the Kid and starts making fun of us. Oh shit. He was like, I got Luana in the background. I'm like, you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's speaking in German around, and then like making fun of my God. Hey, cool, bro. Like, but it's now I don't take offense to it. It just tells me like you have no empathy. So probably you don't understand people's relationships with pets.
I know that too because we actually we lost the cat Rogan and Shorty by our cat. Yeah.
I mean, it's and cats. You either keep them indoors. I know. Take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have? Oh shit.
And I walk them. But
really? With like a leash?
I don't walk. I just walk. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex, and they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cat. I mean, I like cats, but I have a dog.
Yeah, I like the dogs too.
Yeah. Do you have a? That's why. Yeah. Shredded cat daddy. What's that?
I'm a lifelong cat lover. And but I also love all animals. There doesn't have to be the dog cat, dichotomy. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are high maintenance,
Yeah, you can't really like leave with the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs are like
have some accompaniment.
We selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and be more human attention and kind of be by your side all the time. Cats require like 20 minutes of interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brendan's figured it out. It's like, you get a dog, you give it back, or you take it to get murdered or whatever it is.
Hey, remember when you tried to do that? Remember when you fucked up the hypoallergenic, like Russian blue cats or whatever? Like, it was a specific kind of cat they looked for. I was the person who he tasked with helping him find this breeder. It's very hard to find hypoallergenic. There's like a bunch of snags out there. Yeah, for like breeding cats. He got scammed first, maybe after this, but like it's a difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there. Cats that are like that don't trigger allergies. If you look at that, it's a couple breeds, and you can either get a hairless cat or just one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who were legit. And he goes on his podcast after like I secured the deal. I'm like, you're gonna go pick him up this week. Yeah. And he talks shit about the guys out these fucking cats, the owners, and somebody from the Reddit forwards it. I think it was wife. Like someone clipped it and it was like, you can easily just like there's one breeder of a certain kinds of cats in LA, so they sent it to her, and I saw like recently screenshot his
I'll still mess with him. It's like, but also fairly. It's like, I'm glad your husband like outed himself and like for being like you saved us the trouble of like giving one of our cats to a horrible what would be a horrible pet. Thank you, man. But he couldn't even. I was like, no, you can't like you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life that you don't even realize like you just paid me to work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just like couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to not talk shit about a stranger who you're about to do business with and fuck up the whole opportunity.
I mean, Chab is so stupid. I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. I think we should try to scam him.
Is the biggest he's the target. I mentioned before how the former creative director would talk about the magic beans.
Like, Chab, you need alien insurance.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's your house, your social media.
Yeah.
He used to run this scam where he would get more followers. There's an automated process that you can do where, okay, let's say you're sleeping, right? There's an automated thing that likes random people's stories. Yeah, because if you're like, oh, really? Check mark it up in followers, and somebody sees that you like your story, it drives traffic to your page, and then they follow you. So it actually does work.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had fucked with Bobby Lee, and so people were just like, I'm following you by the thousands. Yeah. Like, you can't make up for this. Like, it would have worked if you had a net neutral following, but some engagement. I was just going to throw these screenshots of people being like, oh, hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan. Because I'd be sending it to him. It's like, he hired this guy, I remember, and stiffed him at the final month because he's allegedly. Yeah, it was like $5,000 a month for this thing. He was like, start getting the results. I'm like, well, it is. It's just, if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollows because of your own action. It's crazy.
It's crazy because when you hit that $100 billion, it's like you don't see the unfollowing rate, really.
Way up. It's just somehow someone didn't play on their content. LOL, yeah, exactly. The delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in the NFL. Wait, is that a reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. Guys, give me that PGL Tommy has got a person. Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus. It's been so much fun. I like how okay. So how many times is Gringo Poppy going to play?
I mean, we did the math. I think it's 57 or 58. I don't know even what number we're on now. I almost thought you did the first 3 hours bearable.
I was thinking about the production value versus his first one.
Yeah.
Like it's like the first one looks amazing. It's in the theater, and the lights, and everything's so perfect. And it was like this looks like it was shot in someone's basement.
Super 8 camera. My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shops.
Which one?
When he's like hunting with Joe Rogan. Shut up. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan, and he goes, where the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. And he kicks all the turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why does he kick that? I don't remember this joke.
Because he's like, it's so easy to kill them. You don't need a gun, you can just kick the turkey. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay, oh yeah, for sure. And he starts kicking them.
I like all those jokes about callousness towards animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny. They're kind of friendly. Yeah. Something about you pet them.
I get hunting more turkeys. I see kill one elk and eat the meat for the rest of the year. I totally get that, but I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird. But I get the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta kill a deer.
I just wouldn't ever sign up. Let me go kill a lion.
I wouldn't want to do that.
So I can put its head in a fucking.
That'd be cannibalism.
It's dead animals. In a closed environment, and I had a high-powered rifle.
You talk about a lion killing a lion, Mark, let me ask you a question about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now?
That's ridiculous.
You always have.
I remember as a child, I saw this guy, an article about a guy like somehow had a pet lion, but there was some he might have been South African, like he lived in a place where there would be more like an actual lion in the wild.
Yeah.
But he befriended a large cat, and there are these people you can see on the internet where they like this that one famous South African guy who he kind of has his herd of lions, and he also does hyenas and those other animals. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship. Tigers are much more solo, like they get in nature, they have their own territory and they go solo. But lions are highly social. They're the most social beings, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool if I could have a cat, because they act just like regular cats, just and instead of scratch my arm, it's
this question I wanted to ask you next right here. I think you got lost in the sauce here. What were you on whether taking a drink of pumpkin? Not enough. I think he deleted. It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
Such a quick no. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read Hemingway or
Jane Austen.
no way.
Jane Austen.
Do you guys remember, never heard how I say this? There was one, and he was also some of the guys with that, but I have a little Tim Kennedy story. Indirectly, but he was on the food truck diaries when I was working there. Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have told some ridiculous sociopathic lies that I'm like, what the fuck? Again, isn't it enough to be a great brave who was a great MMA fighter? Yeah. You have to invent, that you didn't have the lions in order to see it. And no one's checking that for you. And they're like, hey, bad idea, buddy. What was your upbringing like? There's this tension.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vita Vice?
Speaking of Tim Kennedy, he's like, I was in Clinton the other day and I was just shooting all these
It was funny watching Callan try to explain. Sean always has these broad stroke, no, I got it. So, okay, Kennedy's good guy. And Callan's like, no, precisely what the argument is whether or not he had the broad stroke. Shit that I don't know about. Callan researched it and had an understanding of why it's a big deal to even go from this star to something where they have but he actually looked into it and said, yeah, he's a good guy. I'm like, dude, we're not fucking, you have to be, this is a very nuanced debate here.
Yeah.
Military people, we're talking about the technicalities of metals that they get. And it's in that world, it's very important to be highly specific and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world is that he's not Superman, but you're going to find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
What the fuck is that kind of? I was like, huh?
What?
It's like taps into physical, because we're just watching the physical component of this,
Yeah.
But what he perceives as this is gonna go for his head. This makes sense.
I like that.
Well, I'm glad that we have a lion in here with the game.
His name is Gerbaldo Adderdown.
I'm just like, well, I'm a guy with this fucking squirrel device, so.
My name for Kennedy, by the way, was the morning that Tim Kennedy was coming out of the show.
Yeah.
He's promoting his book.
Yeah.
Guess what I text I get at 8 in the morning? Hey, could you read the book real quick and give me some notes?
Oh my God.
I don't think, but I had to scan. I held the book and read the minute where I find a few. It's give me a book report by an hour. So I had to feed Sean dog questions so that he could pretend as if he had read it.
That's why.
Right? And I'm like, why not just say you didn't read it? Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks because you're a reader.
Yeah.
And then you go, so I didn't read the book, but tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And allow Tim to talk.
Right? You can tell him.
Why does everything have to be predicated on a lie? You gotta keep yourself, because that worked. Because like he asked the questions that I told him to set up. Because it was just thematic. It was like, oh, is you talking about this? And and it teed up Tim perfectly.
Yeah.
Just if he'd asked one follow up, it's like, oh, like, did you remember the chapter about this? And he'd be like, yeah, one with the thing. And
he says, yeah. Like,
Tim asked one follow up question.
Okay, yeah.
How's the cards? Your ability to assess risk. What the fuck is
Chiliano.
What the fuck is Wingus McBean?
He's Batman.
I got a stupid Tim Kennedy out here. Tim Kennedy, ever been killed by him?
Mark, did Brennan add to that video of everyone congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chin actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
It was planned unprompted, but here's, let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Like, because, like, it's almost like, oh my God, you got a surprise birthday present. It's like, yeah, I don't want that, like, don't give me an emotional thing, Fred. Like,
I'm recording a podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
So, great job to make me cry all the time.
It was like it's telling of what the environment necessitates. Like Chin's anticipating that this is something that needs to happen. That Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory and emotional, like, celebration of his fucking thank you Academy.
Yeah.
You put on a 26-minute video on YouTube. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
And that's got bumpers too, so it's like 23.
And it didn't accomplish it. It's like maybe had this one some award, like oh you won the Mark Twain Award or whatever, like something, or the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. Like it's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube. So I don't get what the premise is. So congratulations on uploading a video. But we also celebrated when I hit 1 billion views. He resulted in because he bought 300,000.
Oh shit! Did he buy views on the Ringo Poppy?
Yes. I heard it from the source.
He didn't even need to do that.
It was like I need because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would it's a benchmark. Everyone wrong. Yeah. But he gets fixated on it needs to be this. It needs to be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that Shop hates us, right? So if you can do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? And it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat, if you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it will be like if he finds where we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Go for it.
Yes. Closure. So Sean would handle if he figured out where you guys lived and actually was forced to watch your content.
Yeah.
Which you would have to force him to watch it because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, he doesn't just it's fun for me to be the butt of the joke. Like I said before, it's like if it's a good joke, please by all means, if it's shitty, okay, but your community is very fun. Yeah, I mean, you're not you're not vicious. You leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying. Out of all the places that make shop content, you guys are very fair.
Thank you. Thank you. Now get to the part where he comes in.
I've never counted.
If you were a normal human being, if you had 10 minutes of fucking Chris D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. That you guys do a podcast about it every week. That's funny. Shop would hate it. Irrational. Yes, you guys are. It's all fun and spirit.
Even though we love you.
Yeah, we're it's all good spirit. He would hate me the moment that he discovered that he was the butt of a joke. Why he was, He was like, you guys are the police, right? So it's like, their mom's closet. And so he used every avenue to dismiss their uncle's shit. And then talk about beating the shit out of you or
outside of
like yes. Shab would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face conflict because like I'm not saying he's scared to fight. Obviously he fought. Yes, he was paid to do it, and I assume he has more nerves than like some people less bothered by him. It's like you think Khabib or Magomedov gets nervous to fight? Yeah, I think that's the coldest motherfucker. You're right. No, he doesn't. Like he has a stick in his head. But some guys admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like he just admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense. He's kind of a nerdy guy, but he's just friendly human fighter. It's like you're in an arena and some dude trying to beat the shit out of you. Of course, but you walk in here and two fat dudes are eating cupcakes. Yeah, it's a joke. Here's what I'm saying though, is that Brendan in real life, despite like his success in the UFC, he's not somebody who enjoys like conflict per se. Like I enjoy confrontation more than he does. Yeah. You know, the idea of like beating the shit out of somebody who deserves it. Like for example, if like you know, I'm just saying like if I saw some dude who like bullying my friend, like he would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy. Nice, let's go. But that's predicated on the idea of a moral business, right? Where you're right. Damn, you're fucking smart, Mark. Yeah, this is somebody who like literally enjoys sadistically inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it and gives you pleasure in the act of committing violence against people, like you draw pleasure from that. Brendan's not a social, but it implies like there would be a rule. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course, it's not automatic. Oh, yeah, I have no doubt that he would defend them. He's going to intersect the hell out of you. But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is. Yeah. Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like, you can...
I know that's not as interesting as muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that people are paying more attention to it. Spinning in his grave right now. He's dead, right? Look, I never imagined I'd be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. One thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce, George Carlin, and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's so solidarity on that from the right and the left and from those in the middle like Joe Rogan. Maybe the silver lining for this is we found one thing we can agree on, and maybe we'll even find another one. Maybe we can get a little bit closer together. We do agree on a lot of things. We agree on keeping our children safe from guns, reproductive rights, affordable health care, pediatric cancer research. These are all things that most Americans support. Let's stop letting these politicians tell us what they want and tell them what we want. Over the weekend, a very beautiful moment. I don't know if you saw this on Sunday. Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow. In the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow that touched me deeply. And touches me. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope to be that, not this. So thank you for listening, and I want to say when we come back. Jimmy Kimmel
showed sensitivity and nerve and stuck up for the First Amendment. And he even started off his monologue with an homage to Jack Parr, the old, as I was saying before I got disappeared. Right. I mean, that was such an inside baseball remark. And he tipped his cap to all those who came before him, those who had shared the stage in the sense of late night television. And I thought it was sincere. Of course, he said it best, like, look, if you liked him, this is, or didn't like him, none of this is going to change that. But I did appreciate how, from where I was sitting, he addressed everything. From what he did say, what he was not trying to impart. He acknowledged the murder of Charlie Kirk. He acknowledged the widow of Charlie Kirk. He also acknowledged the ongoing fight as far as the stations, which are preempting him tonight, and as far as what that may mean in the future, also against the backdrop of the First Amendment. This is just actually the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end, because there's going to be more. There's going to be a response from the president. There already has been. You want to hear a little bit? Yes, please go ahead. This is apparently from his social media platform. Trump says, "I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something has happened between then and now because his audience is gone. Captain's talent and influence was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage here, Caps? He's yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings." Well, that's a lot to unpack, and I'm not even going to try, but I will say this: he was never fired; he was suspended. So if you go around and say that they gave him his job back, that is categorically not true. But it is the end of the beginning. There obviously will be a robust response from the administration. I don't know whether that will include the FCC or is it just pronouncements from the president himself. But there will be more to this. We don't know how long Nexstar and Sinclair will continue to preempt the show. We don't know contractually how long they will be allowed to. So this is just getting started. Honestly, Jimmy Kimmel has now addressed America. If you didn't hear it, we'll have it available on the podcast, or honestly, you can get it on YouTube at this point. It's already up to like 600,000 views. It's only been out 40 minutes. This is the biggest story in the country by a lot. By a lot. And you don't have to be a fan of Jimmy Kimmel to understand the magnitude of the moment. So I encourage you to listen to him in his own words. That's why we let it run completely. There was no commentary by me. There were no interruptions. We actually even blew out a commercial break because we thought this was much more important given the news and also the discussion of what's going on in this country with media. I mean, this impacts me, it impacts Mark, it impacts everyone at what we do here as we are part of the broadcast airways as well. So it's nice to see you come down on Jimmy Kimmel for what he's doing in broadcast capacity. The SEC can come down on us. We all have
those there's certain things a guy can say to me, like, you're inviting me to hit you. Right. Like, if this is in a way that transgresses a male boundary.
Like, if you ate someone with Triscuits and they were like, hey, why did you eat this?
Instead of their mom calls you,
You probably have to yell at mom. But if you say that my mom,
that is a predicate for physical violence. And that's a funny thing to analyze too, because that shows you the more it comes to smoking there, you're attacking the guy because you eat his food. Wow, what the fuck?
you did a Brian Wow.
Just wow. In his mind, he's the hero of that story. He doesn't realize he's like, oh no, you're Cobra Kai,
It's Oz, dude.
Oz is one of our favorites.
Dude, he's a chef.
Hey, real quick, y'all talk about Baba being scared. That's your takeaway. Look him in the room. Lock him in the room and he'll bug his way out on to with the Diet Coke. Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of Brendan? The most mean and aggressive he was in group chats. He likes to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people. Yeah. And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's
going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing you.
Yes.
I would be far more like I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before from an employee. But it's just me going coldly like you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan. I'd be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect and coherent. And he like it scrambled his brain because he's like, employees are stop arguing. I'm like, but I'm right. And you're just totally wrong to the point of like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually like harming your business, you know. And then in person, we'd have these conflicts over text, and he'd be like, let's talk tomorrow. And he'd be like, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's very reconciliatory. Yeah. And I'm okay, like, football coaches in my life, like when I played college football, I had this head coach who was like a former NFL offensive lineman who was like super smart and like just an aggressive, nasty competitor. You know, he would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would like grab your face mask and the fucking like. So I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, and I'm telling you directly, but you're also like, if you do a great job, you bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up and assertive, boss. It's like, cool, be direct and tell me what I need to do. But Shop is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message in group chat, but then see you in person be like, hey man, so I gotta tone it down and be a little bit like, okay, you want me to say, yes man, is that what you're saying? You want me to not point out that you're fucking idiot to the group chat?
So you want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, you're very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now where we don't believe you'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs. Only for the sole reason that we can dance around them while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we're thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of us and he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind of.
But then Bobby Lee told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Tiger Belly's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot.
Yeah.
As you can see from the Cordos.
Yeah.
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive. He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there weren't enough clips about, you know, like, physical cheese. You know, where, like, we still know Mr. Whole Foods isn't giving you guys years to find that out.
The mastermind.
Yeah, so it's like, I always talk with Bobby every day.
I still remember that phone call.
Oh, yeah, I saw it, dude.
Yeah, he called me up. He's like, we fucking got him, dude. We got his eyes, man. I'm like, no way. How do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers that I hired with a duffel bag full of cash. Hackers. It's opener. I'm like, okay. Here's what I'm gonna recommend you do. Don't tell them about this. Let's just try to maybe gather some more information. Let's do this. Let's do a suggestion by you. This email address that these anonymous people gave you that might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not. Because you don't have to verify your email to make it like, right? There's something in 12 years to think through. Yeah, it's like, how can I verify this is true?
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email Tiger Belly.
Oh, yeah.
And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
Brian was threatening people on behalf of this server or whatever.
Yep. Yeah. Flapjack, honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Bob? I think you'd be surprised. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared to. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who are bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled heavyweight in high school. A lot of guys, like, do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face?
Yeah.
I've been in more street fights, but like, I'm just not like. Do you think engaging in physical violence with guys roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about Agostino Zinga. I'd probably beat him.
That guy's a great guy. My wife's DMs.
Oh, yeah, I've heard.
Like, it was so funny. Hey, dude, do you think Luana would go for you? Like, you don't know my DMs. Did he? He's trying to fuck?
Well, let's just say he slid into more than that.
He said, give me devil face emoji.
Did he say that?
No, he was actually kind of polite. I mean, hey, shoot or shoot. But, he was like, you know, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through. It was He was polite, but like he was hitting on her. Yeah.
Kevin London, God, come on through.
We saw him you didn't give him this comment. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When you know, my wife was I think
I crashed out every night.
cell phone away to Sequoia National Forest after like the apartment.
Trump was asked this one earlier.
Has Brian taken loans or something from Bud? Is that what we saw? No. He needs money for alimony, dude. Or when Brent was drinking, how much alcohol was that? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I have on my phone that I take at Chop Show at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Fucking large, like, alcohol voice.
Yeah.
Like at 9 in the morning, and then he just keep drinking. You can't see his face, you know, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all throughout the day.
Cheeked up from the chin up.
And then he would do, I remember trying to calculate how much whiskey he was drinking based on, like, he would take a large, like a glass as big with the comedy clubs, rooster of, like, a Diet Coke in, with whiskey and ice, and I was trying to be like, about like 6 shots, like, fill this up with the ice, he'd have one of those, maybe more, and say, so he was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey at night over the course of 2 shows. Damn. And then
A little less than good.
way less, dude. I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey a weekend. It was, oh my god. And then going to buy the Zoheen. I mean, is that alcoholism? Like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not,
he
but
seemed to at least have a very high tolerance.
Yeah.
It was part of his act. He's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey on stage that he would finish by the end of the show. And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not great. And everyone by the end of the second show, he'd be like, you know, he sounded drunk on top of it.
What was that yellow thing he was drinking on the where he dips out? It looks like a banana and drank out of it in her face.
Oh, that was the Chevy.
Okay, yeah.
Celebration of Tides Rivasa.
I think drinking that even one time makes you an alcoholic.
How dumb was the baddies that hooked up with Bob during his common days where they just neighbors. A lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like women are, you have to understand that like the draw of status is enormous for most, even sophisticated women. It's like, yeah, you're famous. He's also, you know, tall, good-looking athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Job can offer themselves to him? No. A lot of them are dumb, but a few of them are sophisticated. But they just see through his bullshit. Yeah. He gaslights everyone he's with on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where it's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you. And like, oh yeah, he uses, he's like, called me, like, I don't even see my wife anymore. It's just like a staged marriage, like, yes, for the kids. And because I've seen him to my own friends, multiple of my own friends, and so like, this chick that I work out with, Zoo Culture, like, like pursues this. I've seen him pursue so many women like I did before him, and so the realty of like his approach is identical. You know, it's like Addie's, and Maddie. He's in the socials. He is incapable of not the same things. Yeah, it's the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My life is actually really sad at all because I have sex with my wife, so this is really cheating. Yeah. Are the one that I'm gonna leave my wife for and sort of
yeah, he does like a 60-year-old in the middle class.
What?
He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're gonna leave their wife. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to.
Yeah, worse. Yeah, you know, like I don't know. It's like because you can get away with all this. Try like, look, you know, I'm famous. I have money as a kid. You're the side piece. Yeah,
you can't be honest.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy. Yeah, also NPD. You know, classic behavior. Enter into a shared fantasy because I've received like women I didn't know that well when that reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility clinic, talk about having kids. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that. First of all, Brendan was initiating this because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy with women people that discard the next week, which creates liability. He's like, guess what? If you do that to a woman, one of them's gonna
Ask Crystalia. Ask Crystalia. Yeah, dude. Right. It's just like you're upping the odds of like, looking at enough women, like objects. One of them might protest. That might give momentum to a movement. But yeah, a little bit more. Or, other people. Chuck Flip, great question. We already answered that though. Yeah, he thinks Elder is making things. He's doing God's work. He's an artiste. How many addies went with all that whipped? Oh, we already answered that. Yeah. How is Brendan affording his lifestyle? Does it make sense? Peter. Yeah, somebody said Peter. Okay. So, I really try to not speak inaccurately, right? Like, because there's already so many people speculating on, like, he's going broke, he's doing this, like, but if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that. Right. I know he made a lot of money doing stand-up, for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts, so, like, if you have any sort of financial intelligence, tap some of that way. And I think he doesn't keep it a secret that he lives outside of the means. Like, he talks about that he just bought a Corvette because he got money from UFC or whatever. Right. And that's the main thing is, like, a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and, like I don't know, live in a tiny room. I don't care. I just be like, the comfort would be having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want and not have to worry. Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich. Yeah. Like, but to him, the appearance of wealth is very important to him. Yeah. As, many people in LA, that I'm saying. Yeah, for sure. They're fucking materialistic. They're in Austin now, though. Like, one thing we were laughing about with the expensive thing, he's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have an air one. Oh, yes. I wanted to ask, what do you think about that? That's a crazy thing to say. Oh, yeah. Also, you guys have been to Air One. Oh, I would never have actually shopped there had it not been for shop. No, just because it's like, I hate, because I can, like, as a bodybuilder, you cook your own food, and I eat steak and rice and chicken right now, right? Yeah. I don't need fancy shit. Right? So I'm already cooking for myself, so I'm like, wait, so this, like, $10 steak that I could get from Costco, right? The equivalent of that at Air One would be like $80 from the fucking, I just remember going there and being like, wait, I bought a drink and, like, a plate of food that had, like, meat and a side dish, and it's, like, $40, for half, Yeah, they're hot bar dips. And the food is very good, but it's, like, going to Air One is part of the whole, like, I'm rich, I can afford it, and you like to be seen at Air One because everything's so expensive, it prices out all the brokers. Yeah. So, Air One's like fucking Costco with a beach, dude. It's a funny little thing there. It's always right there, but I can eat McDonald's. Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck? CR Guitar. CR Guitar is the guy that made our theme song. Oh, he's in Canada. He's a great musician. He's a great follow on Instagram. On my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Roy, we're all Irish heritage. Dude, hit up CR Guitar if I'm not easy. Was the most Irishest. What the fuck is an Air One? Air One it's like EREWHON. It's like more expensive Whole Foods. Yeah. It's like a grocery store where everything is like 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. Yeah. It's like, here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18. Yeah. I've never bought food. Well, there are grocery shop there. I have gotten a smoothie or two. It's expensive. It's like $30. You guys know about the protein pony nickname? 40. 60. Which one? So, Theo Vaughn referred to me as protein pony when I was out of the room. Oh, wow. And it became this little moment where Sean got mad at me. Yeah. Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying in and out. So, like, the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there, when I started to help out with King of the Sting.
I met him, said what's up, we were cool, and he just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. You know, like the whole energy, the whole figure of like, he really wanted to leave. He made some vague reference to like, you know, man, we're just doing stuff, like, it's kind of, you know, your heart's not in it. Whatever he said, like, he was obviously referring to Kingston, but you don't blame him because even just traveling across the country to do a podcast sounds horrible.
Sounds like the worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like, when you're already traveling for stand-up, it's like, why would you want to do that for, and I'm sure it was lucrative. There was some amount of money, but it's like, you don't, if you're thinking about it, you don't need it.
I could just be my living room.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I was making enough money, you could not pay me enough to like take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes you watch the Green Book for hours.
Came out, no longer falling out. There is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle is one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long with ROTHSCHILD.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not going to go into details. I'm just saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long.
Yeah.
Chappelle's also
Likes them out.
Okay, so Miles and Chappelle are like the polar opposite of
I just want to say,
I'm not going to Nicole or the other one's an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, attention so much as, you know, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics and other things. And Chappelle's a very talented human being and also, you know, is a committed artist and just a likable, down-to-earth person.
shout out to Trump for asking all these questions. That has been a question throughout the chat is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, am I honest? No.
Even though she's totally honest. She's one of our bots. Yeah. She's our...
What's anything about her?
She's our Jules. I mean, she's a great person. Talk about that, about my boss. Next. Yeah. What's the story, bro? 2 words, Mark. Blank check. Okay? So, I mean, I gotta go bathroom. I don't do Baja.
Yeah, I did a bit on, what's that show called? Well, it was a podcast that's talking about, it was like with Richie the Clown. There's a clip I know that has some music in it of me mocking Kalila and doing her Filipino accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies, as evidenced by her poetry. Specifically underneath her poetry, and it's extremely dark. And if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, you know, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men, like if you found someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes himself. You know what I mean?
I wonder, yeah, I do.
So that's my evidence for that. And then also, in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? She does the whole, like, when we consider being mindful, when we consider being talking, so, you know, great boss, but misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate, she's articulate and smart enough to misdirect away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic, right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being, when the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness not to do that all the time, and she often comes across as genuine, and like, I believe that she is very close with Bobby, but, like, I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's highly incentivized to make the relationship seem as legitimate as possible and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, like, calculated motives for her to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything with Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talent as kind of like a manager for him, almost, you know? Right, to like, set him up and kind of like, in a sense, exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her way more, you know?
Yeah. Her writing poetry to me is interesting in of itself, being in this world of like Rogan and comedians, like diaries and poetry. Like, I love to read, like,
I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but he does it right. But like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary? Jeff Dye, does he write poetry? Like, it's a haiku about how women are whores. I don't know how to do haikus, but it would be like something about.
Listen, I'm as horny as Brendan's forehead, all right? So, okay, all right, sorry.
Come on, that was good.
Mark makes Baba look like a photographer when it comes to having the best brains for the art scene. That's a great little word salad. You don't even know if it's being insulted or not. Everyone says Bobby Lee is super real. Why doesn't he make jokes about being forced into cuckoldry? Was he forced into cuckoldry? Like, technically, I have people throw around the term cuck a lot as like, if a girl that you're dating fucks someone else, but it's like, oh, does it imply watching?
I don't get it, because like Rafa does say that quite a bit. He called Aaron a cuck.
Yeah.
And like,
I feel like it's an overused word these days. It's like it was a little cock. It's like,
yeah. I've said that
I heard from a girl that you fucked that you like to hear. You know, you got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get during sex. He would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you've ever had." I was like, I can't unhear that. This is shop sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that?
Huh?
Like the Leah thing? You know, like finding out, wait, women say what you tell them to say during sex? Shit! Hold on, we gotta stop the pod. I need to call
I thought that Sludge would be the most superficial person.
Can you get Rob back on the phone? Your lawyer. I need to run some lawsuits. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it doesn't.
Can you screenshot that?
That's bad, dude.
Fuck it, somebody just asked me a question. Oh, what are my thoughts on Slow Joe? Yeah, she's in person. It's fun. What I was funny about this, her portrayal in the Real Bobby specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah.
And like
Goddamn real
hot-tempered and this and that. It's like, if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
No, really?
Superficial. Spice like, but you know, she's like, well, wanna be Kim Kardashian, right?
Okay.
Does Kim Kardashian be mean and nasty? No, she's very polite and conscientious and sweet. Like now, Shop will like privately will complain about her, like, oh, we get into arguments and this and that. I'm like, well, yeah, like anybody who doesn't buy into your like stupid worldview, you have arguments with. So.
Sure, I would imagine that she's like not accurately portrayed by Shop for sure. There's no way he's like describing her accurately.
No,
crap out the ugly.
I know for a fact he's actually super rap. He told me how like there's a joke in Group of Coffee where he goes, crop out the uglies. Yeah. And back and the reveal is we're in a group chat, dumbass. And he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like, oh yeah, we used to tell this. Oh, it's the opposite. There's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or a like reversing of the victim and offender.
I'm fast for sure.
Let's call it what it is. 40 chess.
Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess.
40 chess. Yeah. 5D chess. Like 3D chess is enough. People have 40. Like he's playing 8. What is 8D chess?
Yeah, 10 chess. Yeah. So we're on right now.
What's the 8th dimension? Well, it's 40. Like 40. Oh my god, 40.
I mean,
some people are just giving money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim.
I think it's because like you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't really have a question. They don't question the facts that Mark Harley spits.
Somebody's honest thoughts on Brian Cow. Okay. I love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't think you. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to shit. Who cares? I know somebody who is flying him around in his private jet going back and forth in Austin and LA. So it's for a time period. He was flying in LA. Right. So I know the wealthy individual who I'm personal friends with, Jamie, I introduced. Did he have a time dancing with cats? Who was using, and Brian loves Richard. Brian's favorite people are Richard.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
Saying, I can wear Lopez. I don't know what that fucking story is about the Lopez. I don't know. I've seen it out of context, and I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly wasn't legit, right? So, this guy who was ushering Callan back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I've ever heard of. Him and time and deadlines were like, now he would sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him because he'd be like, oh, I'm running late to the studio and there's a lot of traffic. And we'd check the traffic, Breeze comes like, oh, there's no fucking traffic. But it's like, oh, big deal. You're 30 minutes late for a podcast you've been doing 800 million times. Who cares? But, right. Yeah, and I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because, for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers that, his big win that it's I had to show up. It's okay, second your job, but yes, you did come on time. Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as an ADD symptom, time management, time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. I heard 10 different stories from this guy. It's I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for big Tony Hinchcliffe's headlining, and Kim Congdon is opening, and you're the middle. Well, you're 30 minutes late. Not even when you're supposed to be there, just for the show. So somebody has to come on and kill. It was not 2 minutes, whatever. Wow. Runs on the tight schedule. You're standing Kim Congdon does not have 30 extra minutes. Right. I go, oh my God, just settle up. But then he was like, wait, dinner, or so we'd be like, oh, hey, let's meet up for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, I don't at the restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's so many stories are that is so it's a representation of, he's talked about it before, his entitlement. Remember he was I used to think of myself as one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it fixes it, sure, but he's references, so that's why I feel safe kind of saying that. It's no secret. But he feels entitled. Just be late for shit. Or he'd be like, oh, come over at 6, we're having dinner. And the guy would show up and it's I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still at the grocery store. Getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker? What are you doing? Why would you do that? Hurry up, David. Just forget about shit. Or just, it's to such a degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter Hodier is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass. Yeah. Wait, do you know people like that? That are just late all the time?
Well, no, not to that extent. But
cut out your life.
You can get away with it more. The more status you have, celebrities with for example, I don't know if you follow Blake Lively, just about done a lawsuit, but you hear a lot about actors holding shit up on set, The Rock and Vin Diesel, they talk about Vin Diesel will hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to force Vin Diesel out of this trailer in this one show. Right. It's going to cost money, but what are you going to do? Fire him? There's no mechanism in place to punish you for not showing up on time. Yeah. What are you going to do? Volume punch?
I know there's something there. What did he say? I think 3 heads. Figure it out.
Trump wants to know Tony Hinchcliffe go.
Oh yeah. Tony Hinchcliffe. Did you guys have any thoughts on Tony?
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah. Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh
no. I don't want to.
He's absolutely horrendous. You know what? He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not as except when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very, I think.
When he's on, do you Kill Tony the show?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. Kill Tony show is great, right? But he's only a part of my name. What I said the other day was that he's a open micer that got his way. The fantasies of an open micer, Tony Hinchcliffe for some reason can just achieve all those. Yeah. And without really the talent.
To corroborate that, because I also met him, it was really nice to meet him, a funny joke about me, he called me half man, half centaur, or some funny joke, that I was oh, that's funny.
Yo. How you living, Pam?
I'm not sure what's happening yesterday. Is this true?
No, baby, we're still here.
Seem to have an issue with I brought him up once that fucking guy walks around the comedy store
What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm not. What you doing already? What are you not?
I am just fixing some software. I know it sounds like a lot.
Who's this guy on the screen?
It's a
That's fine.
lecture.
Hmm.
If I may ask, please remind me, how did you guys find out about me?
We joined. I think it was like an e-dating.
There you go.
Discord server.
There you go. I gotcha. Okay, very well. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's new?
Not that much. Honestly, you're doing really well. Yeah, very good. I'm thankful that the rap shit didn't happen yesterday, right?
Word,
Yeah,
dog.
I got scared. I got real scared.
No need to worry. Okay, excellent. Well, very well. Have you guys been playing any video games recently?
Oh yeah, we were just on Ready or Not.
How was that?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Okay, excellent.
What about you?
I'm just preoccupied with this computer issue I'm trying to figure out. And so apologies if I'm not more lively, but I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay, man.
Excellent.
What is Brandon A streaming? I gotta go sleep.
You do you, big dog. Sweet dreams, my friend.
So apparently he does rub honest interact.
People say that. People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be, he could have slammed me because I bombed. So, both times I was like, all right, well, this guy's a nice guy. But that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him. But my thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god-awful. We watched One Shot, and you can't even find it online. Because and I have it down, right? They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person, the thing where he's, like, acting like a big deal. I told this story in the pod before, but I was at the roast battle once. And he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd.
Yeah.
And this open micer, I like the guy. Yeah. But again, I'm going to be honest, he is not. He is not going to stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him. It didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special one shot. It's terrible. No one liked it. And he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it bombed. And then the open micer went back, but he was like, yeah,
I remember there's been some moments in my life. I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We'd like, as part of the initiation, we'd like anonymously roast people. We would tell one of the pledges to like write a roast, and I would tell the thing, like, until you need to like and still keep that beat. It's not true that you're going to write some roast, right? Yeah, you know it's coming from, so it's very fun. One dude, like, he was, I think, closeted gay, but because he was also like really in your face, like narcissistic and like overcompensating straight, that was what made it like, you know what, this out of gay, right? But like he was a dick and a douche and like a narcissist. Right? So the final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up to him and goes, like, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just like, oh, people laughed, it was like sad. And then I remember did you want to say that joke? I'm like, no, why would I? That's so mean.
That's a great, you can feel it.
But it's one of those things where you just go, like, say your special self. Yeah. And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to thank you.
Oh, yeah, and then you're trying to one up it.
Yeah.
And it's not
working out worse and worse. And the crowd started chanting the open micer's name and like, Tony sucks, Tony sucks. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people actually more than two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random open micers.
Mark should sign up for Kill Tony, and if he gets pulled to shut up. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do my own dick joke that he did about me. where I send terrible dick pics out. Like,
Oh yeah,
you know, like confront them. I'm like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't say something after, but I'm like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? Like opening your entire act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics. And it's also a moron who's bad at like security and is going to be killed. And,
yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or for your friend.
yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do with murders.
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what. You're talking. They say I'm a hungry wolf. I'm fucking spill the beans.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend. I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose killed, when David Rose, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony laughs about it. Like, he is very open to like David's roast. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you thank Alan? Like, you thanking it all? You ever thank him?
Who's gonna be
Thanking. The elephant graveyard mentions that a lot of times David Lucas makes you thank on things.
Yeah.
You leave the show and you say thank you.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat. I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a line from y'all. Yeah, it is.
I mean, I think he said the idea, like, yeah, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He this one of the ways that's funny because you hear the same shit over and over again. Right. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, this was funny. It made me laugh. It's original.
I mean, their dynamic to me and Jordo often in this, but it's just like, David's like, man, you gay, though. And then Jordo's like, well, you're fat and black. You're fat and black. You gay, man. Black. You're gay, though. You're gay as hell, bro.
Helped you out with current events. What was funny was, this is we discussed, I hate to be repetitive, but I did try to help change the current events because the way they were doing it is like, are you reading newspaper articles as current events? Like, that's not how the world works. Get a fucking YouTube video, get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, yeah, girl was kidnapped, but like, and then Shin's reading it out loud, and it was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show. Was current events.
Yeah,
because this is not the world has evolved and left articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate and like they loved the first one. I did the first couple ones I brought in. They're like, oh, it's hilarious. And it was just, it's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's on the internet. It's hot, so you get to react to what he's saying. And he's like, oh, Andrew Tate's delivery is fun. Yeah, rash. It's kind of like, and then he did this. The next time around, he was like, oh, this is working just like that. I'll do another one next week. Yeah. And he does this joke where he goes, I was reading an article the other day. Yeah. Some kid can recycle pie in different places. That's great. But how the fuck are you supposed to get laid recycling pie to a home? And that's right, you guys laugh. It's like the verbiage, how are you supposed to get laid in a club recycling pie to a home? And I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery and it's a funny line. And also,
yeah, he did great on Twitter. Luke has a funny. Is that Luke? No, it's somebody that's just
about interaction.
Steven's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby carrots just to suck on. I don't know. Never mind.
Yeah, he said, who's the worst interaction you had as a Tifa Kingus?
Oh, that's a good one. Fuck, there's no real bad interactions. I would say, but on Food Truck Diaries, Jamal Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward, and like we were talking about skits before he like. I was kind of like the liaison for Food Truck Diaries for the movie, so like when they weren't involved in the shot, I was like tasked with like talking to them. Yeah. So I had a lot of great conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovsky, who's super smart, and Michael Chandler's easy to talk to. So those guys are like really smart, easy to talk to. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt and was like super like awkward and not gonna use that point. Yeah, it was like this is kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid and like whispering. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online. He was like voiceovers and this and that. We're talking skits and then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Oak and Stone Clothing Company. And like, and by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like who's the I hate that I'm blanking on her name because she's super gorgeous, the female commentator for the UFC.
Kelly. No, what's her name? I know. Shit. I hate that Olivia. Lauren Seiko. Lauren Seiko is a singer out there. She was super gorgeous. And like, I was like, you see her, it's like, this woman is just beyond gorgeous in person. And she like agreed to do like this little like walk through, like I'm doing an Oak and Stone pitch, and she like walks by and says one thing. Yeah. So, after a whole day's work, sometimes I ask a bit, hey, do you mind for 10 seconds if you do this thing for me? And after an artist discuss comedy and this thing, I can't really see an idea. I'm like, oh, like you come up to me and be like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like he bullies me to give it to him. I was like, oh, would you mind it? He's like, and he got super awkward about it. Because I'm like, you can say no, that's not an issue. But he's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really make, like, I could give you like $150. And he like laughed at it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he just kind of like humiliated me. When it's like, he's like, nah, like, because I've asked him for like Volkanovski. I was like, oh, do you mind taking a picture with this? Like, my buddy has a supplement company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it publicly, but I'll take a picture and send it him. This guy's a cool thing. Yeah. Most people are pretty cool. You're under no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like, cool, like, no big deal. But he made this huge deal about it. Like, I was about to give him $5,000 for like being in a social media video. Like, kind of, we were talking about comedy earlier or whatever, and no, you missed it. Which again, it's totally his right. If it would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to like get Jamal Hill to do a like promo? I'm like, how did that get back to you? Like, he's like, his manager called me. I'm like, did he? Like his manager, Jamal complained his manager talked to you, or there's a woman there who came with Jamal Hill and like was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo later, that was up like disappeared and fucking like she came over and was like, oh hey, when you guys are doing the conducting business in the King of the Stay room for 2 hours, cool. But she was there, I think Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, like Mark Jamal comfortable, like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm not just against your best interest, but why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like, we're in the production. Yeah, he just didn't. Was he paid for this whole episode? Like, like it was this. Because again, I'm totally open being said no, but Brendan even considered it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree. Yeah. And that again, he doesn't have anything but left that solid case mouth because I'm could have not been a dick about it. Yeah. Just because people who are bigger than you, like Laura Sanko doing one for me was fucking so cool, and she was like gonna be, bigger than I don't know. I just think she has way more appeal than you on social media.
That Jamal Hill, sorry, I missed him.
Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he was champion. It's just, he's become this guy's team that he's very likable as he copes with his losses. Like, I was not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, "You'll never be champion," and then he goes, "I was going." Yeah, like it was funny. He kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but Megan Olivia, no, was Lauren Sanko. Okay, Lauren Sanko is gorgeous in person. Like she looks hot on camera, like in person, it's like, has Mark answered Bob makes me think of his unique name. Who the fuck is there? Probably George or janitors or it's anything about the Pure Spectrum. Yes, okay, Pure Spectrum lawsuit. Great. That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Sioux Culture with this thing alone. And my recollection is not exact the time frame we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at the Glory. So I believe it was like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them. Yeah, right? And so his version of that is again my first note. So I have no reason to distrust everything that he says, which I know, like anything the job says is like take it with a grain of salt, because if it involves him being wrong and other people like and money and numbers, it's like none of this is potentially true. You could be a kernel of truth, or you could be flipping it entirely on its head to like project
you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story. So there, he said this. I was working for this CBD company. Like, I got an ownership stake in it, and they came to me and they offered me this. Like, and he presented it as I'm getting, like, I own a portion of the business, and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great. And then slowly that starts to dwindle down to the point where I'm like, what's going on here? And I'm condensing this, but it's like the accusation the shop was making is I'm being fraudulently, like, kind of my stock in the company's being diluted or something like that, or I'm being, like, what I should be getting is being artificially deflated, and I have to bring someone in, like, accounting, you know, like, and audit their numbers because I'm supposed to be getting, it's like big check, and then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but, like, the company's growing. Like, it seems like there's some sort of inconsistency where my paycheck is suspiciously getting smaller for no reason. Then the lawsuit says this, which feels you're like, that's weird, like, that's crazy. And then you're like, you know, so yes, legal action against this guy, but in the story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of, like, a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who, like, Magic Beans. Yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and, like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate here because, you know, I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is one way you're getting paid is a flat fee to do social media news, right? Rain bottles. You know, remember the total was up to like $1,000 for some relationship. Yeah. You know, whatever it is. We'll pay you $10K, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You know, you have these, like, requirements, right? Yeah, we call that right. It's like you have to do it. Yeah. He did nothing. Yeah. He didn't post once, right? So it's like, not just like, oh, we missed one here or there. He was doing nothing. And he talked about his podcast, so, like, in his mind, he justified it. He was paying hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like, they look back and put a time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. You have to stop the or like we have to dissolve your ownership, and then the ownership of the company would be another source of revenue if it pays dividends, and then also, like, using a code, like, use code shops, you're getting the you know, percentages of the sales using the code. Yeah. So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting, like, the code, if you're not promoting it, you know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your sale pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just, like, give us back the 10% of the company? Yeah. And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still has or claim legally that he still has the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, right, like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, oh, these guys own 45%, ad shots 10%, now you have a majority stake and they can oust you. That's like, so go, oh, that's great. The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder is telling the truth. Yeah, you know.
It's sad because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified, because I know he justified it in some way. Probably him crying about it on a podcast. Yeah. It was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. Yeah. Like, I am God now, and give me $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see honey CBD, like, and I do my jack. Now I'm like, people with magic mind, and like, you want some magic mind? I give it to kids all the time.
This guy's a real narcissist. The boys will get tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey, no, I was gonna ask him about the CBD thing too.
We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you go back to
Also, I
Alice?
love it. I like Dave. Right? If you mention me being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? You ever watch Sam Vaknin lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder?
Oh, y'all want the God, yeah. That was
Yeah, he's being a narcissist. You know nothing about narcissism or any form of personality.
Sounds like somebody is not watching them.
Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest coming in.
Oh, shit.
You got a motherfucker zooming in.
Oh, shit.
Is it Danny?
Oh, I don't think he's there yet.
Okay, he's not there yet.
Wait, let's not.
Oh! Is that Brandon Walsh? Brandon, you got Brandon. Talk about Brandon. Another Brandon.
What's up? What's up, Walsh? Dicey. Wait, you're hugging.
You're hugging it, dude.
Hug you.
You're mute.
Many people understand.
I'm chat. I'm gonna text him. You're mute.
How about this? Marcus,
Oh, there you go.
What's up?
What's up, Walsh?
How do you make your big
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Please.
Oh, yeah.
What happens is
No, it's like just. Can you hear now?
Like, hello, can you hear? We're lost in the sauce.
Go ahead.
I can't hear him, though. I can hear him.
With Brandon, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear me? No. You mess with these a little bit.
Dude, so Walsh, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Harley. Sorry.
Sending out signals based on what we fundamentally believe about life. Many people don't understand that the law of attraction is actually a secondary law. The primary law is the law of vibration. So think of it this way. If you've ever walked in the middle of an argument, right? The 2 people were arguing, but they're no longer at each other. Let's say you're in the kitchen and one person's rummaging in the refrigerator, the other person's rummaging in the cabinet, and they're not really interacting, but something's going on. In fact, we have a saying for it. We say, oh my God, you can cut the tension with a knife. Right. What are you picking up on? You're picking up on their energy. You're picking up on vibration. Now, we get that from the personality level, right? From the feeling level. And, there are people that are saying that there's actually a field of energy around us, and that feeling tone that we're sending out actually then becomes a magnetic force that we then attract to us those things that are in alignment with how we predominantly move through life. And that can be a little woo-woo for some folks. So even if you don't necessarily agree with that, or maybe don't believe that, we do know what it is to be around somebody that would say, wow, they've got really good vibes, or wow, they've got really, bad vibes. I don't really want to be around them. To understand that there really is an energetic component that we're always dealing with, and we're attracting to us that which matches fundamentally how we're moving with our energy.
Well, Lisa, we have a guest named Joseph Gellenberger. He's a professor, and he is an expert in positive thinking. And what he does is he goes to Las Vegas with groups of people, positive and negative, and does experiments with them. And he tells me almost all the time, the positive group comes back winners, the negative people come back losers. Now, does positive thinking have anything to do with the law of attraction?
Well, I had not heard that study. I'm going to have to look it up. I love that. And it's a component of it, right? Because a lot of times people will think that, oh, I just need to think positively. And yes, but it's deeper. There's a deeper invitation in terms of not just thinking positively, but actually, number one, being able to see an even better life for yourself, right? That we're using our imagination to vision intentionally a life that we would love, a life that brings us even more alive, and then allowing that vision to guide our thinking. guide our thinking in terms of gratitude, guide our thinking in terms of appreciation. So we fundamentally become that kind of person. So it's not just about positive thinking, but it's about fundamentally becoming the kind of person who has this even more amazing life and thinking the way that that person would think. And, it takes us into, like I was sharing, elements of optimism, gratitude, appreciation, assuming that things are going to work out. Yes, calling it positive thinking, but more that this is just the core of who you become as you allow yourself to dream more expansive dreams.
I don't know about you, I assume you're like me, Alicia, that you don't like to be around negative people. Why is that?
I could turn the question back around on you, right? I mean, think about it. When we're around negative people, you have to work harder at staying positive or optimistic, right? Because we can get sucked into that pessimistic worldview that, everything's going the heck in a handbasket kind of thing.
They bring you down, don't they?
Yeah, and you can feel it, right? Energetically, you can feel their energy, and it's not fun to be around that.
Was there a moment in your life that things clicked for you and you realized this is really working?
Yeah, I don't know if there was like an exact moment, but I was able to look back, right? That I found these principles at a really dark time in my life that, I was struggling, and I was young, I was 22, and, a number of different things had happened that just really caused me to just view life as, very pessimistic, had very little hope, just saw this dark tunnel of doom and gloom and thinking, oh my God, is this all there is? And I was really struggling with hope and just feeling really defeated at a very young age. And this was about the time that somebody introduced me to, the world of personal development. And I had no idea that that world existed, and took me to my first seminar, my first workshop. And I heard things that I'd never heard before. First of all, I heard that I was actually created, that you, me, all of us are meant to live a life of thriving, that we are meant to thrive in life. And then I heard that I was worthy of a thriving life, and that I could change my life by changing the way I thought about my life, changing the way I thought about myself and what was possible. And there was something in me that thought, you know what, this might actually be true. I mean, there was a very skeptical part of me, but there was a part of me that was desperate, and desperate enough to maybe even just experiment with it, right? What did I have to lose? And I began to study, and I began to apply, and I don't know that it was like one moment where, oh my gosh, this really works, but more of a progressing, things got better, got married, really great relationship, and work that I loved, good friends, everything just turned around. And it was just one of those moments when I looked back and saw where I was and where I had progressed to, and connected the dots, that really the only thing that changed was I changed. I changed how I saw myself. I changed what I believed was possible. I changed how I viewed the world. And I saw how that change really did create a change in me, and then a change in my life. So it was more of a reflection back than so much like a single moment. And I've just kept going. It's been 42, 43 years now. And I just keep going with it because my life just keeps getting better.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Felicia Cersei, author of Do Greater Things. As we talk about the law of attraction, I want to get into manifesting when we come back in a moment. The website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. We'll take calls with her next hour here on Coast to Coast AM as well. And maybe you've used the law of attraction. Share that story as well.
Get daily
show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast's own newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. When that fall comes, you know I will be coming home. Prep your home for the holidays with the finest quality paint from Benjamin Moore. Go to benjaminmoore.com. The biggest headliners in live music share this stage.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Hi there, this is Brian Adams. Make some noise for Taylor Craig. Hey, I'm Sammy Hagar. Hey, this is Doodles from the Offspring. Hey, this is John Brody. It's your girl Glorilla. iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Get ready to relive the once-in-a-lifetime moments, starting October 2nd, only on Hulu.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes A Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is that I actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this weight of nausea, and then my heart started to feel like so bad. The lonely museum curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything.
It's important to step out of the atmosphere.
When the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm sitting on that. Yeah, that's surprising.
I don't know, I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a con. I'm calling.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
That is true. You're this dramatic. She's so fun. Yes.
Jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just your job? Listen to The Setup.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Plus, you think away with anything, okay? They lie. They just lie.
Like something out of run to by the spreading out. I don't want to be labeled a rat. Not around here. This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. A frost advisory remains in effect for northern Washington and Idaho.
Gonna be at the beginning. What are you up to?
Oh, wait, you came here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take these.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my
Yeah. It's all crazy here. Sorry. Yeah. Now I can hear. Give me your
Oh, let me see here. Where are you at? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I got it. We're good. All right. Technical difficulties, but I can hear now. What's up? Walsh can't hear. Okay, good. Where are you at right now? Nice. Great place never been.
I'm fucking a lot of shit.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude.
DMing.
Have you guys ever talked to, have you ever met Carly? No. What's up, bro?
watch it 15 times. Oh yeah, we watched it a lot already. We've got really.
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Welsh, do you have a favorite bit from Gringo Poppy that you can remember?
Oh, the I one?
Did it go mute again?
I don't know why. I'm trying to fix that. We can't hear you. That's the most
Oh, you just muted. You just muted again.
I think Bob is so
Can you hear us?
When I was working with him, Brent was on so many substances every day. He was like a business owner. It's like he's drunk, he's on creative, he's popping Adderall, he's like nicotine. It was like
So tell the story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
oh, we're trying to fix the audio. Can I tell the story of when Brent became pregnant?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got off drugs. I don't think he's somebody who would necessarily misrepresent that because it was all pretty out in the open what he was doing.
Yeah. Now we can hear Walsh. Sorry. So what was your favorite bit from Gringo Poppy?
I think that I like when he makes his eye go like this.
Yeah, the COVID stuff is good.
You do stand-up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, mostly I am the head coach for my son's team. I don't know how.
Yes, that's right. That's
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there, Nate?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh, man, that's brutal, dude. You got to do a lot of time with travel ball. I'm surprised you can do this. Thank you.
Well, it is funny. I mean, I texted you this week, but it's like, it is weird, like reading. I dip in and out of the Reddit. Sure. I feel like it is an unhealthy.
what? No. Get the fuck out of here.
But I do have the empathy too, where I'm like, God, can you imagine, like, put yourself in his shoes. Like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit board. People are just picking apart every second of your life.
I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then
The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Belay protects your body's stem cells and will make you better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Doctor's Everyday Stem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support for mental sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in the cliff-hanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. You do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event, the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there, bring the whole family, and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour, coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at HarlemGlobetrotters.com. That's HarlemGlobetrotters.com. Rising debt, stock market swings, and global shocks can affect your retirement. But even in this economy, there's still opportunity. Protect your retirement with a secure, tax-advantaged gold IRA. Instead of leaving a 401k or IRA at the mercy of markets, Gold's physical gold or silver. Real protection for your future. And Noble Gold makes it simple. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com and chat with a specialist. The conversation is free and the peace of mind is priceless. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Felicia Cersei with us again. Our website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Our hope is to do greater things. Felicia, is manifesting the same as the law of attraction, or is that different?
I think manifestation is a result of the law of attraction. That's as we were. First of all, let me say this: that I know that before we went to the break, you invited people to think about it. They've ever used the law of attraction. We're always using it. It's like gravity. You can't not use gravity, right? That it's just gravity just is. And so it's the same thing with the law of attraction. That we're always attracting something to us. We're always in a certain state, and sending energy out. It becomes a matter of becoming intentional and working with the law intentionally in order to create that which we really want to create, rather than being at the mercy of the conditions of life around us. And so as we intentionally work with the law of attraction, we're identifying, what our desire is, what is it that we would really love. And I always like to think in terms of not only what is it that you would really love, but what is that desire even asking you to discover about yourself. Not only are you seeing it, but you're becoming the person that can actually be in that life. And then as you change, things begin to manifest. So the manifestation is the effect of the law of attraction, and we become more effective at manifesting what it is that we would really want as we work intentionally with the law.
Fascinating. Do we manifest primarily for relationships and jobs, or are there other things there?
Well, again, if we're talking about the difference between just default manifestation, we're pretty much manifesting everything, right? And then compared to intentional manifestation, I've worked with literally hundreds of people directly, spoken to thousands of people around the world, and every desire is as unique as the person. And so it may be, I had a client who, I've actually had a couple of clients that had really contentious relationships with their kids, which means they didn't have access to their grandkids. So they wanted to manifest more loving relationships with their kids. I had clients that have manifested their soulmates. I had one client in particular who was really struggling with her health, and as she worked with these principles and visualized herself healthy, really owned that she could be healthy, and began to see herself as that healthy person, and began to ask, how does a healthy person show up in the world? That's the one that got off of blood pressure medication. I've had people that have built businesses. I had one woman that was just longing to write a book, and she just couldn't see herself as somebody who would do that sort of thing. So when she let herself really define that desire, define that dream, that vision, and really began to identify as the woman who was able to write a book, she now has 4 books, and she's got full programs to go with those books. And so this is the thing that I love about it, is that nobody in all of history will have the exact same dream or exact same desire that you have. It's as unique as our thumbprint, and so it runs the gamut. But it's understanding that we are built to desire things, because that's how life invites us into discovering more about ourselves, more of who we are created to be, and that we are actually receiving a desire rather than having a desire. That our desire is literally a gift, because it invites us into a whole new dimension combination of ourselves.
Is the law of attraction something that we are born with, or is it part of the universal law?
I think it's a combination of both. That's a great question, George. Nobody's ever asked me that question before. I think it's like being born. Again, I'm going to use the example of gravity, right? That gravity is a universal law. Gravity just is, and we can't tell gravity, look, I got a big grand piano on the 10th floor that I want to get down to the first floor. So suspend for just a few minutes so I can push it out the window that will just slow down, right? We can't suspend the laws of gravity. We're born into the laws of gravity. And as an infant, we don't understand the laws of gravity, but they're still working, which is why we put baby gates up in front of stairs, right? Because the law of gravity is still going to function, whether you want an 18-month-old to, have an accident going down a set of stairs or not. The law of attraction, again, which is the secondary law, the primary law is the law of vibration, is the same thing. We're born into it, right? And as infants, and quite frankly, most adults don't really understand that this law is active. It's still working, whether we're aware of it or not. And so the mastery, the opportunity is to really discover the power of it and to learn how to effectively work with it intentionally, so you can create the person and the life that deep down you really desire.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it, how it works?
I often encourage people, because people, they'll stop at, I'm a really good manifester, right? And so they'll get an idea, they'll have a desire, and they'll work with visualizing, and people talk about holding a vibration, becoming a vibrational match for it, and then they'll manifest it, and it's like, I'm a really good manifester. And the thing that I really invite people to do is to step back and just be in awe of, number one, that we have this capacity to desire something more, and then we've been given by some universal intelligence, right? Whatever name you want to give this higher creative force in our lives, an actual system that we can learn and then apply to intentionally work with this energy, work with these laws to create something. So Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich, talks about the power of our imagination, which is the most miraculous, powerful, inconceivable force that the world has ever known, and that we're infants. We are infants and beginning to understand the power of our imagination, and to realize the gift, this gift that we've been given, be able to see images, to consciously choose those images, and that those images actually become the generating force to create a life. And what a remarkable, once we discover it, then we have a bit of an accountability to learn how to use it intentionally and effectively. And I always say to learn how to use it intentionally and effectively to actually bring good to the world. Because as you're living into a life that you love, this is your way to contribute. We're growing. We're becoming an even more amazing version of ourselves, which then allows us to serve and contribute to our world at an even higher level.
Are there exercises or practices to allow you to really activate law of attraction?
Yeah, the thing that I would first encourage everybody to do is just start checking in and asking. To start working with the most powerful question that we can work with, and it can be one of the most difficult questions to ask, which is, what would I really love? What would I love? And to possibly think about, okay, so within the next year, if I could wave a magic wand and I really could create anything that I could imagine, what could that be? Now, for some people, that may feel a little abstract, a little too far out there. So start with something small. If I could take any kind of vacation that I wanted to take, what kind of vacation would I love to take? What would I love to do with this day? If I could if I could do anything that I wanted to do with this day, what would I love to do with this day? And to start giving yourself room and permission to just start thinking into higher possibilities. And then you want to physically, one of the things that I work on with people is how to take that question and the beginnings of, wow, what if I really could do this? And then to actually write a vision, to write out what that life looks like, starting with, I'm so happy and grateful now that, and get detailed around, this is the life that I'm living. And then as you have that vision, to ask, who is my vision asking me to become? What is my vision asking me to discover about myself? Where are my growing edges in order to be able to be the person who actually belongs in that life? You know, the thing about a dream, right? Not a good goal, but a dream. A dream is bigger than anything that you've ever done before. A dream is beyond what you've known for yourself. And so there's a part of you that's going to believe it, and there's a part of you that's going to doubt it. And you want something that you're going to doubt, because the invitation is to grow into the believing that you can actually have that life, and you can actually be the person who's living that life.
I had a psychiatrist on last night, Felicia, talking about dreams, as a matter of fact, and how they affect you and stuff like that. Do dreams tie into the law of attraction?
Yeah, and this is how we can intentionally work with the laws, right? That we let ourselves have these dreams. We tap into this power that's so much greater than who we are as a personality, and we allow ourselves to see what this power wants for us and through us and from us. And so you start dreaming into new possibilities for yourself. And then, you know, as I was sharing, you let it inform what you are coming to know about yourself, right? Because everybody has a habit around how you see yourself, and everybody's got a habit for how much good you will allow in your life. The dream is the mechanism by which, you know, a life force energy of creative power invites you to raise your threshold, to raise your set point for how much good you will allow in your life, and for you to then grow into that person that lets that much more good come to you. So it's dreams are the mechanism by which you begin to intentionally work with the law of attraction.
Where can it go wrong?
I don't know that it necessarily goes wrong, but I think what happens is that people get frustrated because they may not receive what they want.
The first time I ever appeared on TVK, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me out as like a guy to talk about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice to people, and then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst act. Like, cause at that time I only had like acting deals on my YouTube, and it was like thousands of comments like, you're the worst fucking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what did I do to these people? You know, and having no concept. And then Brent was also like, did you get a bunch of hate? Like, just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being full of crazy people. But then you have to, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that is lunatics. But then you can go back and go, well, Brendan has been, you know, a public narcissist who, like, compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So there's a reason for it. You know, because he repeatedly makes these mistakes, even just, you know, pronouncing words. He's a lolcow, like. But yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like, my best advice would be like, if you go back and have you lean the fuck into it. Like, own the community or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and eat your life.
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's aware of it. I mean, it's just
everything in his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy, which dismisses any criticism as legitimate because you're going, I'm superior to you over
100,000 people consistent. And honestly,
it's illogical.
That's what winds up sucking me back in. Because like, I'm too, where I'm like, I can't, I've better things to do with my time. I can't fucking do this shit anymore. And then, I'll step away for, a month or two, or three, and it'll just be one of those things. Like late at night, I'm fucking, everybody's in bed, most are asleep. My girl, that's the thing too. My name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster. Sometimes because it's like, look, my wife's name is Johanna.
Is it really?
Taco Bell. Right. I mean, you can relate. That's part of what Frank said. See, the thing, what I would say, you asked, how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet, remember? He drinks out of his shoes, so you can't do that. That's what sucks me back in, though, because it'll be late at night or whatever. For whatever reason, I'll be online just fucking wasting time. I'll be like, I'll click on I'll go seek out, because I muted the T-Pack K Reddit, so I don't even get any suggestions, so I don't even know.
When do you go on Reddit? Because again, I think Reddit's amazing. You know what I mean? For one, as a social media app.
But I'll get away from it, and then I did this for a second, and then it's like, the guy, I mean, it's just non-stop hits. Like, I'm like, what? Yeah. One time when I laughed, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking choppy tattoo. Oh, yeah. And I'm just like,
yeah, the hits don't stop. As you're saying, he keeps outdoing himself.
Great. And then he starts scrolling back, oh shit, where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean?
Yeah,
right. There, and then you don't find a rabbit hole.
Yeah. I remember finding out Best Brains for the Arts.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
The clip was him attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my god, you're like openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
And it didn't make sense.
I didn't know where Best Brains came from.
Yeah, it was like, come on, these aren't the best brains. You could do like a black panel.
Yeah, it was like Cormier and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing. We get it.
Yeah, it's all black. We get it. You're trying to do like the diversity hire thing, and it's just like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like,
I mean, we were laughing about this today. Well, she said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. They're like, God damn, dude.
But Chop is legitimately racist.
Oh, for sure.
Like, knowing him privately, I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way.
Psychopathy guys.
I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If we're completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way and more subtly in other ways, and it kind of slips out, even when he's on fucking camera and he knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, simpletons are racists, right? But, like, I always feel like, and I'm like, were you raised this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because, again, empathy towards people, look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father or your community acted that way and it's normalized, like, I think people from South Africa sometimes are like, when did they talk about black people? Like, that sounds really racist in America.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa. Yeah. Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb. I don't do anything until everybody's in bed. Generally, otherwise there's fucking weird shit. But it does get. I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, check, whatever. If there was a text message, I look at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and do like this.
But it's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Addiction problem. Like, going to it in the morning and there's nothing. You're like, damn it, there's something.
The same. Oh, she's the last guy. Yeah.
Share the dog. I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the TFK.
Bobby,
Credit for you, Bobby Lee.
his cohort.
If we can please make a message across the board, so they did this with you, Mark, where they had, I think they had to blur your face.
Yeah.
Can everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing his vest? Cocksuckers sitting Indian style, goddamn flop.
The Indian style's hilarious.
Offensive visual.
Yeah.
What a great call.
And he's like, is that even covered?
Big gay lion. Make it mandatory. If there's any clip Casey Callan's feet, you heard it here. Please that clip until the feet are pixelated.
Well, it sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like you're going to be in the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy.
Strong action.
Skids and bits party, dude.
There is no black TFK or white TFK. There is no TFK.
Everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality, where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, like I said, you know, like my podcast and shit, all of us here are less successful than Sean.
Yeah,
Is that true? No, dude, I'm very. Have you seen my Ferrari, bro? I think I've never ride it. My Prius.
But he's like, Brennan Jarno sucks.
Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to both their houses.
And we think that when he came on my podcast, it was just like, well, I mean, this, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast, I'm like, hold up. Some guy named Brendan talking shit about a guy named
That's crazy.
But the whole, this really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, you know, people shit on their, because I guess, you know, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners.
Yeah. So, yeah. I remember it was like looking back, it was, the average was like 250 cans. So I don't know. There was a lot.
But
Those are bone zone numbers right there.
but the people who be shitting on it, and like, you know, oh, they only have like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are.
That's so huge.
But even that is hard for me. I'm like, it really is confused. Like, who, what? I'm just like, fans of this show. Getting, like, and it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, you know, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in you know, his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a James Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it is real on any level. Like you know, and I do vacillate from thinking, like, you know, not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the, you know, positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. Yeah. So I'll think, like, this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like, maybe this is a true, like, next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
That's the only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Right. But
that would be amazing.
What if it is? He mask off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too. And I think it's something that, like, it's evergreen and keeps going. Because he has all these hits, like you said. And he is fascinating in a moronic way.
either way, yeah, I mean, it's like, like every time, and I don't check in on it every day.
Now, one of the funniest things he said recently was that I have blue symbols, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, yeah, it's like, like this, like the it's like a beginning. So that's probably what you're thinking of.
That was his one dance.
There's something new, and it just blows my fucking mind.
The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the moon date. He said land moon date. That was big.
Yeah, because even just as I said, the malapropisms and dyslexia based. I don't know enough about dyslexia to say this, but it's the most innocent form of this because you're mocking somebody with like a speech impediment and like some sort of what would you classify dyslexia? Like a
Learning disorder.
Yeah, right. So, but sometimes people will stop at that and go, "Oh, that's not funny." It is funny, but it's like you could go like, "Don't be a bully," but it's like, wait, watch this guy further and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully, and then you have a whole new world of like things to justify.
It's really hard to defend him.
And you know him, but on the surface level, yeah.
And then what else is he done recently?
We got a poll in the chat, and I just wanted to check in on the viewers, and I asked him because Walsh was talking about the hair of the dog checking the chains in the morning. How long do you spend on chains? And the winner is 8 inches.
Of course, classic.
The Reddit board. This is another thing that blows my fucking mind. Because like when he sees these, like if he is in fact looking at this, right, I feel like if he is any level of a human being, he would have to. Like this, if this was happening to me, I would just have to stop. Like just make like it doesn't exist. I don't know how else you can cope with it. But if he is checking in on it, like one of the clips up top here is him shoving those fucking nicotine pouches down the cushion of his chair. And that's the thing, is like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds you're like, never mind. It's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people in a subreddit commenting on the things you did, I would be curious enough to go like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me for saying like, which I do. Not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word like as from my book. But it makes me self-conscious and makes me think about, should I try, but there's none of that. Because he is very scared. He does not listen to server because criticism is very threatening to people of this sort of personality. So
is he just, he obviously was raised in a certain way.
I have some insight into that I thought was interesting. If you want to hear it. So, yeah. One story sticks in my mind that I think you could extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability, and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic. You couldn't make up the details. Like it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true. But sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing because it's embarrassing enough that there's real pain in me laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
Oh, yeah. No, and I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it. It's like you, by the way. People think I have animosity towards like, and it's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to scare me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, Walsh. By the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cup. He might rival Frank Cup though. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds big.
Really like
it doesn't sound Rob.
I like that one.
He would have like a crazy like
Sean has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Sean is banking it like, because I did a settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's on paper you're owed $150,000. we'll offer you 2.5K. I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. Like, but my lawyer wasn't there. So they think I'm like, I don't have a lawyer. And I heard, like, basically what the defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my God, like, you have no idea. You can't back up anything that he's saying here. But go ahead and believe that.
Sorry, I derailed you.
The story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say he was between 10 and 13 or something, he starts off by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there was a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So, fresh, like,
I hate to say this, but I'm familiar with this.
Into his childhood trauma because my parents, like, right, I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating would just, not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But, like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed. He's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream, like, eat this one part of the ice cream to myself. And my dad goes into the room and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or something, fat rock or fat pig or something. And his response, you remember what his response was? He's like, oh, fuck, it was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
Well, trauma aside, though,
It's either
the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is pretty, his dad funds everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like, this.
His dad made actual success. Actually made
like a championship or something like that.
He did something where it was
The diamond mines are pretty profitable. The emerald, he's at the Emerald Empire.
he actually built a business, rather than
CT for cat.
I'm surprised that there hasn't been like an actual. I mean, I guess there's like the, those YouTube channels like the Beige Frequency and Elton Kramer and shit. It's just, he's such a fascinating guy. Like, to have a real true documentary made about this guy. Oh yeah. I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
That's facts. Yeah.
So there has to be like an ongoing like reality show. Like, I don't know. Like, a reality show would just be like a fucking.
That's such a good idea. It's high-minding. It's like you're just gonna watch all this shit and come up with like find the footage that matches him contradicting himself and these things. I never watched that Beige Frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposed all like the lies in his before I met him. Because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy Chappelle Lacey opens where like I had a clean slate as I was meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have any incentive. Once the subreddit like attacked me for like appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked? But
I think
later you watch a page, you're like, oh my God, he just lies about everything is a lie.
by the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Bahamut. Thanks, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Pop, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work on. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. And they're like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." So that's something. I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary. I'd like the building of the set. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how did he come up with the jokes? Like, what is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Bob comes in it, and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things. Like I could add a few key, not everything, but I was there for the conversations where I'm friends with an editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like his normal paid editor. was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd be like, oh, here's 5 minute clip, get it down to a 90-second Instagram reel.
Right.
And I would treat it like a writing project. Like, okay, let me do this. You know, like, I know how to do it to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the real Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier.
Juice up the laughs.
The laughs in the audience are louder. And so it was like repeated. It's like he sent it back. You know, he sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, warm it up, warm it up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think you lost in the video? So people might notice that, but it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous. Because you're like, dude, you wanted more loud than that? Like, do you think it's gonna make the jokes better? Or are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. I also run 6 miles a day, and I also like eat a strict diet. And you know, if you want to get ripped, you have to like live lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of like, oh, if I'm around this guy, and then probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. Like, I had enough inside to be like, he's like, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today, but then like, I had a pint of Ben & Jerry's. You're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore. I can't do that. What a child. I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, you know, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore today, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles.
That was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because you just, like, you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat. So, but he would, in the green room, it was like, the green room is in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there, but that's where we get fed. Right, so I'm ordering like, oh, can I get 2 orders of chicken tenders because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the Improv. Or, you know, he hated it. He's like, Jesus Christ, Mark. Like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, I fucking that's not how that works. But it's like,
you see your joy.
Yeah, I would rather eat steak myself and have no shame. You have shame. Yeah, and that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you. And this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this like contempt, you know, for other people eating around him. And the multiple stories that seem like but the moment he get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before show, but after show, he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, are we supposed to be dieting or? I want to get pizza at 1 a.m. Like, you know, he's like Chuck E. Cheese. He's got a Chuck E. Cheese. His relationship with food. They have a cat there.
And I get it. Like, listen, real quick. Do you think he would? What is like narcissism? What he gives? Like, if somebody did present him with making a weekly reality show, with him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that? So would he allow a camera crew to film him and his family?
If it was, yes. If you pitch it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brendan Schaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever. But what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly, and you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like from, for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm going to speak in Shabanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, B, or so like I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. They keep commenting like, what the fuck is this? Because you broke the mold, and all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't, bitch. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see, like, hey, do you see how I 10x'd the engagement by, like, co-opting the Reddit speak? And then it also blunts the force of, the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey, and everyone starts talking that way. All of a sudden, the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately gets uncomfortable. When he's the butt of the joke in any perceivable way, he was really scared of them. I started editing, because their page too, like, they're just leaking followers. I go, let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom-ins and kind of like bop, like do like a little bit different editing style for the clips, because it's just normal. Sure, but Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like, and self-absorption, like, no, like, we're funny on our own. They don't, it's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always sound like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like, any idea, this put them at the butt of the joke, because the clips, by zooming in on certain things that Brendan said, he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it hit the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if like you could do something like that, and I'd be like, I'd edit it in such a way that zoomed in as well.
So you were editing that to show that?
And they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show. Like, there's probably still up there. They were like, they also, again, I was hating Brendan and Rob. And the creative director at the time, because he creative director. No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit. Right. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day Brendan goes, I had to fire this guy. I'm like, you didn't fire him, he quit. He told you that you were the worst boss he ever had. Like, I was there, I heard the phone call. Like, how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels, the way you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like going to be too sensitive to. I'm like, I can edit it. This is harder to do. So like, you go and edit it the easy way. Sure, I can do 3 normal shade reels, but these ones are getting more engagement because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and but they hate anything that makes them the butt of the joke. So any novel idea like you're proposing, like a reality show, well, yeah, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being the source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny stories, like, and roasting other people, like, and it was like, watch Sean roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like, he's the only normal sane person, in the household. That's his style. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm this normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives like his role in his comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the joke, as a bumbling retard, he's out. He would not even entertain it in any facet.
So you just got to trick him into it. Well,
right.
So we got to figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah, you have to do a long form and editorial one.
Well, again, you've got to be trying to so detach from reality. I don't know if his wife would point out that, like, have an angle of like making fun. I think he just presents reality, and it's like, you know,
he wouldn't necessarily be aware. Yeah, okay, it wasn't overt. You could make it seem to him like it was rape, and but it would read as funny. And,
okay, I got an idea. Here's I gotta leave. Okay, sure. I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which can take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like TFAC being around particular studios and kind of taking care of the ads. So Callan shows up, does his job, he gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K run. Yes. See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it me. I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is it's like $1 per listener? You know, I don't know.
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold has paid Brian that money straight out of the bank.
Yeah. And it could be Brendan. It could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Find It in the Kids subreddit. Request blur off your cheese bean. You're making waves. I hope people think that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have like a little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chapler. Okay? That's our next business plan. All right. Love you.
Nice meeting you, B.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Group of Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know?
First I got it from his Skits and Bits online. Yeah.
So, Mark, what's his thoughts on college and no-beds?
Oh my God. Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunny
Headphones are very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids and have some entertainment consequences.
It's cool when you like promoting other talent for some funny redacts to the top of the industry. Okay, so the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere. Great question, Truck Flip. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting at comedians after actual comedians shit on them.
Okay, 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere is a question.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the third?
David Lucas.
Oh, there you go.
So easy.
That's my point.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you stick up.
I will not
stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes. Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
how many Patreon subscribers would you suppose they have right now? You know, that's right. So unique. As most people send me unique shit, and then he starts popping up my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like an affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes, therefore it must be 60 subscribers." And I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200, 300 and something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable. Right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. So it was like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, that's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are. You got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. So it's that David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong. You'd be surprised, but he will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? And Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruined the sale of Tiger Fish.
I've never heard that before. But it's when you can say shit like that, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know? How could you, like,
Is he a gassy guy?
not particularly, but like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it. He relaxes self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, he just has no principles. Where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. So it's this weird mix of like shame and projection.
Yeah. I'm gonna make this.
I'll make more tan.
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds, and I also run it like if I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder, this kind of it's like I've gone along with kids without tanning. It's just like when an audition comes up, they typically for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan for running outside, I go to tan.
Like I was there, but I love donuts. Oh, what is that? The shop.
Wait.
When he talked about his mom and getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
Wait, no, because I triggered something of a memory of giving out free donuts for vaccines.
Yeah,
I remember that bit. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here.
He's like, did you get the Johnson and Johnson?
Yeah.
There's always one guy. No fucking real quick. That's you. Touching this fucking. It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax.
Yeah.
Even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fucking way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of like, you feel like you have to tell people that you're not like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at that scene.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right, where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get back to his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier, as a total joke. I didn't actually have to think of because I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like I'm not, and I realize it's polarized.
Yeah.
So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually I didn't dive deeper into it. But I go, I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. That's not your place to discuss.
Thank you for having me on The Fighter and the Giving Podcast. How much have you lived for? How many chicks?
I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
Around Central Park with a dead body here on my desk in the evening.
And at night we fuck each other. I got a vaccine.
RFK grew up, Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have
Oh, nice.
It's good. BTL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh, man. Bradley Martin. It was funny, people know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic.
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like, I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I'm like, had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to social status, he would have completely gone.
Yeah.
All he cares about is are you in your 20s and a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? And he is. So it's like, he sees my gray hair and is like, next, he would have I didn't fuck about you, but I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's would acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me.
Yeah.
He was nice to me. And he gave me a ride at some point. I don't have any problem with Robert Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. This guy was like Spider-Man, like it was the same person. Yeah. But then Brandon would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, there was like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin's super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can lift 700 pounds. He can bench for something. You know, it's like he's strong. He's stronger than Brendan because that's what he does. And you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to be like, you give me like a 2 bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts that you give me. And Rob is just like, what are you talking about? I'll beat you never. Yeah. True. What's true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback with him. He can't tell me that he's like one fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, yeah. I'm trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, it's just, you know, but his man's like, Jesus Christ, this guy's insane. Back then, I'm obviously, I'm the star of the show. Yeah, like, there's a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here. And then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend. Well, that's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop, literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole, like, your gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either, are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fun. Yeah, it's for a gay rumor, but I'm straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, yeah, be cool. Right, be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like, how people don't want to be outed? Like, what? You know? Look, if you walk in and a guy's sucking dick, like, you could be like, yeah, you know, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in and, you know, have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean? Not the cappuccino. So, yeah. But I've been out of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence. The only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay. Yeah, right. And he say it in a way where it goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. What? How he's gay? Gay? Yeah. Like, what? Oh my God. Bradley Martin is gay? Like, that he's fucking his chick that you like? Yeah. You try to hit on it. You can always play with Sean's game and be like, well, dude, you can never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Chrome Graphics, Mark, you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor? Yes. Plug your podcast. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. So me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of this of Hella Toxic, and basically we're like, I'm not going to release it without permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comment. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source. I'm like, that's what. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like, I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like, as I'm setting everything up and it's like hot outside and turn up the AC, it's like, I'm like sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you, like, you know, fucking, could you wait a little bit, or just not be in a bad mood? Like, I'm trying to work over here and sweat my ass up, and you're like, you know, I need to be here. Luana? I'm Luana. He's the Luana of the pot. I'm the Luana. He's the Luana of the pot. I lose my shit. Yeah. Is that true? Oh, yeah. Oh, you got in the setup and stuff like that? Yeah. All right. I have this on camera where I'm like, and, you know, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she, like, walks off. But I'm like, no, what? Like, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good. Yeah. None of us have ever looked good. But so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting along. Yeah. You know, swimming. It's like, hey, here's our, like, perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no, it's all hella toxic. I know. Like, and then you
you're just getting along and everything's working.
And that's why I'm like the joke that it came up with that she admitted, she was like, she even told me on camera, like she walked after, she said, so fucking thinking about the last episode every time, it's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted.
Yeah, you're gonna love these toxic.
You know, I'm not what you're talking about.
You should, in the intro, have you like lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Then like the intro theme song.
Yeah. And then have her in the car like rolling her eyes, like, here we go again.
Yeah. It's like, oh, forgot.
Meaty fat chick, meaty delta. You should. That sounds good.
But yeah, check out Hello Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's one episode out right now, but like, okay, the real truth about it, I guess that first episode, it's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode, and we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie Sinners.
Oh yeah.
And we're both bitching about how we didn't like it, and she's like, suddenly as we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to talk narrative, we were like reading, we kind of like read out messages from when we first met 10 years ago, like on OkCupid, which is in Germany. I was like, well, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just like banter. As I'm about to like pick up the line or the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, come back." Wait, no, that was fine. She's like, "Talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay."
Yeah, she thinks too much.
Right? Yeah, it's like trust me, people aren't like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long talking about a movie." Yeah, people are just listening to.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit. Like Gringo Bobby didn't put any fun into this.
No, exactly.
Put it on YouTube.
I forget sometimes, and I'm like, you have to practice that. You know, and like just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Like, and so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're gonna speak less and seem still.
Yeah. And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about. If you only want to stick to like random topics,
like, so just let it unfold, and if work on the dynamic of making, like feeding off each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism? Yeah. Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I have this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. It was like the camera. So then we reshot it, and I'm like, motherfucker, like I didn't even know how to work on it.
But these are great.
Okay, so we were wearing them. Yeah. And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like, no, it's not. We had them. And I'm like, oh shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it too. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use a camera?
I use a phone, but I just got a camera.
Oh yeah, that's
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are gonna take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point in doing this was like, we filmed the first episode of our anniversary, so like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, like, they're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do this, go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it one angle or whatever, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I think you go look.
Yeah.
I hate when people like pretend like they're bigger than they are. It's like, oh, we did this whole podcast, and it's like we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space?
Yeah.
As if that's the thing. No, be interesting first.
Get a storage unit.
Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah, that's what I always said. Yeah, Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have the studio.
Yeah.
And, like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out, as if we did.
Yeah.
Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. Love what you're doing. They continue making marketing geniuses, just like our forefathers.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
What I need you to do right now is focus really hard, right? And please use the keyboard here. Yeah. Spell my name.
It's G-E-R-D-O. Oh, shit. D-O. Sorry.
Let's go.
That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F. I was thinking Jafardo.
That was great. I'm
She was like, make this
Jordan, can you get me some
direct.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Bernardo. Just Pasto. Romaldo. Okay. Goddamn.
Look at these.
Oh, yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so. I'm supposed to be right.
I like, okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so, that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's a Mexican cookie? Mexican chocolate chip cookie with some salsa on top? It's like, no. Because,
Sorry.
no, I'm like, you know, like, could there be a worse lazier joke?
Yeah. I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it is something like,
It is. I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist.
you know, yeah, it's degrading. It's like, I've never seen a Mexican cookie before.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm unaware of, like, you know,
Yes, it is hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like, a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
That's what I always say. Mexican cookie, that thing you brought that one time specifically? Yeah.
it also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Why would you put salsa on it?
Yeah.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections, you know.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Gershardy. I don't know if that means Jafardo, Gerdo, Geraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast. String BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy. Okay. My car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That'd be crazy.
If they watered down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. I just want to I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just disgusting. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry I abused a fucking car one time. Right, yeah.
I apologize to the car.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck.
Hey, Mark, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm saying it's my honest perception of it. I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm like guessing. It's like my impression based on what you told me was that they had casual sex as friends over the course of 7 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, according to you.
So that explains, like, you know, you
I
probably
don't know why he would lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I just had their friends.
Yeah, this is like you brought up Sinners. It's like that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
So he took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really going to play the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were weird. Like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was...
And then it's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire snake.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm an interest trip. When Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perception too, was they were like kind of gay nipples. Yeah. I was watching it, I try to not go out of my way. It's like, hey, Yeah, I mean, you can fucking hang. Yeah. It was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like meet people. And it made me.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of stuff, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I watch porn, but I'm not gonna watch shit fucking shape. You know,
If it's actually mean, it's probably like, I mean, you get it poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it. But she's not. She's better than they are. Like, I'm gonna say this. Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who's that? Who wants to 60 again? Whitney Cummings is funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah, like I know that people ripped one of her specials, and I was just like, oh, people really was back and watch. Like, I'm not gonna. People are like, oh, we're both sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah.
Right? But like,
Steve drops it every week.
like I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like having something special. It was a joke.
Joe doesn't know one with the robot.
Oh, no?
I'm just saying, I don't think Whitney Cummings is a bad. Like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was funny and cheap, but I've seen enough to go like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's got to write it, whatever. But I just remember watching the Flagrant episode, being like, they're really going out of their way to like be like a group of guys, kind of hanging up on her. She calls it out. She's like, "Are you guys like really doing this right now?"
Yeah.
And they're like, they kind of gaslighting her. Like, yeah, just take it. It's like, but you're being meaner than like, you know, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's just,
That's funny to be like, treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, like he's a god.
yeah.
You can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're gonna bully her. Like, like I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody. You're gonna bully
Yes,
or nobody.
keep saying energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in a, not because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently and maybe add some tension vibe to it one-on-one. But it's like there's 6 dudes here. And it's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like, you know, like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah. Again, all that aside, it was on a human level. Like, I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked.
Yeah.
When she's just being normal.
Yeah.
So she has a target on her back. It seems like.
One thing, you know, so Dylan riffed about this, about going over her house, and it's like, he was like, you know, one of the script rants about it's like, go over her house, and it's like, 27 hit with her, like, describing like the, you know, menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment, and I remember I saw that after Brendan Chapman kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about like who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house, you know, like people who take drugs. It's like a weird mix of people. The idea kind of like
January 6th Shaman, the guy from I can see him there.
There's a certain weird kind of oddball collection of Hollywood people.
The lady from the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died, and she's probably there.
Yeah. So Brendan described it very well. Like Tim Dillon like ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing and acknowledged that it was accurate. I'm like, that gave me some insight into like, I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. So,
Okay. Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy. So he's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi. Fuck, man.
Yeah, I told him before that for a second.
I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right, like, so she can't have like Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, correct.
She can't have like fucking the Disney stars over now, but now she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people like Tucker or maybe whoever, Christine Levitt and the I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess.
Yeah.
Tim Dillon.
Women that are
And Tim Dillon. I mean, I I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, "What do people think?" And then she does that. And so that's what you get. Oh, what's cool? She's constant. Is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's a wow. Matt Rive's not cool anymore.
Sometimes people will wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, "What's cool?"
Yeah. Exactly. She checks TikTok like Wall checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all?
No, I don't really.
And I kind of like drove me on it. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all over Facebook.
I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is
TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen when I get sent because it's not on it.
It's no good for you.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put I do the cootie. I put
I blocked Jardo and Esmond too. So they can't send me stuff.
I exclusively send them Asmond the TikTok clips.
I'm gonna block your dad too, just preemptive now. Thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that. I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is that the lion thing?
Yeah, that's right.
That's the last thing a lion sees.
Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm gonna go in.
How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion? This is close.
Yeah.
Crazy. This is such a bad joke.
Yeah.
Some would say the worst.
I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind.
Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house? Of course, he has those. I'm like, are these the goggles?
We're wearing them, but it's not on.
Does he really have goggles? You know?
He wouldn't
Is he a night vision?
I know he has guns. Which is also like when he was claiming that I broke into his house, I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who has AK-47s in his house? Why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons? And who's like father-in-law is like a LAPD officer. Like,
On the bullet, it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted.
Homeless cat.
Eat this, homeless cat.
Fuck, man.
Catch this, you blockbuster.
He's definitely coming for us at some point. I'll fight to the death.
It's a matter of when as opposed to if.
I remember because it's funny, like when you chose to, I would love to, earlier you asked about Kosh giving notes.
Yeah.
And one of the things about the comment on was, how do you give notes on somebody on a stand, especially with a film?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be the script stage. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback. Right? So he was doing a lot of, like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes you took out, I can't. Unless I have the raw footage, how can I get notes about an editor? And that would take way too long. So I remember he was just like thirsting for, like, is this good? Hey, Rogan, is this good? And then it doesn't get back to him. He says, oh, yeah, I'm proud of you. And later, he said he didn't watch, that story was, did you watch it or you didn't watch it?
Yeah.
He's like, well, clearly, he didn't fucking watch it. He was just like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy. Yeah, I'm doing 8 3-hour podcast. Definitely come watch.
I mean, there is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special. Yeah. And he said that he had already filmed it. I keep thinking this, whatever he did, the What's Up Dallas. The secret of that. Anyway, that's our donation. But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rosewood.
Not used to that. A demo.
You got your own mails.
That's what I specialize in.
I'm a real cockfest. I'm the Rosewood.
Is Chin's family dishonored by him, Mark? Oh my God, that's an aggressive question.
Not because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you, and I don't know if you're repetitive, the connection that I see between Korean culture, what I know about Korean culture via Malcolm Gladwell books, and this, like, how, like, I like Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting, like, anecdotes that prove simple on a point, like 10,000 hours or whatever. Yeah. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes. Yeah. And they're trying to trace it back to, like, basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled. In Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Yeah. Like, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so think, Chin's a pretty employee for president. Yeah. I'm a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, because I'll talk back to you if you're wrong, you know. Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you are above me. I don't get to question you. Yeah. You know. But also, he likes that. Yeah. He despises the fact that Chin isn't offering new creative ideas. Well, you can be one of the others. Yeah, super loyal, shows or utilitarian. Yeah, yeah. So he loves it, presents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shop? You have to be totally compliant. You have to be a shark. You never stop swimming. You got to be able. Yeah, it's like he either has to have some sort of legacy or be so vital or whatever. It's like, you know, like I said, Crystalia is like, if you're funny enough, it's like Crystalia can do no wrong just because he's like so vital to his work. So much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that never questions. Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized voice of like, why does everyone keep shopping around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around. Here's the great guy. If you're socially above him, like Dalia, Brendan makes it much easier for him. He's not a high maintenance friend because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense that, like, he's texting me around the clock as my employee, like, transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey, dude, like, no more texts after 6 p.m. Yeah. Unless I want to lose, then he's going to find another reason to fire me. Yeah, he makes you understand that without saying it. With Crystalia, he's not going to. Yeah, you know. He's going to go, he's going to tag on with this when the club goes, and they don't really, it doesn't really hang out with people until you fired Martin, bro? Did you know? Yeah, that's a good. I like Martin. So, Arnold, I don't know what, like, well, I don't know where Martin is. That's but I mean, it was like really cool. Like, we could drink a Martin. So, no. Already know. Oh my God. I mean, Chris was my nice food. Yeah, that's good. Do you think, look back on, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person? Or does he even like George Carlton? You didn't know George Carlton? Yeah, because so it's like people like Jim Carrey. It's like obvious. Like, how old are you? 34. Okay. Because I remember I grew up on Jim Carrey. Yeah, it's like, that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet. Yeah. And I still think it holds up. It's like, he's, like, you know, he was, yeah, he did MMA first. But he's in the lineage of, like, Canadian MMA. Like, I love looking back at, like, yeah, like, physical comedy over the ages. It's like, that is universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. Like, yeah, you watch it, it's like he was one of a kind for our time, but he's in his lineage of like 40s and 50s. Like, there were guys doing physical comedy. It's a skill. Yeah. You never know. He's like, I used to love Edison. I was like, oh yeah, did you like Edison? You know, so he likes the idea of like being a SNL. Yeah. And like, I guess before that change, you go like, oh yeah, growing up, my dad wanted me to be a soccer player. My dad wanted to be an NFL player. I wanted to be like, okay, wait, what is the childhood dream again? When he worked on trucks, I was a comic book seller. Yeah. Like, again, and someone like the age frequency is the person who can kind of like, I didn't see that. And like, oh, we're going to put all these things side to side. When he's telling some bullshit story on that Ari Shafir. He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's like, you know, the guy with his bread, you know, and you squeeze him and he's tickle him. Sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey. Yeah, if you share your like, Because as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why you like them. Yeah. Your friend would be like, why that? Yeah. Articulate what. But I have heard an answer. I go, David Lucas gets beat up in Mothership parking lot. I heard that. Oh shit! Does the Mothership have a parking lot? How dare you? This David Lucas slander I will not stand for. You're being racist right now, and you need to stop. Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm. He falls asleep. Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David? Is that an inside joke? I'm assuming. Yeah, he thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on him. Pretty funny. That was something special. Did he get fucking beat up? Is that an actual rumor? I'm not. This is the first I heard. It's a Charlie Flip narrative. I heard some stuff about it at the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the Mothership. Yeah, I think I heard that. I forgot it. Yeah, what it was. Does that surprise anyone? Great. No, like the David Lucas part of your brain is like being, you got conquered by Graves. Yeah, Graves is the Fourth Reich in his brain. You know what I mean? What's Graves? Oh no, that's kind of does sound like a nickname for Elf Graves. No, I have Graves disease. It's like it's not a big deal, Papa. That's our right. You ever heard of it? Yes, but I take a pill. Yeah, and yes, exactly. Dude, this guy's a doctor. Wow. I mean, listen, he knows his stuff. This guy's a doctor. Like, Joey Diaz was talking to a doctor this way, and they'll admit this. It's like you can be more of an expert in certain specific niches. Like a lot of vitamins probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus others. You roughly know what vaccines. Sometimes they'll go into like a checkup and they're like, you're taking too much cholesterol. Like, oh, they're like, you should take 50 milligrams. Like, well, yeah, for sure. Like, shut up. Yeah, you should be able to be that small. Come on. How many fucking things can you lift, dude? Yeah. What is that? How many cars can you lift? Does that stethoscope help you fucking vanish them? Shut up. Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves. I know, if we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome Graves. Wait, you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you guys have? We have like 400. Yeah. Oh, wow. Really? That's awesome. Yeah. Because I was going to say, like, my guest for TFK was like 500. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I give this segment 5 big moves. We went live once we said that the Rizzler is a national socialist. Man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it. 85 times, such a big deal to me. Yeah, it's fun, man. I can't believe I took part in this. It was like such a big, team effort celebration. And the documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Margaret with a G. And it's like, it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of you. This is a joke of yours, but like I can actually. Oh no, this is not a joke. No, this is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for. No, because I like the idea also of like books, for example, this oral history is kind of like different. Like it's like a story told of different perspectives about it. Exactly. So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. But in that scope, they go back to watch that. I want to watch it. Yeah, everyone loved it. So, like, for instance, this is his 6th championship, his 2nd special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of goes back to this. Yes. You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to, like, I don't know, how do we make this documentary about the special itself, like a joke he told or whatever. Yeah. Oh my god. But it would be like Brendan Chapman needs to be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like dude, you would make a shot for shot remake. Shot for shot remake. There's a way to get everything shot for like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. Pivotal, you could do without him. 2 words, dude. 100 million. You think he's gonna say more than that? Of course not, guys. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000. Exactly. After he already got like 2 words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine? I know that. Come on, just stay with me. We
do a shot-for-shot remake, the part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person. Yeah, it's Shab on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again. Yeah, you know, another. For some reason I said Durant. You know. Yeah. North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what shops. I took that personally. Hurt both ways, like
Bobby Lee. Oh yeah, I read it.
That's your perspective.
Yeah.
Fit the documentary gets all these different people's perspectives.
Andy Letterman. Yeah, that could be that.
Oh my god, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen? Brian Callen. Are you sure about that? No.
The thing is, like, his openers are better than him, you know. Like, whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scottie Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson? Or Tony? Scottie, dude.
On like the size of their son's penises or something. Oh my god, crazy! Like, I don't know if it's gonna way in now. It's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors, right? Kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though? Did you read that online, or is that a Tiger fact? You're gonna get
Where are you gonna hear that idea? I'm like, no, this is funny. Like, it's triggering to people, or they like it, or whatever. But it's like, if you think you're gonna promote this fucking shitty wisdom without being polarizing, like, one of them be like, you know, some professional guy, like, oh, cool. So, who is the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do of, like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like, what? You know, yeah, make it look at the Rock's page. Okay, cool. Do you want to do that with AI, or like, you know,
you want to pay the Rock money?
Yeah, or do you want me to fucking troll people into following this page? Your choice. And then I stopped managing it, and 2 months later, it's like taken down. I remember commenting on it. I got blocked on the page because it was like I was posting every day on it, and like I got fired for putting an extra C.
Yeah, the 4C. Yeah, which they're gonna
He got removed my evidence. He was so fucking pissed at that. He was like, "Fuck!" Like he's telling, like, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even. You can't hyperlink on Instagram. So we went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, there's a Facebook account? Like, yeah, it's auto-posting. None of us were aware of it. One person commented on it. It was like, no likes, one hey, I want to check the spelling. And he's like, motherfucker. It was like, as if he just like accidentally, you know, put a picture of himself fucking a dude to the internet, you know. And, oh my god. It's like, yeah, that's happening. And then I get fired, and he was like, oh, okay, so wait, like, what? Like, you know, I'm getting. And then when you go, you assume you got someone else lined up, right? And then I watch it. Like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? You know, like, hey, how's the replacement going?
It's not been fixed. We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
I want to say I wish you'd come home right now. I said, okay, I'm announcing it.
Okay, sweet.
Dude, Mark, no, I'm not gonna like suddenly exit, but I was telling her yes.
It's the wind down. It's the Mark wind down.
Right. I said I'm gonna leave in 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so
yeah.
Like all the negative comments, it's just I don't know why they.
Yeah, anybody say like that's so funny that so many like someone would pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like fucking get a life.
You're telling me. I don't know who pays for it, where they come from, but I just it might be an inside job. I did text Bobby, he did not respond. So all these bots
are gonna go to sleep for 18 hours.
Oh, I know, right? Right. No, not us.
He fucked your replacement. He sort of did. I do think so.
Allegedly.
They're like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at 3 a.m.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. What is it called? I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean?
Right? Oh, every time you're just like, hey, let Mark like ramble on forever. Once again, I appreciate people looking at that.
People are like, are you guys gonna get food? I'm like, Mark is cooking.
I told one of these, I'm like, let me cook, bitch. Because sometimes, like, so, okay, Luana's personality, here's where we conflict, is like, sometimes, like, oh, fuck, man, I was along with some evidence that I was like reviewing, like you're looking at old shit on my phone. I'm like, I found this recording of we lived in this apartment and like my cat was killed by somebody. I believe like we had reason to believe it was like an Airbnb. Because she just place like hit our cat and it was like very traumatizing. So I don't mean to like be flippant about this. It was like horrific to us because it was like somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been turned upside like, and then a neighbor was like knocked on our door like Sunday morning and was like, "I'm sorry about your cat." Like we both lose our mind, run out, and then it was like the area where she used to hang out in this like the grass area, like it looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler, like the sprinklers where she was like, "Wait, like what you hanged up there?" It was like it was an Airbnb. We were already annoyed by it because it's like you turn this apartment into an Airbnb and now people are coming in left and right. They don't understand the situation. Playing music, blah blah. Yeah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs the Airbnb. Yeah. So I was like, I got a hold of this guy, ran it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's where they're contacting. And I was like, hey, do you have your boss's number? We just want to know, like, we just want to know what happened. Yeah. And we're not going to sue anybody. It was just like, we know what happened. Close it. Yeah, close it. And immediately they were like, he didn't have to do anything, like, don't text us while I was like, whoa. And then I found the number for the guy who ran it, and he got, like, I think he called me or something. Or, yeah, it must have been because it was like, I didn't get the number from that guy. Then I get a number from this. It was like, hello? He's like, he just started screaming. He's like, he said, I'm going to kill you. Oh, my God. What? Like, who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito? I was like, I had no idea who he was. I know this guy screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's going to kill me. And I'm like, it's trouble because I'm like, my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're dead. And you're going to ask me questions. So I was like, trying to eat that, right? Because I'm like, I'm not into this guy. He's then blocked me, and I can't, like, and then, like, a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm like, oh, that's Vito. He's like this small, Asian, like Filipino, like gay man. Like, I didn't know what Vito. I was like, I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. Yeah. But I figured out, like, oh, because they're like looking around and like looking. Oh, we gotta like. So I presumed I go, like, I walk and I go, hey, you guys want this Airbnb? Yeah. I'm like, hey, on the phone. Like, I get up and say something. It's like, you said you wanted to murder me. I go, why did you do that? And I bust in his house, right? I'm just like in his house, like, hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no. You said you wanted to murder me, so I'm gonna give you that opportunity. Yeah. Right? And I was like, the whole point was like, I'm gonna make this person feel small and tell him like, he's like, I'm gonna call the cops. Like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm gonna stay here. Yeah. Until you attempt to murder me. What are you, pussy? You know? And like, again, that becomes a hate crime if we catch it. But like, I wouldn't beat him up when I go, I just want to make sure you know, like, you made a mistake in trying to tell me this. So I'm going to go, hey, like, say to my water comes in and starts talking, like, you know what the fuck? I'm like, what? What do you mean by intimidation? Like, I am trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I say, I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, but he has to say nothing. Yeah. Because he can't, you know, when I was the cop. So, like, so you're like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. So, like, now I'm arguing with water. He's arguing off. And so I'm recording that because I'm in my phone. And I'm like, I'm going to go on. Somebody just be like, hey, yeah. If I tried to murder him, yeah, right. And then like 30 minutes later, I went because I left. Get the fuck out of my house. I'm like, why don't you murder me? So it's like, I just kind of went around like touching stuff. It was just like, oh, what are you gonna do? Call the cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening your drawers. And like, yeah, I'm in your Airbnb. Oh no, it's a nice glass door you have. You're ashamed if you got thrown Airbnb. So like, oh, like, wait, do you guys live here? Like, I was sitting over there. I was like, this is an apartment. You guys live here? You don't live here. You rent it? One day, like, I'm trying to get them to like, right? Oh, you run an illegal Airbnb? Like, oh yeah, man. Like, so what's your position here? You run a live here? This Triscuit's open. Yeah, I just try to like intimidate him, make him feel comfortable, make him
realized he has no power. Yeah. Like, until the cops escorts, right? But I left him out of court, and I felt like the job was done. Yeah. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house, and they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. You can't do that. I'm like, I know. Thank you. No shit.
Trying to arrest a lion officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Yeah, bro. Try it.
I'm trying to right now, dude.
There's a guy in college I knew speaking of a shirt. One of the guys on the track team. He was like being drunk in his early. He had taste about the police. Yeah. He had ripped the little things out. And he goes, I'm an athlete. I can take it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your cat. Yeah, sorry, man.
No, I didn't like it. It is sincerely like losing a pet. Yeah. Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but it was to get to the point of the humor of like when you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's like nagging you. It's like, yeah, just tell right now, like I'm, because that'll happen with a strong personality, like Luana. Yeah. It's like, hey, we'll have your turn in a second. Like, I'm obvious. Speaking of which, let's have you come over now. Okay, yeah. Okay. I can eat something. I'm sure if I can. I got a sausage for you. Would you like poke or something? I do something. Oh,
that's what I told my right hand that night.
Yeah. But what is this? And Dylan was like, a gay man. It's a gay man. It's gay man. But it's accurate. This is a gay man on stage.
But I just want to say before you get going that I'm so grateful that you came through.
I'm so grateful you guys invited me. And also, having worked with a bunch of influencers who like, one of my biggest pet peeves the last few years has been like, multiple spots. So influencers who goes, hey, you shoot right now. I'm like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you give me any warning whatsoever? So Reddit was from that top and being like, hey, like a month from now, shoot. And then you give me like every like appropriate update. So things are possible. I do need that. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, I'm writing this today. Yeah. Those things. I mean, I appreciate the conscientiousness, and everyone out there should fucking remember that when we're trying to get their load. Actually show up for shit. Don't be like, hey, can you come to the Murray Hills right now and shoot a skit? Yeah. I'm in Seattle, man. For what? Fucking TikTok? Yeah. I'm hanging out with Antoine Davis. Get in line, bitch. Appreciate you guys having me over. I love you, dude. It's soon. The fans love you, dude. 10 minutes shop community, sincerely, all this stuff that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan shop based reaction content. Yeah. Like, I think you guys have probably the most positive, like, kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as I wanted to say for 24 hours. Oh God, no, dude. It's gonna be hard for us. But you're gonna do it. You got. Look, you got. I'm sorry. I should have left some more reins. Oh, that's good. This is my favorite film. I'll let Jesus take the wheel. Here we go. Here, real quick. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, everybody. We had, dude, take it with you, man. Take the whole thing. Have fun with it, dude. Okay, here. Let me see that. Let me see that man. All right, guys. Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, what a comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Warner Brothers could be a thing. I'm not glad that the core in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. That's a real thing. Yeah, worn in the middle of my head. The doctor cut it off, and I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you.
So, like Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. I feel like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, what do you say? This is so great, Papas. You got good guests and everything. Yeah. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, it doesn't matter. Podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. Potentially, we're hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Alistair Lamps. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, dude. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh yeah, Ghidorah says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on the Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. We don't know how to get